We find ourselves in an abandoned city, where a small group of survivors are trying to explore the area. One of them says that this zone was uncoupled less than a month ago, and there is still a lot of useful stuff here to take for yourself. The underage marauders are starting to get nervous, but the bravest of them say that cowards don't deserve any reward. The observer tells them to be careful because he feels as if something is vibrating here. Before they can even guess what is causing these vibrations, it becomes clear that something terrifying is coming for their souls. Moments later, they watch as a giant hand grabs one of them and carries them away to an unknown destination. The surviving marauders call this strange creature a shard and understand that they need to run as quickly as possible. However, this creature has no desire to give them such an opportunity and immediately waves one of its arms. The marauders freeze in horror, trying to figure out if they really can't get out of this dangerous area safe and sound. However, this time they are destined to die a cruel death, because instead of help, an unknown young man with blue hair appears. He manages to grab the rascals in time, after which he jumps to the side, preventing the giant hand from crushing or grabbing them. He asks them if they are okay, hoping that they are not hurt after such a sudden move. They ask him in surprise if he is a guard, noticing a special badge on him, but he advises them to leave. He manages to tell them that he will deal with this monster, but it quickly tries to counterattack him. The boy doesn't have time to counter this powerful blow, and he too is thrown far back. The frightened marauders try to figure out what to do, but the bravest ones suggest running away from here while they still have the chance. They apologize to their comrade who sacrifices his life to save them, but decide not to go back for him. The young man wearily rises to his feet and says that at least he is getting the civilians out, which means he is doing his duty. He manages to notice that they abandon their friend and simply run away instead of at least somehow trying to help him. He immediately turns around, realizing that the enemy who was attacking him is still there and is preparing to hit him. He manages to jump to the side, thereby preventing irreparable damage that would definitely kill him. However, this does not make the situation much better, since he understands that the enemy has a serious advantage. In desperation, he grabs his knife to at least have a small chance of destroying this enemy. His target is the weak spot of this shard, which is not easy to reach given the agility of this creature. The young man understands that he must try to hit the body hidden underground and the area connecting the fragment with the disaster. He hopes that the creature is not agile enough to survive his powerful and unexpected attack. He sadly lands on that part of the creature and screams for it to break in one hit, then stabs it with a knife. However, this blow does not produce any results, since the monster's body turns out to be too strong for this knife. The young man wonders why this creature is so strong, while realizing that he no longer has a chance to win. Meanwhile, the disaster shard counterattacks him to knock him off his vulnerable spot and prevent something like this from happening in the future. The young man lands on his feet and tells the creature not to dare underestimate him, as he does not show his true strength. The unknown creature, instead of thinking about these words, simply deals another powerful blow to his body with its hand. In this situation, the young man again fails to dodge the powerful blow and finds himself buried under multiple stone fragments. He tries to cough, but in his situation, it is almost impossible to escape from the captivity of this monster on his own. He understands that he will most likely have to urgently come up with some kind of plan to get out, but he doesn't have time. As the monster swings his fists, he realizes that this is becoming very dangerous, but he cannot dodge. However, within seconds, a beautiful girl armed with energy ribbons cuts the monster into several pieces. This girl is also in the guard corps and comes here to control this area together with him. This girl's name is Cheryl, and she has incredible powers that allow her to create this energy rope. The young man tries to warn her, telling her to be careful since there is still one civilian left there. Cheryl immediately advises him to shut up and flies into the air, pushing off the ground with her powerful legs. She also states that if he doesn't stop worrying about civilians, then she might actually finish him off. After this, she carefully aims at the monster and begins to beat it with her powerful rope blows. After a few such hits, it becomes obvious that the monster is not winning, and it simply explodes from the damage it received. Together with the other guards, she says that there is one wounded person here and there is no threat to his life. One of them says that this fragment is a small specimen and volunteers to compile an incident report. They decide to take this guy into town to interrogate him and give him the necessary medications. Cheryl approaches our protagonist, whose name is Vince, and asks him if he is tired or if he is completely out of his mind. In response to his questions, she says that he shouldn't get into trouble if he doesn't have any abilities. Vince states that he, on the contrary, is trying to help these people because thanks to him, no one suffers, and he is doing his duty. Cheryl says that he is not a real guard, but just a person who does not have the ability to protect people. She asks him how he always knows where the shard appears, and why he arrives first if all his notifications are turned off. The other guards say that this incident will be reported to Mr. Khan, and Vince immediately becomes nervous. He says that Khan is a busy man, so there is no point in bothering him with such nonsense, but they object that Khan is his guardian. The guardian also says that if he doesn't want trouble, he needs to sit quietly, and now he must accept his essence. Vince feels a sense of universal injustice that he has enough power to help ordinary people. In this world, the guardians are the chosen ones who are able to resist the underground monsters called disasters. These are protectors who use superhuman abilities to protect the human world from all sorts of misfortunes. Vince looks at the badge he once received, and the mere sight of that badge causes him unimaginable pain. The thing is, he can't even protect himself, let alone other people, and this causes him genuine sadness and sorrow. However, he still considers himself a guard, since he does not receive this badge for nothing, and he just needs to train. The first disaster is said to be a giant monster that emerges from underground 7 years ago and destroys all of Seoul to the ground. Following it, other disasters that have been hidden underground for a long time break out to the surface and destroy many cities. In addition to this, they also take the lives of countless people who die in this terrible chaos and apocalypse. A real hell on earth reigns. But even in the midst of this infernal carnage, a ray of hope appears. The few survivors miraculously gain powers that allow them to fight against disasters, and they are called guardians. These guardians also learn that sealing stones placed throughout the land prevent the emergence of disasters and their fragments. People begin to leave their ruined homes and flock to where these stones and guardians are located, hoping that it will be safe there. Now we are moving forward to the present, namely to the year 2030, to the first special district, which is located in the city of Daejeon. News reports indicate that 2 bodies were discovered in the restricted area at 10 a.m. today, bringing the number of victims to over 226. Citizens are advised to avoid entering restricted areas under any circumstances and to exercise maximum vigilance. Vince arrives at the Daejeon Guard headquarters, and one of his comrades asks him where he has been for so long. He asks him if he is really getting into trouble again and going into the restricted area without permission to get the shard. He tells him that if this continues, then he will really die, because he is not a real guard. Comrade Vince is stopped by another guard, who advises him not to mess with this boy as he brings nothing but harm. The young man says that it is not so important now and recommends that he call his guardian and not skip dinner. Vince waves goodbye, quietly overhearing the conversation about how everyone thinks he's a crazy psychopath and an idiot. They also wonder what is wrong with these children that Khan takes under his care, because they are all very strange. Each guardian possesses incredible power, but he cannot use it despite his attempts. Vince ignores all the warnings and goes back to the streets, trying to train to become even stronger. He says that he never wants to be weak on purpose, and that he's just a little unlucky and needs more experience. All that distinguishes him from ordinary people is his physical abilities, which are at a much more developed level. After some time, he hears strange pulsations and tries to understand where they are coming from and what they mean. Looking up, he discovers that some kind of energy is concentrated in the city, which flows through it like a river. This is one of the characteristics of our hero, thanks to which he finds fragments faster than anyone else. For him, this energy is not something unfamiliar, and he already understands well what its essence is. Vince hears and sees things that others cannot, but he tries to keep his secret to himself to avoid getting into trouble. One of the spots under the asphalt suddenly starts to glow red, and after a few more minutes, it starts to crack. Vince gets closer to him, when suddenly several giant hands burst out from under the ground, which look very similar to the fragment. Vince studies this phenomenon closely and tries not to rush into trouble in order to figure out what he needs to do next. He doesn't talk about this ability because he is already considered a fool, and they simply don't believe him if he admits it. However, this fragment seems somehow too large to him, and usually such creatures stay away from the city. Vince muses that if something like this were to attack the city, it would be really bad, but it looks like there are no civilians here. Suddenly, he hears a strange child's voice and discovers a little girl named Miro, who says that she is not bad. Looking closer, he realizes that this little girl is trying to talk to the shard and calm it down. After some time, she turns to look at him and suddenly recognizes him and calls him by name, although he has never seen her before. She waves at him, hoping that he knows her too, but he quickly begins to approach her, trying to save her from death. Miro asks him to come closer, but he suddenly jumps to knock her down and thus save her. The giant shard launches a powerful hand attack, but thanks to Vince's agility and speed, the outcome is avoided. He asks her what she is doing here, calls her a girl, and emphasizes that he is seeing her for the first time. He asks her where her parents are, while Miro asks him if his name is really Vince or not. Vince looks at her with eyes full of surprise and asks her how she could have known his name if they had never met before. However, their conversation is unlikely to last long since the giant fragment is still here. Vince tries to protect the girl, while she states that she has been looking for him all this time and asks him again if he is Vince. She states that people convince her that Vince is the one who can help her, but he understands that this is some kind of mistake. Vince grabs Miro and tries to run away, but she states that this friend is not bad and he is just a little angry because of everything that happened. Vince asks her what she means, and Miro states that he has been trying to talk to him all this time, but he can't hear. Looking closely at his face, she says that something is wrong here, as his face seems too worn out. Vince grabs her by the clothes and pulls her away from him a little, saying that they don't have time to look at him now. He asks her who she is and how she knows him, since he has never heard of her or seen her before. Miro, with childish naivety, says that Vince looks very weak and much weaker than she initially assumes. Vince still can't understand where this girl comes from, who insults him so easily and also knows his name. A few moments later, a powerful explosion is heard, since the fragment has no intention of waiting for the end of the conversation. Vince jumps to the side, but he fails to completely dodge the attack and is knocked off his feet by the shockwave. He slowly tries to gather his strength to protect the little child and drag him away from this cruel zone. He says with bitterness that now even some children can help them, but he can't do anything to stop them. He speaks sadly about how he is truly weak, a man without strength or ability who is good for nothing. He asks her if this is partly his fault, since he is doing everything to become stronger. He assures her that he always just wants to help people the same way they once helped him and saved him from death. Vince realizes that he can no longer run away because of his injured leg and apologizes to the girl, saying that he cannot save her. He notes that if someone else, who is a real guard, comes to her, then she would have been saved long ago. Miro takes his finger in her hand and says that there is nothing to worry about, since everything is really fine and she is looking for him. She says that he is actually a good person and she is very nervous before meeting him in person. After this, she carefully asks him if he really wants the power to save other people. Vince tries to understand what she means, and Miro guesses that he really wants the power to help the people he cares about. The shard of disaster gradually advances to crush its victims with merciless attacks from its giant hands. Miro looks at him with shining eyes and says that she is capable of giving him such power if he wants it. There are only a few moments left before their conversation is interrupted by powerful attacks from terrifying limbs filled with energy. Miro extends his hand to him and asks him to accept this power, after which he begins to feel an incredible surge of power. His hand also begins to glow, as if it were overflowing with incredible energy, and he mechanically extends it forward. The giant shard lowers one of its fingers to touch Vince, but the effect is astonishing. A few moments later, a powerful explosion occurs, destroying the fragment as if it were made of paper. This effect is reminiscent of an incredible hurricane in its power, which blows away flimsy sandcastles with incredible ease. Vince watches in shock as he tries to figure out how he can achieve such a powerful effect. However, despite everything that is happening, Miro remains remarkably calm and addresses the protagonist by name. She politely takes his hand and asks him to help her, filling his body with incredible energy again. She declares that in this case she will give him the power that he needs to do good and save people. Vince looks down at her small hand and begins to hear strange voices coming from somewhere in the air. He looks at the giant fragment and realizes that all this time the terrible creature has been screaming about how much pain it is in. Vince tries to understand what it all means, but the power that fills his body becomes too powerful. He quickly turns towards the little girl and asks her who she is, but his legs give way. His vision begins to double and he falls to the ground, no longer able to maintain consciousness. Cheryl, meanwhile, says that they are saving everyone, and except for one wounded person, everything is fine. She also says that they are investigating the illegal entry into the restricted area. She also states that all of this seems strange to her, since the fragments are starting to appear much more frequently. Her interlocutor says that these fragments are starting to appear not only more frequently, but also much closer to the city center. He sternly emphasizes that this safe zone in the city of Daejeon is rapidly beginning to shrink, and this is a very bad sign. He adds that the boundaries of the no-go zones are being expanded, but this is only a temporary measure that will not solve the problem radically. Her interlocutor also says that it is too early to worry about the seal losing its power, since engineering is still looking for a solution. Cheryl says she wants to talk to him about Vince's behavior on the last outing. She says that this time everything is really dangerous and asks him to tell him about it quite harshly. Can, who has been talking to her the whole time, asks her what happens after he hears her sharp screams. Cheryl clutches her phone tightly and sees a very unusual sight in front of her, which frightens her greatly. Can orders her to answer immediately, but she states that it is difficult to explain in words in a way that would be believable. She recommends that he come here on his own in order to understand and sort everything out. After a while, Vince slowly opens his eyes and sees Cheryl in front of him, who is looking at him intently. He asks her where he is, and she sternly tells him that he is in his own room. Vince quickly looks around and realizes that he is indeed not being deceived, and that he is in his room. He also sees Can next to him, asking Cheryl to leave them alone to talk. This man is the commander of all South Korean Guard units and plays an incredibly important role. Vince says that lately all he hears about is that Khan is a famous person and asks him what he is doing here. Can asks him if he has been drinking alcohol and notes that he cannot otherwise explain why he is sleeping on the street. Vince wonders in his mind if everything that is happening is a dream and he is just imagining it. Khan says he's hearing that Vince is getting involved with the shard again, but this time it's dangerous. Vince says that thanks to him, 3 civilians survive, so he does not regret his choice. Can tells him that the only reason he is becoming a guardian, despite his lack of abilities, is because of his recommendations. Vince says that he understands everything perfectly, but he doesn't understand why he is being sent to this particular building. Can says that initially he did think that he had some potential, but those times are already passing. He says in a stern voice that during this time Vince has not shown himself, and he is not fit to be a guard under any circumstances. Khan notes that he hopes to one day develop abilities, but now it's time to face the truth. He suggests that he finally abandon these senseless undertakings, since they do not lead to anything good. Vince says that he refuses because they are making him a guardian themselves, so he must answer to the end. Can claims that if he returns to normal life, he will be able to go to school again, and being stubborn is not helping him. Can also advises him to think carefully, because until he has abilities, it will be difficult for him to protect him. Vince states that he does in fact have powers, but Khan interrupts him, saying that there is a more important problem. Looking him sternly in the eyes, he says that during this time Vince has managed to establish himself as a burden that only slows others down. Vince can't believe his guardian is speaking to him so rudely, and it leaves him speechless. However, this also creates a rebellious rage in his heart, as he feels the injustice of such a decision. He realizes that he is the only one in this world who can see the aura of disasters, while others can only guess. However, he also understands that it is unlikely that anyone will believe him, after which Miro asks him why he is crying. Vince says that this is not true, and Miro declares that it will not be possible to deceive her and that Vince is a real crybaby. Vince starts screaming loudly when he sees a very strange creature that looks like a cloud with eyes. Miro tries to shut him up, saying that if she is discovered, it will be very bad, so he should behave much more quietly. Vince throws her aside, causing her to hit the wall, but due to her ephemeral body, she is not in any danger. Vince wonders how a piece of wool can talk, and Miro replies that it's a crude comparison. She waves her woolen hands at him and tells him that her name is Miro and that from now on he should always call her that. Vince realizes that he recognizes the voice of this strange creature, and it suddenly takes on human form. Miro states that he got better thanks to her powers, reminding her that he fainted and she dragged him here. Vince tries to understand what this means, and the girl tells him that he is too relaxed to accept her powers yet. Vince realizes that apparently what happened last night was definitely not a dream, which means he really did fight the shard. Miro says that she is very smart and will figure everything out correctly next time, and Vince just needs to stop for a while. He asks her who she is and why she decides for him what they will do in the future. He also says that he has no idea about the nature of such a creature, and Miro asks him to shut up. After this, she carefully looks at the protagonist's notes and discovers information about the sealing stone. Miro says she never thought such a stone would be called by such a complex and cumbersome name. Vince grabs her by the body and lifts her into the air, telling her that she shouldn't be snooping around here without permission, ignoring his questions. After this, he orders her to immediately answer the question of who she is, looking closely at this strange creature. Miro jumps out of his arms, says what her name is, but Vince states that this is absolutely not what he is asking her about. Miro says there is a problem with this because it is too late to explain anything. Vince asks her what she means, and Miro responds by asking him if he is afraid of heights. Moments later, Vince finds himself in a very awkward situation as it turns out he is afraid of heights. Miro turns into a giant ball of wool and leaps over walls, then soars far into the sky. Vince demands that she release him immediately, saying that this is a real kidnapping, which is why she asks him to be quiet. Miro asks him to calm down and says that they have almost reached the right place, and transfers him to the restricted area. After they get to a special abandoned village, she drops it on a small building. Vince gets to his feet and asks her what this all means and why she brought him here. Miro takes on human form while Vince decides to look around and realizes that these landforms are familiar to him. After analyzing the cityscape, he realizes that he has ended up in the photographs of the book and they end up in the village of Crimson. Vince says that he has definitely gone crazy, because if they find him here, they will kill him. But Miro replies that she does not know about this. She also talks about how her friends brought her here, reminding him that he also heard voices and friends when she shared her power with him. Vince says that he doesn't understand what she's talking about because he hasn't seen any of Miro's friends in all this time. Miro tells him that when he took her hand, he clearly heard screams calling for help, and it was not his imagination. Vince does remember hearing the eerie screams, but he then writes them off as auditory hallucinations. Miro talks about how he is special and sees things that others do not, and Vince asks her how she knows such information. Miro, in a sad but soft voice, tells him that he is as gifted a person as she is. After this, she recommends that he look into the distance, and Vince realizes that somewhere on the horizon a giant glow is rising. The sight is incredibly frightening, but also captivating, leaving him speechless for a while. The thing is that in the center of this village there is a giant red anomaly that is constantly pulsating. Vince feels incredibly scared and asks the little girl what is going on here, but she asks him to listen carefully. She states that he must help her, and in that case, she will definitely tell him absolutely everything he would like to know. She also promises that she will tell him about his own life, as well as about the friends she constantly hears about. Finally, she shows him the torn-out page and says that she can also tell him about these stones. Vince wonders if the sealing stones are truly a source of security, and Miro promises to dispel that mystery as well. Vince realizes that he may be at a turning point in his life and has a chance to become stronger. The creatures that the field squads of Guardians fight are divided into main bodies and their fragments, which are called shards. They can move underground, but once the sealing stone is installed, these creatures are trapped. Scientists also discovered that if the size of a disaster exceeds the seal's area of effect, its parts burst out. It is these parts that are called fragments, and therefore areas outside the protective boundaries are considered off-limits. Vince had long ago learned that unlike the disaster, the shards were much smaller and weaker, making them easier to deal with. For a normal person, these shards are a threat, but if you are a guardian with minimal abilities, you can defeat them. 3 months after the first disaster wiped out cities, the world had become a living hell. But there were still safe zones on Earth. This immediately attracted the attention of the few survivors, and they began to gather near these safe places. They combed the area for a long time and came to the conclusion that there were absolutely no signs of disaster. It seemed to them as if nothing was happening in these blessed zones, since absolute peace reigned inside. The first generation of Guardians tried to find something in common between them, and in the center of each such zone they discovered mysterious stones. After this, they stated that these sealing stones were protecting them, so they needed to be protected at all times. If we follow this hypothesis, then disasters are just brainless and unfeeling monsters, and stones are a way to hold them. However, our protagonist always had serious doubts about this, since something in this theory does not add up. The whole point is that thanks to his ability, he can more accurately sense the energy that flows near this stone, and it has long begun to seem to him that the light breaking through from underground is nothing other than a form of this disaster. The movement of these energetic barriers feels as if this stone is connected to these disasters, but it is their captor. Vince begins to suspect that these stones are actually the main body of the disaster and cannot save people. Vince asks her what they need to do, and Miro asks him to follow her, promising that they are almost there. After some time, she reaches a small place and says that they have finally arrived at the right place. Vince peers around the corner cautiously and immediately freezes in surprise, not believing his own eyes. The thing is that he sees a small sealing stone from which loud screams are constantly heard. Taking a closer look at this stone, he realizes that it is on the verge of collapse, and therefore the entire village has turned into ruins. Vince muses that it looks like even the guards haven't been here, since there isn't a single soul in the area. Taking a closer look, he realizes that the basic security system is still working, and therefore it would be too dangerous to stay here. Miro says that now he has to destroy this stone, and Vince replies that this is the most idiotic idea he has ever heard. Miro claims that the stone is the source of evil, but Vince argues that he would not be so categorical in his judgments. Miro reassures him that she will give him strength so he doesn't have to worry about anyone getting hurt. A serious conflict ensues between them as Vince flatly refuses to destroy the stone. Miro realizes that she will have to act on her own and approaches the stone to kick it. Vince tries to push it aside while the alarm system states that the stone is damaged. Miro says that she will not go anywhere, and if she is caught, she will say that it was he who made her fight with this stone. She also says that then everyone will understand what a terrible person Vince is, because he uses a child who doesn't understand anything. Miro tells him that he must break this stone in order to find out the truth, or he can choose another option. From her point of view, the second option would be to simply run away like a wet chicken and lose all respect in her eyes. Vince realizes that he himself is curious to know what is inside this stone, after which he grabs her hand. Taking a more comfortable grip on her, he feels a surge of incredible strength and says that any consequences remain on her conscience. He then launches a powerful attack at the stone, hoping that it won't be strong enough to withstand it. After the blows received, an even greater flow of otherworldly energy begins to emanate from the stone, which strives to break out. Vince asks Miro if it is really safe, but she states that he shouldn't ask that question and should continue. She rightly reminds him that there is no turning back anyway, so there is no point in asking himself about safety. Vince agrees with her, after which he continues to build up his strength and deliver powerful blows to this stone. This time, the cracks become even more numerous, and it becomes obvious that very soon the stone will simply fall apart into small pieces. Miro senses that there is only one more blow left to strike and tells him to finish off this piece of stone. Vince grits his teeth, preparing to deliver a powerful finishing attack, and swings his fist again. After this, the attack falls with all its weight and the energy it has received onto the sealing stone. After a few moments, the dust settles, and he says that they have managed to destroy this artifact. However, immediately after this, he sees a giant red dot that seems to start peering at him. Vince takes a few steps back in horror, but it's too late to dodge. A powerful creature bursts out of the ground, and Vince somehow manages to avoid any damage. He quickly tries to catch his breath and restore his heartbeat so he can continue the fight. The creature that emerged from underground is truly enormous and can be considered one of the most serious disasters. Vince asks what he should do now, and Miro turns back into a fluffy cloud and declares that they need to fight. She shows him the creature's main weak point and tells him that he needs to destroy this glowing thing. Vince claims that he is too weak, but Miro says that he has to believe and that with his strength, he can definitely handle it. She encourages him to give it his all, promising full support to ensure that he has enough internal resources. Vince realizes that he doesn't even have time to panic, as the upcoming battle has already begun. He quickly picks up speed to take advantage of the monster's momentary delay and climb on top of it. After this, he takes a short pause to gain strength in his legs and push off the ground. The jump is truly magnificent, as its outstanding physical qualities are amplified many times over. Vince is surprised at how high he can now jump and almost falls down because he has trouble keeping his balance. His body becomes so light that it cannot be compared to what it was like just a couple of days ago. Miro tells him that everything will be okay, and Vince realizes that now is the time to trust her. He reflects on the fact that he would not have been able to leave even a scratch on this monster using normal means. Now he thinks that perhaps now he will finally be able to stand in line with the other guards and show what he is capable of. After this, he rushes forward, making several jumps across the body of this giant monster. The monster tries to knock him off his body, but our hero turns out to be too agile and fast for such attacks. Vince decides to take full advantage of his increased agility to close in on his opponent. It doesn't take more than a few seconds before he reaches the desired area of the body and begins to hit it with his fists. The monster tries to clumsily parry these attacks, but his fate is already sealed, as Vince has taken the matter seriously. At a certain point, he realizes that the time has come for the main blow, which must be aimed at the very heart of the creature. A few moments before this blow is delivered, he begins to hear strange sounds that resemble numerous screams. The creature, despite looking incredibly aggressive, seems to be screaming for help and asking to be released. Vince realizes he needs to concentrate all his strength to finish this fight with a powerful blow. He states that he has no idea why this monster is suffering so much and is asking for help. After this, he proudly and confidently declares that one way or another he will put an end to this suffering and free this creature. After this, a bright flash of light flashes in the air, which marks the beginning of the era of a new hero who will finally bring peace to this world. Vince delivers a powerful blow to the creature's weak spot and finds that his blows are causing cracks to spread. These cracks look as if the protagonist had hit not a hideous monster, but a giant mirror. Vince looks into this mirror for the first time, and what he sees makes him horrified, and numerous goosebumps run across his skin. Numerous silhouettes of people appear before him, people he has never seen before and who could not be inside this monster. A few more moments later, a powerful explosion finally occurs, causing Vince to lose his ability to see for a while. After this, he falls down, remembering what he was once told in lectures when he was studying for the position of a private guard. He was told that when the protective stone is destroyed, the disaster breaks out and it becomes quite difficult to destroy it. However, the teacher said that if the heart of the disaster was destroyed, then the monster could be destroyed. According to scientific data, if the shell is destroyed, the disaster will simply lose its shape and disappear. Meanwhile, Vince watches as a strange boy appears in front of him who looks like a ghost. After a few seconds of silent eye contact, the boy closes his eyes and nods slowly, looking at the protagonist. Vince and Miro land on the ground, finding that the energy environment around them has changed significantly. Vince turns to his ally and slowly tells her about what he saw. He asks her if these people are the same friends she has been telling him about all this time. Miro says that these are the innocent souls of dead people, whom this stone kept in captivity for many years. Vince asks her what she means, and Miro, slightly annoyed, says that he already knows the answer. She reminds him that once upon a time something incredibly terrible and cruel in nature happened here. She bends down to a small flower and plucks it, saying that something happened here that should never have happened. Vince looks at her and realizes that her words alone make his heart ache, because he already guesses what happened here. Once upon a time, there was a real massacre here, as the Korean peninsula was then torn apart by a brutal war. This war is known for the deaths of many people, regardless of whether they deserved their fate or not. Miro says that the many people who were killed here were not even given the opportunity to understand why it was done. She claims that it was then that this stone appeared, to cover up the mistake and cover up the traces of this crime. Miro says that in those days many people were afraid of meeting the dead and therefore decided to buy them off with tombstones. She also talks about how this seal holds back souls and prevents them from rising to the surface, and that was very bad. The longer they are locked up, the greater their despair becomes, and eventually they turn into cruel monsters. Miro states that this is precisely the logic behind the emergence of disasters that these people fear like fire. She tells him that the stone not only holds back the occurrence of disasters, but is also the cause of their occurrence. Vince says that the Guardians claim that disasters happen on their own, and Miro replies that he himself knows that this is not true. Looking into his eyes, she says that after this stone was destroyed, there will be no more disasters here. Vince looks at her closely and realizes that now his understanding of the world is turned upside down. Miro pauses briefly, then tells him that he should follow her. She promises to show him something very important, hoping that it will finally sway him to the right side of history. After she turns into a cloud, she gains incredible agility and can quickly jump for kilometers. Vince asks her where they are going, to which the girl replies that they are going to a very high place. Vince tries to figure out the reason for such a rush and looks around, hoping to find clues. Looking at the place where the retaining stone used to be, he discovers a giant crater there. Vince notes that the disaster energy is completely gone, and Miro says that she wants to save everyone trapped underground. Vince says that this means that the cores need to be destroyed, but then the remaining cities will be destroyed. Miro says that people who live in these cities are in mortal danger no matter what. After some time, they reach the required place, and Miro again takes on a funny human form. She takes the protagonist by the hand and brings him closer so that he can see everything with his own eyes. Vince peers into the distance, and what he sees again makes him completely change his attitude towards what is happening. Miro says that the disasters that are locked underground become too strong and the stones can no longer cope. Vince sees a branching system of energy flows that are drawn to each other at incredible speed. It's starting to look like a real spiderweb, which is incredibly creepy given the context of what's happening. She also shows him that disasters that are close to each other begin to merge more strongly. She also states that if they are not released one by one beforehand, they will unite and break out, destroying everything. Miro explains that her request is made not only for the sake of her friends, but also for the sake of all the living people who will die as a result of this disaster. Vince turns to her again in surprise and asks why she chose him. Miro says that she already told him that the reason is that he is a special person. She pauses briefly, giving him time to think things over, and asks him if he agrees to help her. She extends her hand to him in the hope that he will answer her call to try to save this world. Vince looks at her for a moment with a lost look, but he doesn't really have much of a choice. However, after thinking for a bit, he says that he still agrees to help and that there is nothing cruel in saving people. He grins and states that he has no other options, so he sees no harm in giving it a try. Meanwhile, the camera, located in the area where the recently destroyed stone had been all this time, continues to record what is happening. The sensors are still sending signals to headquarters, so someone has definitely detected that something happened here. The task force is in full swing, and staff report that officers have already left for the scene. However, they are now interested in something else, since the appearance of fragments makes their work increasingly difficult. Some employees are chatting about the technical condition of the equipment when they suddenly notice Khan appearing. They assume he came here because of the Vince incident, and Khan claims he came after Cheryl called. Khan approaches one of the employees and says that he has a serious request concerning Vince, who is very worried. His colleague says that he still has a special feeling for the boy, and Khan chuckles briefly. He adds that this boy seems like a relative to him, when suddenly another guard runs into the room. He states that they have activated alarms from the Crimson area, and Khan reminds that the area was closed. However, he demands that the report be made right now and to him personally, since they have very little time. After a while, he quickly returns to the elevator to go about his business, as circumstances have changed. He arrives at the Prime Minister's office and tells him he has urgent information, but he says he has already reviewed it. Kan tries to start a conversation, but some objects immediately fly at him and bounce off to the side. This object turns out to be an ashtray, and the angry politician says that he himself understands what is happening here. He says that one destroyed small ceiling stone is not yet critical. After this, he shows him a small photograph taken from the camera and tells him that this is the problem. He orders that this damned creature be found immediately, since it is the source of all the problems. He also points to an unknown silhouette on camera, stating that the identity of this person must be established. Kan looks at the boy closely while the politician declares that this is an order. After he leaves the Prime Minister, he is asked if he is okay, and he replies that there is nothing to worry about. Wiping away the blood, he says that now he urgently needs to call a meeting to discuss important issues. He says that this needs to be organized as quietly as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Some guards' icons begin to glow, indicating the need to urgently arrive at the designated location. These guards form a special group of people whom Khan trusts most in matters of security. He states that this meeting must be urgently organized in a week at the central headquarters in the city of Daejeon. One of the guards picks up his token, which begins to actively glow blue and vibrate loudly. Kan emphasizes that this meeting will only be held for leaders at the special circle level, which is difficult to get into. There are countless unjust deaths in the world, and attempts to cover them up have always accompanied human history. During the Korean War, the South Korean army committed genocide in the territories recaptured from North Korean troops. This genocide was committed under the pretext of fighting the accomplices of the northern regime. But it was precisely this that gave rise to a real tragedy. Vince reads the story and realizes that it was after this that the seal stones were created to keep evil souls away. Miro says that no one realized at the time what a disaster it would turn into. And Vince notes that 50 years ago, all records of them disappeared. The souls, left for decades, continued to build up their energy underground until their power surpassed that of the stones. Miro speaks of those who are still underground joining forces to free themselves and break out. She notes that if everything is left as is, then one day a powerful catastrophe will occur that will finally destroy the Earth. Vince thinks it sounds like nonsense, but the guard's data confirms this theory perfectly. He counts the increasing number of fragments in neighboring villages and realizes that the disasters are starting to connect with each other. Vince wonders why the guards haven't figured out the nature of the disasters yet, as it's extremely important. He suggests that if this is true, then they must destroy all the disasters before it is too late. Vince asks her how she even has this information, to which she replies that it is a secret. Vince is trying to figure out if this is even possible to believe when his computer starts beeping frantically. The system informs him that in order to access these materials, he needs to have a higher rank to avoid problems. Vince can't believe this misunderstanding, thinking that just recently everything was completely normal and he had access. He receives an additional notification that his rank has been changed and he has now become an intern with fewer rights. Vince can't believe this outcome and claims that it's impossible and that there must be some kind of mistake. After some time, he receives a call and abruptly picks up the phone, saying that there was an error in his clearance level. He is immediately told that this is the administration's decision, since problems have arisen at the top and they have decided to remove him. Vince asks how long this will last and is told that this time it is serious and the restrictions may not be lifted. He is advised to stop cherishing the dream of remaining in the guards and take up more important work, after which Vince says goodbye to his interlocutor. Miro looks at him in surprise and asks what happened and why he suddenly became so sad. Vince reports that he currently has no access to any data or information and that he is formally discharged as a guard. Miro claims that there is no problem, because you just need to find all the stones and break them. But Vince replies that it is not that simple. He tells her that there are actually more than 100 of these stones and that going ahead would be an extremely stupid decision. Vince wonders what he should do now, while Miro states that he was more of a coward than she thought. Vince reflects on how he wasn't even allowed on missions in the first place, and now he has very few options left. However, he still decides not to lose heart and quickly comes up with another way to get back on track. He quickly considers all the possible pros and cons of such a decision and understands that this will be the best choice. This way, he will be able to return to the Guard as a full-fledged employee, and there will be no questions asked of him. We briefly move to the locker room, where several squads of guards are located, including Cheryl. One of them approaches her and offers her some water to drink, after which she calmly thanks him for his help. A colleague says that the work of second-level guards is really hard, since they are constantly going on sorties. Cheryl says it's livable here, then asks him what the technical department does in the field team. The bespectacled guard replies that he came on business, after which some colleagues behind him begin to talk. They claim that Vince's level 3 was taken away and he is now left as an intern, which is why he could soon be kicked out. Cheryl asks in surprise if they've already fired Vince, and her colleague immediately replies that they haven't. He says he was simply transferred to the technical department so that he could contribute to the Guardian Corps in another way. He also adds that Vince himself asked for this and stated that he was refusing field assignments and wanted to work there. Cheryl is surprised to hear that he was welcomed with open arms because they are short-staffed. The Guardians are divided into two main divisions, including a field division that deals with disasters and debris. There is also a technical department that researches the powers of the Guardians and disasters, and is responsible for the maintenance of stones and seals. Although there are those who move there voluntarily, the technical department is usually considered a soft dismissal. Cheryl wonders how someone like Vince would suddenly decide to move into the tech department on his own. Suddenly, her colleague stops her and says that Vince, who was recently mentioned, has appeared in front of them. She also notices that he looks surprisingly normal, although given his personality, he should be crying and complaining. She asks if she should leave him alone to be with his thoughts, but Cheryl doesn't answer. She approaches him and asks him carefully if he has really decided to move to the technical department. Vince greets her calmly, and Cheryl reminds him that he recently complained that he would die rather than stay in the field. A colleague says that it must have finally dawned on him that he shouldn't be looking for trouble, otherwise he would have been seriously hurt long ago. Vince looks at her calmly, doing nothing to ignite the conflict. After a short silence, he says that apparently this is exactly what happened, which makes the girl very surprised. After this, he waves his hand at her and says that he wishes her luck, but he already needs to return to his duties. Cheryl watches him go and says, disconcerted, that he's kind of weird, to which her colleague replies that he's always been like that. After a brief pause, he notices that, come to think of it, she clearly has an interest in Vince and is constantly watching him. Cheryl replies that this is not true, reminding him that he is usually the one who starts yelling in situations like this. After this, she assumes that he is hiding something, so she decides to follow him using her skills. Cheryl deliberately waits until the end of the workday and discovers that Vince is heading somewhere unknown. She immediately begins to suspect something is wrong and decides that there is no better moment to follow him. The thing is that at such times he usually never went to unknown places and stayed in his room. Cheryl follows him carefully for several tens of minutes until he reaches the edge of the restricted area. Vince looks around, feeling uneasy, as if someone has been watching him closely all this time. Cheryl waits for him to turn away again and sees him jump beyond the restricted area. Cheryl says that he's up to something again, and doesn't immediately realize that she said it out loud and almost gave herself away. Vince turns around sharply, trying to figure out if he had misheard or if he had actually heard someone's voice. Cheryl doesn't make a single move, which allows her to clear herself of any suspicion that she is following him. Cheryl realizes that she is also hiding, because she has absolutely nothing to hide and can safely patrol this area. She admits to herself that she is simply afraid that this fool will do something again and the responsibility will be placed on her. She quickly jumps over the edge of the restricted area and looks around, trying to figure out where Vince is. Looking at these ruins, she realizes that Vince simply disappeared into thin air, as if he had never been here. Vince was nearby the whole time, keeping a close eye on Cheryl as he had not removed all suspicions of surveillance. He wonders why Cheryl is suddenly interested in him, since before she even winced when she met his gaze. Miro shrugs, then decides to touch him to transfer his incredible power to him. Vince says that caution never hurt anyone, so you need to act carefully and quickly. Meanwhile, one of the guards receives a notice about the need to hold an emergency meeting in a week. The person who received this message is saying that this scoundrel probably thinks the tech department is trash. An employee approaches him and says that he has brought the main reports for today, and the commander immediately takes them. He asks if there is anything unusual here and is told that everything in these reports is absolutely standard. After that, he takes a close look at Vince's personal file and asks if this is the boy the administration values so much. His colleague reports that he himself requested a transfer to the technical department, and the commander immediately begins to analyze this. They tell him that this guy is surprisingly smart and will easily fit into the team. The commander says they are not in a position to abandon people, adding that there are other considerations. He recommends a personal meeting with him, and it becomes known that this man is the head of the central department named Kenton. Meanwhile, Vince continues to practice to improve his fighting skills before facing new enemies. Vince reflects on how he needs to become even stronger and faster, as the calamities are very powerful opponents. He delivers a powerful blow to the thick tree, and with one blow turns it into miserable splinters and dust. However, he remains dissatisfied with the result, and understands that he needs to strike more skillfully and accurately. He reflects on the fact that he needs to gather all his energy and release it outward, like a shot from a gun. This allows him to perform a ranged attack, although it dissipates fairly quickly. Vince watches these energy waves closely to see how effective this attack is. Much to his dismay, he fails to even leave a scratch on the wood, which is far below his expectations. Vince reflects on the fact that he literally does not understand what is going on, because as soon as the energy leaves the body, the form immediately disintegrates. Miro says that you can just punch him, and Vince replies that brute force can't always help him. He says that your level as a guardian depends on how freely you can shape your energy. Miro yawns and says that it is a rather complex concept that is not close to her, and that she still thinks it is better to just hit. Vince admits that he has studied the theory very well, but still does not understand how it feels, because he did not have the ability. Over the course of several nights of secret training, he realized three main things that needed to be followed. The first is that if Miro is nearby, he receives power, but it is not necessary to hold on to it all the time. The second discovery was that, unlike the Guardians who can shape their energy, he can only fight hand-to-hand. And finally, the third discovery is the most important detail that he is still trying to understand. Vince looks closely at his results and the results of their battles and realizes that this force is much stronger than he thought. He manages to turn a giant grove of trees into a cleared forest in a matter of seconds. However, he still has a lot to learn in order to control this power as best as possible. A few moments later, he hears strange vibrations in the ground and realizes that something hostile is approaching him. His premonition turns out to be correct, as just a few minutes later, a giant monster bursts out from behind him. This fragment, taking the form of a horse, immediately rushes forward to devour its target. Vince throws a normal punch without much effort and instantly shatters the shard, barely hitting Miro. Having regained his strength, he realizes that this is only a fragment, but the creature itself is not here. Using his incredible and supernatural talent, he discovers that he needs to follow the energy thread further. Vince encourages Miro to move forward, and she asks him not to talk to her like she's some kind of Pokemon or mount. We flash forward to the next morning, where the employees thank each other for their work and recommend getting a good night's rest. Cheryl asks if the rumors about an attacker who recently showed up in one of the neighborhoods are true. One of the guards says that this is about rumors that someone is breaking seal stones in the villages near the city of Dijon. Cheryl asks if she has heard anything about this, to which she states that she knows nothing about such cases. Suddenly, Vince's friend named Caleb appears behind her and immediately calls out to Vince to get his attention. He tells him that permission to transfer to the technical department has been received, and he has been assigned the third rank. Vince happily replies that he was beginning to fear that he had been forgotten, but Caleb declares that he is still very lucky. He asks him what came over him, reminding him that before he did not want to leave the field department under any circumstances. Vince says he simply realized it was time to face reality and stop pointlessly resisting. Cheryl continues to watch him closely, fully aware that he is not telling her everything and constantly runs away into the restricted area. Vince notices her look and tries to figure out what's wrong with her again, while Caleb states that for now he will work with him. Cheryl, meanwhile, continues to watch him very closely, not taking her eyes off him for a single second. Vince, on the contrary, tries to relax and even jokes a little in order to win over his colleague. Cheryl, meanwhile, realizes that something is definitely wrong here, and she needs to continue to monitor this person so that it doesn't become a problem. He tries to get home as quickly as possible so he can literally jump out of his boots and rush on. Miro asks him where he is going, to which Vince replies that he needs to get to the archives for new information. He proudly says that this is where he will be able to access all the latest materials, and Miro declares that she is tired. Vince says that she can wait for him here and keep a low profile since he will be back very soon. Miro looks at him in surprise and asks if he's really completely satisfied with everything. Vince asks her what she means, and Miro reminds him that he had a reason for wanting to stay in the field. Vince says that this is indeed true, but now he has realized something that is much more important. Vince asks her to close the door behind him, and Miro reminds him to come back quickly because it's very boring here. After she is left alone, she sighs and says that her friend is the most pathetic liar there is. Vince doesn't complain that the transfer from one department to another took a whole week and it's not very efficient. But there is no choice. He realizes that during his secret training, he destroyed 3 seal stones, taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching him. He understands that these seals were small and abandoned, but the guards must have noticed his presence. He is looking for some new materials and assumes that most likely, no one will make them publicly available even if they are digging into his dossier. Looking at the latest reports, he realizes that even the level of activity of the fragments around has not been recorded. At first he assumes that this is even good news, but after a while he remembers Miro's words. She asks him why he looks like everything is fine when he had a reason to stay in the field unit at any cost. Vince remembers that there really was such a reason, and briefly dives into memories from a year ago. Khan receives information that Vince has lost his memory, retaining only his name, age, and a couple of fragments of events from 2 years ago. Khan claims that it can indeed be considered a strange stroke of luck, while Vince claims that he does remember some things. Khan turns towards him in surprise, and Vince states that these memories can hardly convey the whole picture. After this, he begins to look closely at Khan's face and again immerses himself in the memories that remain with him. He claims that the person who saved him at that very moment of disaster was Khan. Vince asks if his memories are accurate, hinting that he was the one who killed that monster. Vince talks about hearing about people called Guardians and how they protect people from these monsters. Khan agrees that this is indeed the case and is one of those people, after which Vince says that he would like to be like that too. Khan was very surprised by such determination, and Vince says that one of the guards mentioned that he also had such power. After this, he proudly asks if he can become such a brave warrior and freezes in anticipation of an answer. Khan can't believe his ears, as this is the last thing he expected to hear from a disaster victim. After this, he pats him on the head, saying that this issue can indeed be resolved with due diligence. He also grins and promises that he will look forward to him joining the ranks of the guards and becoming a great warrior. Vince comes back to reality, realizing that those dreams never came true despite all his efforts. He slaps himself on the cheeks and says that there is no point in concentrating on this now since it is already in the past. Vince reflects on the fact that he told his mentor about all this, but now is not the right time and they will not believe him. He wonders if things are really much worse and if the top brass of the guards have known for a long time, but are simply hiding what is happening. As he continues to research the necessary information, he suddenly comes across a very strange publication that arouses his interest. This publication refers to a field team investigation into the Liberation Group case, but it has been discontinued. Vince is trying to figure out what this Liberation Group is and why it is getting so little attention, because it should be something serious. Vince quickly heads home and opens the door, saying that Miro needs to wake up as soon as possible because he has questions. Vince looks around and finds a tense Miro, who says there's been a bit of a mishap. Vince looks down a little and finds Cheryl pinned down, unconscious from the force of the blow. Miro is well aware that they have been exposed and wonders what they should do now and how to deal with this situation. To understand how everything came to this strange point, we go back some time to when Miro was sleeping. She was awakened by strange clicking sounds, as if someone was trying to break down the door or was constantly tugging at the door handle. Miro, being a very trusting child and a naive creature, opened the door herself, assuming that Vince had forgotten the password. However, she quickly realized that it was not Vince who had come to visit her, but Cheryl, who had been trying to break the lock all this time. Miro and Cheryl's eyes met, and in that very second, the little creature realized that it was necessary to act quickly. Vince listens to this story with genuine surprise and himself says that she should have been much more careful. He reminds her that she shouldn't open the door in such a state, and Miro apologizes to him for her mistake. Vince asks her how she was able to knock out such a powerful opponent with just one blow. Miro is clearly avoiding the answer, and Vince orders her not to prevaricate and to tell exactly how everything actually happened. After a few moments, Cheryl gradually comes to her senses, and our heroes immediately become even more tense. Cheryl wonders what happened and why she ended up on the floor and suddenly lost consciousness. Opening her eyes slightly, she looks closely at her comrade and discovers a strange creature next to him. Miro tries to hide behind the protagonist's legs, but her size prevents her from being unnoticed. Cheryl jumps to her feet and says that this is all some kind of devilry that needs to be dealt with immediately. Vince quickly shuts her up, knowing that if she screams in surprise, it will attract a lot of unwanted attention. He claims that there really is a strange animated ottoman in this room, and that he can see it clearly too. Cheryl bites his hand hard, calls him a baseless bastard, and claims that she knew something was wrong with him. Vince says that even if he was hiding something, it still doesn't give her the right to break into someone else's room. Cheryl grabs Miro's hand and lifts her up, after which she immediately orders him to explain everything in detail. Miro tenses up a little and transfers some of his strength to Cheryl, who immediately feels her body begin to rebel. Vince asks what happened as Cheryl reluctantly begins to empty her stomach. Vince asks what she did, and Miro looks around nervously, trying to figure out how to explain it. She says that if Miro's power is transferred to an ordinary person, then roughly the same thing happens to him, although Cheryl is still holding on. Vince says he feels absolutely fine, and Miro reminds him that he is a unique person. Cheryl gradually regains her strength and declares that she will never forgive him and will definitely deal with him. Vince quickly grabs Miro and then lands a few light punches to Cheryl's face to bring her to her senses. Cheryl quickly gives in and declares that she will not attack him, hoping to soften her fate. After this, she says that her health is deteriorating again, and Vince notes that he understands perfectly well that she is irritated by what is happening. Vince asks her to pretend she didn't see anything, and Cheryl demands an answer to the question of what he is hiding here. She also says that he has been acting very strange lately, like something is wrong with him. She reminds him that he is terribly stubborn and suddenly abandoned the field detachment, starting to run back and forth as if he was busy with important matters. Vince asks if she's really been watching him so closely all this time, and Cheryl orders him to shut up. She gets to her feet and declares that he must explain everything properly, otherwise she will report it to her superiors right now. Vince looks at her carefully and understands that now he can't get away with it and will have to reveal the whole essence to her. He also notes that she looks a bit stupid, but at such moments she always knows where to dig. He also claims that he can use force to prevent disclosure, but Cheryl doubts he will do that. Vince says that even if he tells her everything as it is, she still won't believe him, and Cheryl says that's not true. Vince whispers to Miro and asks if it's really impossible to pass on her power to someone else, even if it's just for a little while. Miro states that the human body is not capable of withstanding such a volume of force, but theoretically a small portion could still be transmitted. Cheryl watches them closely and sternly asks what they are whispering about without letting her know. Vince rubs his head and says that he will explain what happened here so that it becomes clearer. After this, he states that they need to go somewhere with him so that it will be easier for him to explain everything. Cheryl agrees to this proposal, and after a few dozen minutes she realizes that this was the worst decision of her life. Miro quickly increases in size to carry them both, but Cheryl continues to scream because she is afraid of heights. Miro says he wants to let her go, but Vince says that can be done another time, but not now. After this, he carefully looks at the energy anomalies and directs them to the center of one of them. Cheryl asks him why he kept going into those restricted areas, reminding him that they are incredibly dangerous. Vince says that in Daejeon alone, there are dozens of medium and small stones hidden, each of which contains a disaster. Vince wonders how long these stones have been around, who installed them, and how they knew where the disaster was. Cheryl states that the guards don't have time to bother their heads with such questions and think about such things. Vince says they will now have no choice but to accept the new reality and think about it. Cheryl asks why he brought them to the abandoned village, while Miro changes back to human form. Vince takes her hand to recharge her energy and tells her that she must be quiet and careful now. He asks her not to be afraid and to silently watch what is about to happen, after which he prepares for the most difficult stage. Cheryl looks at him in surprise and asks what exactly he wants to show her and why he brought her here. However, after a few moments, a terrible thought occurs to her and she watches as Vince heads towards the cracked stone. Before she can say anything, he delivers a powerful blow that destroys the structure. Cheryl tries to stop him, but little Miro jumps on her to prevent this. She asks if she came here because she is a good friend of Vince, adding that she should trust him. Cheryl asks her to leave her alone, but the girl states that she agreed to fly here herself. She suggests that Cheryl actually wants to know the truth because she really wants to believe Vince. Miro states that Vince is definitely not a bad person and did not hide important information for his own gain. Miro says that she asked him so that he could save the friends she sees and can communicate with. A few moments later, a giant creature appears in the place where the sealing stone had just been. Some time ago, Vince asks Miro if she could show the images of her friends to another person. Vince suggests that if the power of non-sight is fully utilized, it can be channeled through sight to help one see. Miro agrees, stating that Cheryl is quite tough, so it might be a good idea to open her eyes to what's going on. After this, he sends his power into Cheryl's head and asks her to concentrate hard on awareness. She advises her to watch what is happening closely so that she can understand the true nature of these creatures. At first, Cheryl doesn't understand what they're trying to sell her, but after a few moments, the truth finally dawns on her. Vince, meanwhile, continues to fight the giant monster to finally give it a chance to rest. After a powerful explosion occurs and the shockwave dissipates, Vince falls to the ground, breathing heavily from the battle. Cheryl looks at him with a stunned look, wondering what she just saw with her own eyes. Cheryl can't believe what she saw and says she never suspected that the disaster was anything more than monsters. She manages to notice people emerging from this monster and heading towards the sky, although this has never happened before. Cheryl asks him, frightened, what he did to these people and why they disappeared so quickly. Vince says that this is the real face of disaster, which people mistakenly perceive as something terrible. Vince claims that no one knew this truth, or they knew it but did not want to admit it and constantly hid it from other people. Looking closely at his ally, he promises that he will explain everything she wishes, since this is a truly complex topic. He also expresses hope that she will not resist and will simply help him in completing his task. Cheryl always stood out from the other guards due to her very specific attitude towards the main character. However, in reality, she had very specific reasons for this, which she was in no hurry to talk about. As soon as Vince came to his senses, she immediately went to him to finally talk to him. Of course, Vince, who had lost his memory, didn't remember anything, so for him, this was a complete stranger. He looked at her in surprise and asked who she was, which immediately caused her to fall into a stupor, trying to figure out what to do. After consulting with a doctor, she learned that Vince had suffered memory loss, which is why he hardly knew anyone. Caleb later told her that he didn't even remember his own name, because he had been unconscious for 2 whole years. Cheryl was very surprised by such a long period of time, because any guardian who received power should have recovered faster. Caleb stated that it hadn't been 10 years since the first plagues and guardians appeared, so they didn't know anything yet. He honestly admitted that inside this system they still wander like blind kittens trying to find the light. He also asked her if they were friends, remembering that they were from the same area and probably knew each other. Cheryl reluctantly said that they had gone to the same school and then wanted to say something else, but stopped herself. She stated that she simply recognized a familiar face and was a little confused, surprised that he didn't remember her. Cheryl is clearly not telling the whole story, as this man means much more to her than just a school colleague. Vince immediately recognizes that she is lying, after which he remembers that each guardian awakens a power after encountering a disaster. In 2027, following the events in Seoul, the next largest disaster occurred in the city of Gwangju, claiming the lives of tens of thousands of people. Of the few survivors, only Cheryl and Vince have awakened the Guardian's power, and this seems very strange to him, meaning something is wrong here. Miro carefully approaches the protagonist and asks him if he is okay while he picks up a flower. Miro suggests that if they let her go, she might report everything to the authorities, but Vince states that she will make the right decision. Miro says she felt like she couldn't stand Vince for some reason she didn't say. Vince tells her not to worry, saying that she is not so stupid as to lose her head over personal grievances. Vince also says that he is already very familiar with her look and has several theories about it. He claims that she really doesn't like him, but in reality there is something more behind it that he hasn't discovered yet. From his point of view, she doesn't really hate him, while Cheryl is trying to come to terms with what just happened. Vince watches her go, and then realizes that this situation has indeed turned out to be quite risky. He states that if they think about it, they could end up in a bad situation, so Miro should be much more careful and not open the doors. Cheryl, meanwhile, continues to remember what happened last time, and Vince is still in front of her eyes. She barely hears the voices of other people telling her that she needs to wake up, otherwise it will be too late. Vince's image gradually begins to blur and turn into something terrible, mixing with the thoughts that haunt her. However, with each passing second, she begins to hear more and more clearly strange cries that call her by name. At a certain point, she comes to her senses and realizes that these screams belong to someone else. Quickly concentrating, she realizes that she needs to be quicker because a charge from one of the fragments just flew past her. Another guard tells her that she has completely lost her mind if she decided to fight monsters so recklessly. Cheryl quickly realizes that such thoughts in battle can only cripple her or send her to the next world. After this, she decides to use her spiritual power to form a large whip and destroy the monster. A colleague asks her what's wrong with her today, assuming that she has suffered some serious injury that is preventing her from fighting. Cheryl quickly and curtly replies that she is just really tired, but otherwise everything is fine, and they just need to rest. The guard says that in this case they need to return to headquarters, since no more requests for help are coming in. Cheryl asks a colleague how bad the situation is in Gumsan and is told that the town is now closed. Cheryl wonders what all this means and is told that the seal has been destroyed and no one is allowed in there yet, except for elite fighters. He also quietly says that this information is unofficial and reminds that earlier he spoke about one person. He clarifies that this man is hunting for sealing stones, and there is speculation that he was the one who destroyed them in Gumsan. Cheryl wonders what good there is in breaking seals, as it seems quite counterintuitive to her. The guard says that he knows nothing about this, but he heard about some sect that was obsessed with this. This guard clenches his fists, saying that someone is fighting, everything is blowing up, and the world is heading towards the abyss. Cheryl makes a firm decision to find out what the real nature of Vince's actions is and cautiously makes her way home. After this, she quietly leaves her shelter and rushes straight to the very city that was destroyed. Cheryl speculates that the seal here was broken exactly 9 days ago, so it's probably full of monsters. However, she realizes that, apart from the giant hole from which the disaster erupted, there are no other signs of the breakthrough. She finds that it is surprisingly quiet here, and there is not a single disaster or fragment, as if it is now possible to live here. However, a few moments later, she discovers a security camera that is likely still storing information. She decides to take the data from this camera and return home to check it on her personal computer. After making sure that no one is watching her, she starts the process of decrypting the files so that they can be viewed. Cheryl finds the files and realizes that this will be enough, remembering her last conversation with Vince. Cheryl then asked him why he trusted her, and Vince replied that the look on her face said it all. Vince admits that he had exactly the same expression on his face when he first saw what she saw. Vince asked her if she was interested in knowing what exactly these people had hidden from her for unknown reasons. He added that this feeling was impossible to shake off, and Cheryl now understood what the matter was. Vince told her to come back to him when she was ready, but now she needed to find out what happened. Cheryl watches the footage from this camera carefully, constantly replaying their last conversation with her friend. Vince is not as cool and composed as he might seem, as he is now very nervous. Vince said that he shouldn't have let her go because he had no idea whether he could trust her or not. Vince says that if the shield falls apart, he's done for, and Miro asks him where all his confidence went. Vince suggests that maybe they should run away, because even if they get outside, no one can stop their powers. His eye starts twitching madly, and Vince suggests that maybe he should silence Cheryl to be sure. A few moments later, knocking begins to be heard in the apartment, and nerves become tense due to growing fear. Vince carefully opens the door and wonders who has come to see him, hoping it is not Cheryl. Cheryl bursts into the apartment, knocks down the door almost instantly, grabs him by the clothes and lifts him up. Vince asks her what she's doing, and Cheryl guesses that the places where the stones are destroyed are almost certainly his doing. She says that she patrolled these places last time and remembers all the traces of the breakthrough, and now radical changes have taken place there. Cheryl says that since the destruction of the seal, there has been no new trace of any activity from the disasters or their fragments. Vince asks her if she really went to all these places and checked each of them personally. Cheryl says that she doesn't like him because he's weak, stupid, constantly butting in where he's not wanted and only gets in the way. Vince looks down, but she suddenly softens her tone and says that it doesn't matter now because he's telling the truth. Cheryl once again emphasizes that she believes him and will give him several chances so that he can finally convince her. She looks at him carefully and says that he will not have much time to make convincing arguments. After this, she adds that if he doesn't succeed, she will simply report him so that he can be arrested and imprisoned. Vince and Miro exchange glances, and a genuine smile appears on the protagonist's face at what he has accomplished. After this, he immediately recommends that she sit down and states that he has prepared suitable materials, since the conversation will be long. After she hears the explanation of what is happening, she asks him in surprise if she would really believe such nonsense. Vince states that it does sound weird, and Cheryl points out that the guards aren't stupid enough to not figure it out. Vince looks away, and Cheryl finally understands what her friend had been getting at all this time when he told her about this. Cheryl asks him in surprise if he really thinks that the guards know everything, but are deliberately hiding it from other people. Vince states that if the stone is destroyed, the disaster underneath will break out and destroy the city. But this is a necessary evil. Vince notes that the choice is, of course, difficult, but in reality, disaster will break out sooner or later anyway. Cheryl says there's one more thing that still haunts her, despite everything she's learned from him. Cheryl reminds that, according to him, the areas where the stones were destroyed are now completely safe. Immediately after this, a logical question arises about why the guards continue to lie about these places being dangerous, because it is not profitable. Vince says he doesn't know their motives, and Cheryl starts scratching her head, realizing that the situation is confusing. Miro, meanwhile, looks away, and it becomes clear that she knows something that the others do not. Cheryl says that what's important now is that rumors have been circulating among the guards in Daejeon about Vince and his activities. She suggests that management may already be aware, and Vince claims that he knows about it himself. Cheryl asks him if he's taking this all too lightly, since he wants to destroy all the stones in the country. Cheryl adds that he's unlikely to cope on his own, as he can't even give shape to his new power. Vince silently agrees with all her arguments, realizing that he really doesn't have enough strength to cope alone. After this, the most banal idea in such a situation comes to his mind, and he abruptly turns to his computer. He says that in such a situation he needs someone who can definitely help. Cheryl asks him what he means, and Vince states that it's time to take this operation to the next level. After this, he shows her his materials, which contain the principle of the sealing stone. Meanwhile, we are transported to another place, to a specialized city. The guards tell ordinary people that the curfew is about to begin, so everyone should return home. After this, they report that all 75 dormitory residents have returned to their places, so the area can be considered safe. One of them throws away an empty pack of cigarettes and says that there isn't even a store here, although they could use one. His friend claims that on paper they are indeed in a more elite area, but in reality it is an ordinary village. Smiling, he says that once here, there is only one way out, and that is to wait until the zone is declared off limits. One of them says that he heard that there is some crazy guy running around the area who is destroying stones, and he can get to them. They begin to discuss this topic with each other, trying to understand whether this person is really dangerous. Moments later, a powerful explosion occurs behind them as the walls of the building they are in collapse. Both guards turn around sharply, trying to figure out what the hell it was, and see a very unpleasant picture. Quite quickly, they realize that in front of them is a strange man who has covered his face with a mask. Vince tells them that he is the same psychopath they were just talking about and who came for them. Vince uses Miro to create a makeshift mask, although it's not the best solution. He asks them which of them is tired of patrolling this area and is ready to return back to the main point. The guards quickly rush to attack, saying that the mask on his head looks stupid and that he should move away from the sealing stone. Vince realizes he doesn't have much time, so he delivers a powerful attack straight at the stone, leaving cracks in it. He asks them if they don't know what's going on here and tells them to get out of here, saying he's crazy. The guards say that it is necessary to urgently call for help and announce an evacuation, since the containment stone has been destroyed. Vince suddenly turns to one of the guards and says that he would like to convey one last message to them. He asks that when they return, they be sure to tell everyone that the stone-destroying psycho actually exists. They ask him who he is and what strange purpose he is pursuing by destroying these stones and condemning everyone to death. Vince pauses briefly before revealing that his main goal is to free the disaster that is here. He also states that his goal is to destroy all the sealing stones that are on this land and bring back peace. Meanwhile, we are transported to the main base of the guards, where the very meeting that Khan announced is supposed to take place. Khan himself enters the conference room and says that everyone arrived quite promptly and this cannot but please him. He apologizes to them for being late, saying that there was a rather urgent report that needed to be prepared. The head of the Busan Interdepartmental Group, Han, says that there is nothing to worry about, since they have all been there before. Khan says that it is rare that all the major circles come together, which means the issues are truly important. Kenton says that Khan is not the type to gather everyone for empty talk and asks what is the reason. Khan says that chain of command must be maintained during the meeting, and Kenton replies that it was just a joke. The head of the interdepartmental group in Gangneung, named Henning, says that representatives from the technical department are absent again. The white boy who looks younger than everyone else is named Charlie, and he is the leader of the Jeju Interagency Group. Kan says that the technical department is not needed in this discussion now since it is not within their competence. He asks them if they have heard rumors that someone is attacking the sealing stones near the city of Daejeon. Kenton says he has heard of it, while Haining admits he has never heard of the man before. Hanning suggests that perhaps this is a fake and there have been many such stories, but Khan claims that this time everything is true. Han says that it might be connected to that same group, and Hanning asks him what he's talking about. Charlie gives someone else a chance to answer, after which he says that he is talking about a detachment of liberators. He looks closely at Khan and asks him if he means this unit, which has been kept secret for a long time. An eerie silence falls over the room, as everyone present has an idea of what kind of fighters these are. Kan understands that this ice needs to be broken somehow and says that an investigation is underway, but there are no results yet. He notes that if the situation requires it, they are considering deploying elite guards. Han asks him in shock if the elite will really get involved, but Kenton, on the contrary, supports this decision. Smiling, he says that the matter is truly serious if the top brass is ready to unleash their personal watchdogs. He asks Khan if this is true, and Khan immediately reprimands him to observe business etiquette and not so panic. Kenton, meanwhile, begins to feel strange fluctuations in the energy aura and rises to his feet. Khan asks him what happened, and he says that he feels some strange change. He walks over to the window quite quickly and decides to look out into the distance, and Kenton immediately gets up from his seat to keep him company. A few moments later, an employee runs into the room and says that he has a message for the manager. He states that urgent requests for assistance have been received from the Chonung area that require immediate attention. He says that there has been a report of an attack on the ceiling stone, and Kenton states that this is true. After a short pause, he says that this is indeed the case, and he sees everything with his own eyes. After this, they talk about the need to assemble a squad and immediately move towards the incident to neutralize the disaster. Vince said that there is little material on the Liberation Squad, but this name pops up everywhere if you dig into the documents. He concludes that one thing is clear. These people are acting with the goal of releasing the disaster, and so far no one has been able to track them down. Kan immediately says that he will have to stay in the city for some time, since the situation has changed dramatically. He gives orders not to reveal information about the attacker to the public, and that only second-class guards should be informed about this mission. While they decide to cooperate with the elite guards, Vince says that if the Liberators exist, they need to contact them. He notes that in this case, they can become the most valuable allies they could ever have. Charlie suddenly announces that he has also decided to stay to help in the destruction operation. He states that there are no areas near the city he patrols that require close attention. He also says that the island is so small that even the technical department can handle its security. Cheryl asks Vince how he plans to contact them, and Vince states that it's actually simple. He states that all he has to do is get their attention and then they will come for him on their own. Charlie declares that he is not going to sit back and watch entire villages and the people with them perish. Vince, in turn, talks about the need to make a name for yourself in order to attract the attention of this mysterious group. After some time, news begins to spread that some kind of psycho has appeared and is attacking the stones. The Guardians begin to tell each other about this after they find out through the refugees. But the image of this Avenger remains vague. Some people think it's a young guy, others think it's a middle-aged woman, or that there are several of them. Some even begin to assume that this man is a former Guardian, since he possesses incredible strength. However, the most important thing is that all people are passing on the message that this very psychopath has announced by word of mouth. The idea that a man has appeared who wants to free the disasters has firmly taken root in people's minds. He begins to be called the Liberator of Disasters, and each of his appearances is accompanied by serious panic, although he does not attack people. Vince deliberately gives them time for everyone to evacuate, warning them that they have 30 minutes left. He even periodically gives commands to other people to help the elderly who cannot move quickly. He begins to get indignant, saying that the damned youth think only of themselves and do not have a drop of altruism in their hearts. However, his moralizing is forced to be interrupted, as a rapid response team from the old guard arrives to see him. The local forces immediately attack him in the hope that they can destroy him with a couple of blows. Vince doesn't waste time and continues to train, so he already feels quite confident in these fights. Having knocked out one of his opponents with a sharp move, he immediately switches to the second one, who is armed with a spiritual sword. This guard's confidence knows no bounds, so he easily rushes at Vince, declaring that he will finish him off. Vince easily intercepts the blow and says that it is time to stop this senseless fight. He then delivers a quick and powerful blow to strip the opponent of their stamina and ability to fight. A powerful explosion of blue energy is heard, signaling that the winner of this fight has been determined. Vince has no desire to fight his comrades to the point of serious injury or death, so he stops. The Guardian, having admitted his defeat, asks him what he is trying to achieve and why he needs to destroy the stones. Vince says that he is already tired of answering this question, as he has asked about it several times. He says that his only wish is for this guard to tell everyone else about his plans. Sometime later, in the archives, one of the employees of the technical department tries to understand who the Liberator of Disasters is. This employee is Vince's handler, who cannot believe that there is not a word about him in the official reports. They tell him that this is not happening, since too many refugees have arrived in the city in recent weeks. An employee asks his colleague if he has finished his work, and the colleague states that he simply answered the question. The same one accuses him of being rude to him, threatening that if it weren't for them, he would now be on welfare and eating God knows what. After a while, Caleb approaches them, waves his hand at him and says that he was looking for him. He states that they need to talk about further cooperation, after which he briefly looks away. This colleague turns out to be Vince, who continues to operate in the technical department in order to avoid attracting attention. Caleb says that he should also go with them since the conversation is very serious and requires his presence. After this conversation, he returns to Cheryl and informs her that he is being transferred to Gangneung by order of the management. Cheryl says that he received his assignment less than 2 weeks ago, and now he is already being sent on an external mission. Caleb says that this is, on the contrary, a good thing, since no one has tried to contact the Liberators yet. From his point of view, the thing is that they simply haven't heard of him, and perhaps their base is far from the city of Daejeon. Cheryl looks at him as he declares that it is time to spread the name of the disaster liberator far and wide. Cheryl says that people will become suspicious as soon as he gets to Gangneung, and the Liberator's forays will immediately change geography. Vince talks about how no one is interested in him because everyone treats him like an outcast, a piece of trash, and a pathetic worm. He notes that in any case, the most important thing now is to contact the Liberators as soon as possible, because this is their chance. Kenton suddenly appears behind him and asks him what other chance he is talking about with such enthusiasm. Vince and Cheryl immediately become scared and look back at him in fear, which makes him feel a little uneasy. Vince feels a cold sweat run down his body from head to toe, and he loses the ability to speak for a while. Kenton himself feels a little awkward after such a greeting and asks him why he was so surprised. Smiling broadly, he says that he has long wanted to meet him since there are many rumors about him. Vince asks him if that's really the case, and Kenton points out that rumor has it that he's Khan's favorite. After this, he pauses for a moment and with a sly grin asks them what they were talking about and what this chance is. Vince realizes that he hasn't thought through the scenario and is simply backed into a corner with no answer. Cheryl realizes she needs to take matters into her own hands and mentions that Vince will soon be sent on a business trip to Gangneung. She says with a smile that he had never left the district before, so he was glad to have become a big shot. Kenton, smiling, says that it was he who entered his name so that he could go to this district on an external mission. Vince looks at him dumbfounded, and Kenton says that Caleb told him a lot about how talented Vince is. Kenton also says that he can cancel this trip if Vince doesn't want to, but he immediately states that he was going to go. He also states that he has dreamed of seeing this city since childhood, and that it has amazing mountains, air, and wonderful people. Kenton watches Vince with interest, and Cheryl suddenly decides to join the conversation, saying that she has questions. She asks them if she can go with them, given the current circumstances and staffing issues. Kenton immediately begins to watch her closely, as he is used to analyzing the behavior of other people. Cheryl says that she is an orb-level guardian from a field detachment and that they will most likely need an escort to the city. Kenton asks them if the field office is really that overcrowded, as they must have a lot of work. After this, he exchanges glances between the two of them and says that perhaps the situation lies on a different plane. He makes several guesses without completing any of them, after which he realizes what the matter really is. Clapping his hands, he says that now everything is clear to him, and he understands perfectly well that at his age there is no other way. After this, he still says with the same smile that he doesn't see a problem with this, so he approves of her presence. Cheryl and Vince realize they've definitely been misunderstood, but Kenton tells them they need to prepare. He says goodbye to them and tells them that they should not forget that they are at work, not on a honeymoon. Cheryl and Vince try to tell him something, but they realize that he probably won't listen to them because it's too late. Cheryl feels incredibly stupid and then says that it's all Vince's fault, until Vince realizes what he's doing. After some time, they head towards a helicopter, which is flying at high speed to the city of Gangneung. The pilot tells them that they only have 10 minutes left until arrival, and Caleb notes that a team will be waiting for them at the site. Cheryl quietly asks Vince where Miro is, and Vince tells her that she is sleeping in the pocket of his cape. Caleb asks him if everything is okay and tells him that if anything is wrong, he should let them know right away. Vince's handler asks Caleb if he's being too coddled, to which he replies that this is his first assignment. He also recommends that he keep an eye on him since he is his subordinate, but a certain Carl refuses. Vince looks down carefully and turns to Cheryl, stating that this site is truly amazing and unusual. He notes that they are now approaching the city's border, and there are quite a lot of fragments wandering around the ground. Cheryl says that this is indeed the case, as it would be a disaster for her city. Carl notes that this city became a special district only because 2 large ceiling stones touch here. He also states that the guards here are, to put it mildly, weaker and will never compare to such an elite as they are. Cheryl says that she didn't talk to him, and Carl says that it would have been better if she had talked to him, because it would have been much more useful. Cheryl apologizes to him in a dark voice and says that he breathes in her face, and it is quite unpleasant. Vince laughs slightly, and Carl realizes that this scoundrel has just put him in a completely humiliating position in front of the girl. Meanwhile, the pilot tells them to calm down, as they now need to prepare for landing. Caleb quickly exits the helicopter and looks around, trying to figure out why there is no one there to greet them. He understands that this place is definitely the second landing zone, but it looks like they are in the wrong place. Vince realizes that something is really wrong here and looks around for any clues. He notes that there are practically no impulses felt here, and at that moment he realizes that this has been a trap all this time. He turns to Caleb, who is ambushed by a disaster shard, but it seems to be too late. Cheryl decides not to waste time, quickly comes to the rescue, grabs Caleb by the clothes and pushes him back. She also rushes forward to shield an unarmed and incapacitated civilian. Vince gradually pushes his elder away and asks if he is okay, but he claims that he is not injured. After this, he sincerely wonders what is going on here and why disasters have appeared here. Vince realizes that the situation is not limited to the appearance of one shard, and they are in much bigger trouble. A multitude of different fragments, shaped like animals, gradually approach them, waiting for the moment to attack. To understand this situation, we need to go back to 2025, when the guards were barely able to restore order. Hundreds of villages and towns arose around the hundreds of sealing stones. But due to rumors, complete chaos reigned for a long time. To stabilize the situation, the surviving members of the government declared 5 cities special districts. This decision made these cities the backbone of New Korea, as they were given the responsibility of managing nearby smaller towns. Among them was a region with a population of less than 50,000 people that was unremarkable in its size. However, due to its unique location, Gangneung City was chosen as the last special district. The thing is that Gangneung consists of 2 sealing stones, and this allows movement between safe areas. However, there was a problem with the sealing stones, so they asked for help from the Daejeon City Technical Department. They were assured that nothing dangerous would happen, so there was no point in worrying. But now it is becoming clear that this is not the case. Cheryl, meanwhile, realizes that she is the only person who will have to fight against these creatures. She decides to go all out and immediately destroys one of the fragments that is heading towards her. Her fighting skills are truly admirable, as she never leaves her friends behind while she is still standing. Caleb thinks that this seems absurd to him, because they are definitely in a safe zone. Vince tells him that there is no point in thinking about it now, since he needs to concentrate so as not to die. Taking advantage of the moment, he turns to Miro to discreetly transfer some of her power to him. After this, he prepares to launch a powerful attack and destroys the shard, taking advantage of the fact that no one notices. Caleb tries to lift his head, and Vince thanks Cheryl for saving him, even though she doesn't know it yet. Caleb wonders what just happened, but Vince advises him to contact the center as soon as possible. Carl rushes to attack one of the shards to protect Cheryl, for whom he has begun to feel sympathy. Vince realizes that this opponent is clearly too much for the fighter from the technical department, who does not have enough strength. That's exactly what happens, and the next second the giant monster throws Carl aside. Vince tells him that if he is not confident in his abilities, he should aim for the tail so as not to risk himself and others. Cheryl says there are too many monsters and she clearly can't handle it alone, and Vince realizes that the situation is getting worse. Looking around quickly, he realizes that he really will have to intervene. There is no way out. Cheryl, meanwhile, continues to scare away any monsters that dare to come within striking distance. Vince rushes forward, realizing that there is nothing he can do, when suddenly another silhouette appears next to him. A stern female voice advises him to duck, and Vince feels an incredibly bright flash next to him. After this, several mysterious blades rush forward at once and destroy the fragments of the disaster. Vince covers his eyes with his hands and wonders who decided to come to their aid at a time like this. The Guardian, who had arrived just in time, rushes into the attack again, destroying the surviving fragments one by one. The fighter who decided to save her comrades is Haining, who has amazing skills. Haining tells Cheryl to aim for the giant creatures' tails in order to destroy them as quickly as possible. Vince and his colleagues wonder how this is even possible, not believing that a person could be so strong. Haining, meanwhile, decides to lie down on the ground in order to secure the area as quickly as possible. It destroys several tentacles at once, which help other fragments to function. After that, she immediately turns around to take a close look at the people who arrived here. After a short pause, she slowly says that this area has been declared off-limits and is now dangerous to be here. She asks them if they weren't informed about this, and Caleb replies that he didn't receive any notification about it. Haining looks around and says that it happened about an hour ago, so it's logical that they didn't have time to realize it. After this, she asks them to follow her and promises to take them to a safe zone as quickly as possible. Vince wonders who Haining is, and Cheryl replies that he already knows who she is. Looking at her, the warrior says that this is the leader of all the detachments of the Gangneung Special District. She adds that Haining has an appropriate nickname, Blue Axe, due to the form of energy she creates in her hands. After some time, they go through a tedious but fairly quick document verification process. They are told that all the documents are in order and are welcome to this district, adding that the sealing stone is on the other side. Vince, Caleb, and Cheryl look around, realizing that they have entered the safe zone of the second city. However, it immediately becomes obvious to them that the atmosphere here is extremely gloomy and oppressive. They ask if it is curfew now, and they are told that there is no one in the second city except the guards. They add that the situation with the sealing stone is worse than they thought, so everyone was evacuated to the first city. They also claim that the restricted area is expanding every day, and that management has no way to influence this. The technicians also inform them that everyone is too scared, so nothing can be done about it. Vince looks around carefully and reflects on how there are cracks everywhere here, and Miro says that the disaster is especially strong here. The technicians ask them to follow them, after which they head to a special building. As they get closer, they are shown a giant machine that is the sealing stone of the second city. Vince says that there are cracks in it and that it is much more serious than he initially thought, and they agree with him. Also, the technicians say they want them to have a look around first, so they were transferred here and the day shift will end soon. He advises them to sort it out as quickly as possible, since they will only have to return with the night shift. Hanning says that she is ready to stay here, so they can stay here as long as they want. Cheryl wonders who these strange techies are and admits she doesn't like them. Afterwards, she discovers that Vince is acting particularly strange and asks him what happened. Caleb and Carl carefully examine the cracks and realize that they are not the result of external influences and everything looks dangerous. Meanwhile, Miro asks Vince what he is going to do and how he will solve this serious problem. Vince doesn't respond because he can actually see how bad the damage is. After some time, he returns to the dorm and tells his plans to Cheryl, who is shocked by what she hears. She wonders if she heard right, and Vince states that he really is going to do what he said. He also says that he originally planned to attack small towns, but now he changed his plan after what he saw. He confidently declares that he will start with this city and free the scourge of the second agglomeration. Needless to say, Cheryl was in serious shock after hearing these bold and almost suicidal plans. There is a good reason for this, however, as Vince and Miro clearly sense that these disasters were starting to coalesce. Vince talks about how he vaguely senses something stronger than before, as if this being is becoming more powerful. Miro says that these two disasters alone would not have been enough to overcome this stone. But times are changing. Looking at this colossus, she declares that the stone has already weakened, and if they completely unite, a catastrophe will occur. From her point of view, if this happens, then not only the second city, but also the first one will be destroyed in a few moments. Vince tells his battle buddy all about this and says that there are 3 or 4 weeks left at most. Vince believes that this is the only chance to liberate the city, and this chance must be seized right now. Cheryl asks him if he knows what he's saying, noting that the scale is different here and that this is a special district, of which there are only 4. Vince says he knows all this, but Cheryl reminds him that something similar has happened before in the city of Gwangju. Cheryl notes that this was the first special district-level disaster to occur since Seoul, and he simply doesn't remember it. Just thinking about it makes her tremble with fear, as she has experienced a truly traumatic event. In reality, what happened then was an incredible and monstrous catastrophe, the likes of which had never been seen before. Cheryl was one of the few who managed to survive, but because of this, her psyche was forever crippled by what she saw. Miro watches carefully as Cheryl's expression and voice change, realizing that this is very important to her. Cheryl concludes that the huge rocks are so big for a reason, and he is unlikely to cope with the disaster that lurks beneath them. Vince says he has a plan prepared and that things are not that bad, but Cheryl immediately stops him. She says that a disaster is one problem, but there are 50,000 people nearby, as well as an entire corps of guards. She asks him what his plan is, since he doesn't even know how to shape his power into a fighting form. She accuses him of always being reckless and self-confident and of going off on his own again. Vince asks her what exactly she means when she says it was before, but she immediately falls silent. After a short pause, she says that she is against this idea and advises him to think carefully. After this, she goes to her room, assuming that they are mistaken and on the wrong path. Miro looks at her in surprise and asks why she suddenly got angry, assuming that this girl is strange. Vince keeps replaying in his head what Cheryl said about him always being reckless and overconfident. He also remembers her words about how he is again going to do everything alone without consulting her. Vince realizes that he still hasn't been able to recover his lost memories of the past and that he doesn't understand what happened. After some time, he comes to his colleagues from the technical department and asks them for the files with the artifacts analysis. Basically, they tell him that it is not their job and not their area of responsibility, so they cannot help in any way. No matter how hard he tries, no one can offer him anything useful as they wait for the time to return home. One of the girls sincerely declares that it is almost 5 o'clock and they have a meeting this evening, so it is better to leave early. For the first time, Vince and Carl encounter a striking indifference from the technical department to their direct responsibilities. Carl, who is usually a fairly calm person, gradually begins to boil over from such an irresponsible attitude. Throwing the reports on the ground, he says that these people are completely reckless and are not at all afraid of losing their jobs. He loudly declares that if they were in Daejeon, these people would have been stripped of their ranks and sent to the trash heap long ago. Caleb agrees with him and says that these people do not seem passionate about their work, and Carl accuses them of complete indifference. He asks if the man with glasses is the head of the technical department since he has no responsibility. Vince, meanwhile, begins to lose his composure, realizing that most of the people were actually transferred here for reinforcement. After this, he looks at his comrades and says that he will get some fresh air to collect his thoughts. Carl looks after him with disdain and says that the newbie in the klutz, as always, is slacking off. Vince carefully opens the door to the vault that contains the artifact and goes outside to get some air. It's a surprisingly quiet, cloudless night outside, so you can walk around without turning on the lights. Miro honestly admits that she really doesn't like the people here, and Vince agrees with her with a heavy heart. Miro emphasizes that for them, on the contrary, this is good. The more careless they are, the more opportunities they will have. Vince agrees with her and says that at least they are getting some positives out of this situation. After this, he remembers Cheryl's words that he does not remember anything about the great disaster and therefore he cannot understand. Vince spends some time deep in thought, trying to figure out if he is really doing the right thing. He decides to talk to Miro and asks her if they are being too frivolous about their mission and the methods of carrying it out. To her surprised question, he says that he was a nobody all his life, that no one ever recognized him and that he hated himself. After this, he says that he has now received power and perhaps has now become proud, intoxicated by his authority. He notes that the places he destroyed were also someone's home, and perhaps he has no right to do so. Miro cannot answer him this question because it is really very difficult, and he will not like the answer. Vince says that there is no point in talking about it anymore, since he won't be able to stop anyway. Suddenly, he hears the soft voice of a girl who looks him over carefully and comes to the conclusion that Vince is standing in front of her. Vince immediately recognizes the voice and turns around, after which Haining asks him why he is still working since it is already late. Vince says that she just returned, to which the girl replies that she is already an adult, so she has other responsibilities. She also reminds him that he's probably a schoolboy, so teenagers are supposed to go to bed early, but Vince states that this is not true. He notes that there are already dozens of miners working in field units these days, and she agrees. After a few moments, they run out of obvious things to talk about and fall silent for a moment. Vince decides to break the silence first and asks her if it's hard for her to work in this city. He is genuinely surprised that a man with such high fighting skills ended up in this place. Hanning says sadly that someone has to do this work, because things are hard for everyone right now. After this, she lowers her eyes and says that she came to this city of her own free will. After a short pause, she says that this city is her homeland, and Vince is surprised by this. Miro whispers to him why he hasn't left yet, and Vince also quietly replies that he hasn't the slightest idea. However, suddenly Haining turns to him and asks if he has a couple of free minutes. In response to his questions, she says that he looks incredibly worried and that this needs to be corrected somehow. She assumes that this is his first time in the city and then recommends that he follow her. Vince looks at her hand in surprise, after which the girl says that she knows one very good place. They start walking through a small forest grove, and Hanning says that it has already been 5 days since they have been here. Haining asks him about the condition of the sealing stone, and Vince states that, frankly, it's very serious. He states that the disaster underground has suddenly become worse, and Haining asks if there is a reason for it. Vince, listening to quiet advice from Miro, says that they themselves do not yet know what the reason for this event is. Haining quickly climbs up and says that the road is a little bumpy, but it wasn't that bad before. Haining says that this was a safe zone just last week, but Vince keeps looking around. He discovers a small piece of the emerging disaster and realizes that it will soon become very dangerous here. Haining, who lacks such extrasensory abilities, suspects nothing and says that they have come. Vince moves closer to her, trying to understand what decision brought them to this secluded and elevated place. It quickly becomes clear that the views here are simply incredible and you can see the entire city from here. Hanning says that this is her favorite place and she loved to visit here very often at any opportunity. She claims that when she was sad or when her head was buzzing with fatigue, she would come here and look down. After a short pause, she says that things are getting a little calmer here, but Vince looks tense. She asks him if everything is okay, hinting that his face looks scared, but he quickly denies it. Vince awkwardly says that it is really beautiful here and that you can see the sea, and Hanning declares that this is the beauty of this place. After that, he decides to take a good look at this landscape, and her face really seems very calm to Vince. Vince decides to have a little chat with her and asks her if this city is really her homeland. Hanning says she lived here since high school and then grew up and moved to the capital with her younger brother. She also says that she has an incredible number of memories associated with this place, which she still cherishes despite everything. Vince tries to listen to her carefully and says that, apparently, she loves this city very much. Hanning says that it makes sense since it's her home, and Vince asks her what would happen if something happened to this town. Hanning answers honestly that she will be very sad, since this place is practically sacred to her. She also states that she will be very angry with herself and blame herself for the rest of her life for not being able to prevent the disaster. After this, she says that this is precisely why she tries to do everything possible to prevent this. She gives him a determined look and says that she will defend this place with her life. This sincere answer brings Vince real pain, although he cannot show it for obvious reasons. He turns away and decides to think carefully about how right his actions are, although there is no other way to act here. It is this realization that makes him gather himself, and he clenches his fists, realizing that he needs to act. However, understanding what needs to be done does not mean that taking on such a serious task will be easy. After some time, he returns to his battle girlfriend and says that he sincerely needs her help. He says that, unfortunately, today he is convinced that it is already too late for this city to be saved. He tells her that the unification of the two disasters is happening much faster than he thought, and this threatens the apocalypse. He notes that it is necessary to act quickly to save at least the residents. Otherwise, a catastrophe greater than Gwangju will occur. Cheryl asks him if that's the reason for his rush, and Vince falls silent. She advises him to think carefully, because he is about to destroy someone's homeland on an incomparable scale. She says that even if we talk about success, at that moment he will become an unprecedented villain whom they will try to kill. She adds that he will be pointed at everywhere, and the guards will probably be obsessed with the idea of catching and destroying him. She also says that everyone will curse him, and no matter what the outcome, he will be a madman to them. Cheryl sternly asks him if he is ready to endure this incredibly difficult loneliness in the city. Vince says that from the outside he does seem reckless and stupid, but he has his reasons. Vince saw something that no one else saw, and it drove him into true horror, bordering on insanity. He claims to have heard a chorus of voices filled with anger that were buried and forgotten underground. He states that this world was built on someone's injustice and death and will one day be destroyed. Vince points out that if this is karma that one day has to pay for, then it is better to pay that price wisely. From Vince's perspective, it would come with serious risks, but it's a price he's willing to pay. Cheryl clenches her fists and says that she is not interested in other people's deaths and that she doesn't care at all. She also emphasizes that her opinion has not changed and that she is not so weak as to withstand the great calamity. She also says that his plan is obviously stupid, but she would like to clarify one thing before everything starts. She says that what interests her most is the information that the sealing stone is at its limit and a disaster will break out. She asks him if this is really true, and Vince makes it clear with his whole appearance that he is not lying to her. He further emphasizes that this is 100% information and that he would not lie to her, even though they may be being monitored. Vince emphasizes that whether they act or not, disaster will still happen. Meanwhile, an unknown person eavesdrops on their conversation and sends the necessary data to his operator. After some time, this information is sent to the phone of a person who is somehow connected to what is happening. This man turns out to be Khan, who carefully receives all the information about what is happening in another city. The girl asks him what's going on, and Khan quickly replies that nothing special happened. His colleague says that he has become too busy lately due to the appearance of this disaster liberator. She asks him why his superiors are so insistent on finding this man. Khan doesn't answer, and the girl states that she understands that the project is a failure, but it's better than ignoring it. She reminds him that he has more important things to do, and Khan replies that he knows his priorities and has delegated the matter to Charlie's boss. His colleague says that in this case she is calm about their future, while the elevator reaches the next floor. As the doors open, she advises him to get ready as they are about to enter the science department. Meanwhile, Vince and Cheryl continue their conversation, and after a while they realize that it is time to act. An unknown person continues to watch them, trying not to be seen by anyone. He sends a message to his comrades that they are on the trail and passes on some photos of Vince and Cheryl. Cheryl talks to the manager about the situation being more serious than she thought and that they definitely won't have enough Gangneung guards. She emphasizes that these guards are too few in number and do not have sufficient combat training. But they tell her that there are no free people. She is asked where to send people, even if they are sure that a great disaster will occur, and he cannot give commands. She notes that if they sent a little support, it would help a lot. But he remains calm. He notes that a great disaster won't happen that easily. And Cheryl asks him about Gwangju City. She claims that the situation was also taken lightly back then, and that it ultimately led to disaster. But he tells her that this is different. The manager says that she should also look around and return back as quickly as possible. Cheryl tries to contact him after a while, but no one answers, and this makes her very angry. She wonders if she's being too worried, as she was so alarmed by Vince's words, which sounded so convincing. In her thoughts, she suddenly begins to hear the ordinary voices of children who have decided to go for a walk together. Two girls are talking about a stall with new goodies that opened today, so they need to check it out. They talk about how they need to hurry to get there before curfew and go into glutton mode. Cheryl looks closely at these children as they begin to evoke some unpleasant memories for her. She also had many friends in the past, but they all died as a result of a terrible disaster when the disaster was released. Cheryl is already quite an experienced fighter, so she has learned to suppress such memories and not let them ruin her life. Cheryl knows she doesn't agree with everything he plans, but she can't trust the guards because they have no desire to fix the situation. She comes to the main character and says that she helps him for only one reason: to save people from disaster. Cheryl states that this is precisely why she needs his name, as the liberator of disasters who must save the rest of the people. Vince smiles, and Cheryl says that this will be enough to get a lot of attention here. After some time, the technicians approach the storage facility and say that the new shift is fully staffed. They wonder where the specialist from Daejeon went and conclude that they simply gave up and left. Vince reflects that the special district will not be afraid of the mere appearance of a liberator, so they need to act differently. He decides that it is necessary to use the special structure of this city in order to make as much noise as possible. Vince contemplates waking up the disaster in the second city to create chaos and evacuate residents from everywhere. Cheryl asks why they need to touch the first city, and Vince states that the disasters have already started to merge, so it's too late. Vince states that when the second city's disaster breaks out, its influence will weaken the first city as well, so the residents cannot be left behind. Meanwhile, the technical department specialists are trying to do something with the sensors and come to the conclusion that they are faulty. They try to justify themselves and say that they have a lot of experience, so it is not a malfunction, but a short circuit. From our hero's point of view, the plan will be carried out the day after tomorrow at 7 p.m. after the start of curfew. When that time arrives and the city becomes quiet, Vince initiates an operation in order to gain the advantage of surprise. One of the specialists says that they need to turn on the emergency power supply, when suddenly his comrades fall sharply to the ground. The man takes a few steps towards him and discovers that his comrade has lost consciousness. But the reason for this is still unknown. Vince carefully disables each member of the technical department one by one, so as not to cause panic and waste time. Haining bursts into the room of his comrades to tell them some very important news. She asks them who is on duty today and adds that there is still no contact with the second city. However, the picture that appears to her looks quite depressing, since it seems like no one cares about what is happening. One of the guards, already quite drunk, asks her where she's going so early since her shift is still ahead. Haining asks them if they don't know that drinking is strictly prohibited on the premises and tries to find out who brought the alcohol. She tries to wake them up, saying that there is currently no connection with the second city, but they tell her that they are also slacking off. They also offer her a drink, but Haining immediately refuses and is mocked. They smile and say that she is behaving a little inappropriately, but they won't offer her anything else. Haining looks at them with irritation, feeling his anger slowly begin to boil, but decides not to take it out on them. Once outside, she tries to contact the second city, but no one answers, despite all her attempts. Gradually, her morale begins to deteriorate, and she suddenly remembers the conversation she had with Vince. He told her not to try to take all the responsibility on herself, as it would ruin her and would do no good. She states that this is pure absurdity, and that ordinary people simply cannot cope with such natural phenomena. He asks her not to blame herself too much no matter what happens, emphasizing that it will not be her fault. Haining, meanwhile, begins to go crazy and says that she would like at least a little help from this side. However, after a few moments, a terrible roar is heard, and she comes to her senses to concentrate. She notices the sky suddenly turn red and waves spread through the air as if a powerful explosion had occurred. Hanning looks around and wonders what it all means while ordinary people hide. The wind is so strong it seems like it is the result of a shockwave. Hanning quickly realizes where this is all heading, and to her dismay, her worst fears come true. Vince muses that the biggest problem in this regard is Chief Commander Hanning, as she is too strong. Vince knows he can't handle her because she is an accomplished fighter with years of combat experience. Hanning quickly covers enormous distances to check what is happening in the second city. Vince remains calm, however, as his plan does not require him to fight her. Hanning sees before him a gigantic disaster that has appeared out of nowhere and is preparing to destroy the city. Hanning recalls traveling with her family in the past, and like any family, they had some tough times during the apocalypse. In the distant past, her father told her that this city was indeed safe, emphasizing that he had found out everything. He claimed that their family could live happily again and could finally forget about the disaster and other fragments. He told her that it was very difficult for her to move, but there was not much time left and she just needed to be patient for a little while. However, on that cruel day, a powerful collapse occurred, leaving them simply buried under debris and rubble. Hanning found herself beneath a real tomb, but this allowed her to gain access to incredible power. Like other people who interacted with the disaster, she encountered a bluish flash. This flash penetrated her body and gave her incredible abilities, despite her terrible condition. After some time, the weather in this area returned to normal, and one could even believe in the illusion of a good life. Hanning was able to reach this city and now has gained the power that allows her to create an axe. This axe helped her destroy all the enemies that came her way, as well as destroy the rubble that impeded her movement. People living in the area immediately met her to make sure she was okay. Hanning was almost exhausted and discovered that their home, which her father had talked about for so long, had indeed hardly changed. She was glad that she had managed to reach him and yet had overcome incredible difficulties along the way. Unfortunately, her father did not survive, and on the verge of a nervous breakdown, she took with her only what was left of him. But now the home, which is a sacred place for her, is under threat of destruction from a disaster. Her colleagues, still dazed from alcohol intoxication, contact her via radio, trying to understand what is happening. Hanning yells at them harshly, saying that it's time for these stupid idiots to come to their senses before it's too late. They ask her why she is screaming like that, still not realizing how much danger they are in because of their stupidity. Hanning tries to communicate with them, but the connection is quickly cut off due to severe interference. After this, she understands that there is no point in relying on these idiots, and that she will have to solve all the problems on her own. She moves quickly through the city, hoping that she won't come across any residents who haven't made it home yet. Determination and rage slowly fill her body as she realizes that her home is under threat. Cheryl and Miro have been watching the action all this time, trying to figure out how exactly Hanning will start the battle. Cheryl says that everything seems to be going according to plan, and Miro briefly agrees, noting that everything is fine. Cheryl says it's a good thing the town's guards are complete slackers who were so easy to get drunk on. Miro asks her if everything will be okay with Vince, because this girl looks incredibly strong. Cheryl says that even a great fighter like Blue Axe will have a hard time dealing with a great disaster without consequences. Cheryl also states that if Vince was so confident in saying that everything would be fine, it means he understands his own strengths very well. Finally, she says that they can only believe that he will be able to cope with this task. Vince, meanwhile, realizes that problems are immediately beginning to haunt him, as this disaster is much smaller than he expected. Vince notes that the ceiling stone is smaller in scale than the previous one, but this is not what he expected. Turning to his psychic skills, he realizes that part of the second city's disaster remained underground and did not crawl out. He suggests that it appears that the stronger disaster is absorbing the weaker one, and thus they merge into each other. Vince has been hiding all this time, when suddenly a very bright and fast flash flies past him. This flash turns out to be Hanning, who is preparing to engage the creature in battle despite it having no support. She immediately summons her powerful axe to deliver several powerful and confident blows to the body of this monster. Almost immediately, she manages to strike directly at the monster's head, but he tries to cover himself with his fingers. However, such maneuvers prove to be of little use as Hanning is too experienced a fighter. She is also determined to destroy this scourge and prevent it from destroying her home. Vince wonders if this disaster is that weak, or if Hanning is that strong a guardian. Hanning, without any help, confidently fights back against this creature, constantly hitting it and wearing it down. Vince ponders what he needs from her to give it her all now. While Hanning tries to contact headquarters, a tired voice asks her what happened, and Hanning loudly and confidently informs her that Commander Kangnung is contacting them. She states that the second city in the district is in the grip of an emergency and the disaster is out of control. However, A few moments later, a lamppost flies past her, which, as it becomes clear, was thrown there by disaster. Haning wonders what it all means, unable to believe that the disaster was able to recover so quickly. A powerful bang is heard as the power line collides with Haning's body. She is thrown aside, but does not take any serious damage due to her outstanding agility. However, she realizes that she needs to act decisively as more poles are being thrown at her. Using her exceptional axe skills, she delivers swift blows straight to the base of the pillars. This tactic proves incredibly successful, as it allows it to destroy all debris aimed at it. After this, she finally lands on her feet and tries to brake to absorb the momentum of the impact. However, the disaster immediately strikes with its tentacles, giving its opponent no time to rest. The creature concentrates all the rage that has been accumulating within it for several decades to sweep away everything in its path. Vince is also involved in this battle and is the one who throws lampposts at her to distract Haning. He mentally asks her for forgiveness, hoping that this victory will not take away all her strength. Haning is in perfect health and reports that a serious disaster has occurred in the second city of her district. She asks for reinforcements to be sent immediately, adding that they must hurry before she destroys everyone here. Immediately after this, she jumps into the air to gain an advantage and maneuver more effectively. Summoning her blue axe, she once again chooses the right moment to deliver a devastating blow. She quickly looks around and realizes that several more objects are flying towards her, which makes her suspicious. She suddenly destroys several pillars flying in her direction, along with concrete sculptures of some building. She reflects on the fact that she saw this graffiti during a patrol about 3 days ago, which means this place is somewhere nearby. She decides to find out where the source of these anomalies is that directs these objects in this direction. Gradually encountering other obstacles, she realizes that the direction of their flight is changing. Quickly analyzing the direction, she realizes that the fragment is moving along the left road at the bottom of the residential area. After this, she decides that the situation cannot be left as it is, because otherwise civilians will suffer. Without thinking twice, she again dodges another pole flying towards her and cuts it with an axe. The pole crashes into the ruins of one of the buildings, causing harm to nearby civilians. Haning makes his way through various obstacles, dodging attacks from the giant disaster along the way. Now her main goal is to try to find that very fragment that wanders around the city and can attack people. Meanwhile, Vince successfully reaches the next transit point, trying to regain his strength. He reflects that the biggest risk of this operation is that he must operate separately from Miro. The maximum time he can use the power he has gained is about 6 hours, and this time must be used wisely. The more he shoots different projectiles and charges them with energy, the less time he has left. Vince promises his girlfriend that he will cope with these tasks no matter what it takes and gives her hope for success. He also understands perfectly well that he will only have one chance, so it is better to use it to its full potential. Vince continues to rip debris from the devastated building and fire it towards Haning to slow her down. After analyzing his own power reserves, he realizes that he still has about 80% of the charge he received. He also expresses hope that she is also tired and will not be able to continue pursuing for long, fighting against the disaster. Haning, meanwhile, dodges another piece of debris flying towards her without any problems. However, she manages to quickly analyze this fragment and realizes that it came from the direction of the construction site. Vince watches as his opponent's behavior changes dramatically, signaling that the plan is going wrong again. Haning turns towards the construction site and says in a loud voice that she has finally caught this fugitive. After this, she immediately summons a blue axe and begins to spin it at incredible speed. She immediately throws several copies of this weapon towards the supposed fragment of disaster. Vince hopes he has the defensive skills to counter such a serious skill. A few moments later, several axes fly past him, leaving several scars on his body. Haning focuses on destroying the shard once and for all, while Vince wonders what her plan is. After a few moments, he realizes that all this time her goal was not to hit him or seriously injure him. Her plan was simpler and more reliable, since she still thinks she is fighting some kind of fragment. Where there was just a construction site, a powerful energy explosion is heard, which should destroy any enemy. Haning turns sharply and prepares another attack with his axe, realizing that this shard is finished. She looks angrily at her opponent and says that she initially thought she could save some strength. However, she now understands that in this situation she needs to give 100% right now. After this, she summons several copies of her weapon at once to deliver another decisive blow. Haning takes aim and says in a menacing voice that she will end this disaster with one blow. With a blast of air, she unleashes an ultimate skill that only a select few fighters who become captains of the guard have the strength to perform. This blow is incredibly powerful and easily destroys most of the health of this giant disaster. Haining, of course, understands that this will not be enough, so he needs to deliver a powerful finishing blow with an axe. The energy that is in her body, mixed with hatred, is so strong that she has to scream loudly. This is necessary in order to give vent to the power that is inside and to deliver an even more crushing blow. Vince, meanwhile, climbs out from under the rubble to assess the situation and figure out what his next steps are. However, the situation turns out to be much more serious, as Hanning has already managed to destroy the giant disaster. Vince wonders if she was able to deal with him so quickly and how she did it. However, the next second he realizes that he is not alone here, and an axe appears next to him. Haining suspected that the disaster fragment's behavior was too strange, so she decided to check out the construction site. Now she has no doubt that in front of her stands the very same liberator of disasters who is carrying out terrorist attacks. In a harsh voice, she asks him if he has anything to do with the disaster that has broken out in the city. Vince calmly says that this is the absolute truth, and reflects on the fact that he has about 70% of his strength left. After quickly analyzing her fighting power, he realizes that she is not in the best shape either, and he will not be able to deal with her. Vince notes that this is very good, but he can't back down and has no choice but to try to fight her. Haining orders him to raise his hands and declares that they will go to the first city to decide his fate. Vince says that would be difficult, and Hanning asks him if he thinks she's in the mood for a joke. Vince says he had no such desire, but the main problem is that the first city will not survive. Haining is trying to understand what this strange cultist is saying when he suddenly feels that the global energy balance has changed again. A rumble begins to resound in her midst, and she immediately feels as if some kind of earthquake has occurred. Haining turns back and asks what it all means, seeing a very strange disaster, the likes of which have never been seen before. This giant disaster turns out to be Miro, who makes sounds similar to whale songs. Vince doesn't move from the spot, realizing that everything is going according to plan, and now all that remains for him is to defeat Haining in this fight. Meanwhile, the technical department located in this city receives a message to come to the dormitory lobby. Caleb says that this message came from the number of the head of the technical department, so the matter is urgent. The other guards are trying to recover from their alcohol intoxication, but they are not doing a very good job. They are constantly trying to shift responsibility onto each other, saying that other people need to be sent here. They also turn to Caleb and Carl and point out that they should also help them since they have nothing better to do anyway. One of them states that they should go and check the garage area and also help with evacuation to a safe place. Cheryl sends them a message that she is in the second city and Vince is unconscious, and asks if he is okay. Caleb tries to keep in touch with her, but receives a notification that the connection has been interrupted. Carl and Caleb come to the conclusion that there is still no connection with the main city, so they will have to get out of here on their own. Peaceful citizens are wondering what is going on here and demanding immediate explanations. Other guards say they are trying to figure out the situation themselves, so residents should follow their instructions. Residents say there is no one to trust here, as the guards have never done anything right. There is a debate among the residents about how much trust these guards can provide, as they have always done a poor job. However, one of them notices a bright blue flash and declares that if this is a disaster, they will all die. After a few moments, the bright blue flash gradually dissipates, as if creating an energetic rain. Frightened people wonder what it all means when suddenly their icons start to glow blue. The guards look at their badges, trying to figure out what it means and what to do in such a strange situation. Caleb also doesn't understand what's going on, and Carl reports that a notification has arrived from the headquarters of the guards of the city of Gangneung. This alert is a level 1 alarm, which requires evacuation as quickly as possible. Miro continues to frighten ordinary people with specific sounds in order to speed up the evacuation procedure. Undoubtedly, the most important and difficult part of this plan is the fate of the citizens of the first city in which a disaster may break out. Vince said that they could not be evacuated outside the city limits. The journey to the nearest small town would take more than 30 minutes on foot. Vince reports that the guards won't be able to escort tens of thousands of people, but there is another way that will work. Vince says that once Haining defeats the disaster, they will move the townspeople to a safe second city. Further, according to his plan, after the disaster is destroyed, all its fragments will also disappear, which will create a safety zone for the rest. Cheryl says that people will see that something happened in the second city, so they won't go there to evacuate. Vince points to the incompetence of the county's guards and the desperation of citizens who have no one to rely on. Vince notes that the key is to not give people time to think and to force them to follow orders in chaos. After this, he notes that for this they will need one more participant in the plan and places his hand on Miro's head. Vince turns to the little girl and tells her that her role in this plan is incredibly important. Vince lays out a plan for her to follow and asks if she can handle the task. Miro firmly states that she will definitely not let him down and asks him to trust her and not to worry. Miro lets out a loud scream, trying to speak distinctly so as not to confuse the others. The terrified townspeople had never seen such a gigantic disaster on such a large scale. Although it looked quite harmless, sirens begin to sound throughout the city and emergency lockdown alerts are issued throughout the city. According to this alert, all citizens must immediately move to the second city's shelter, no matter what. All guards are also advised to make the protection and escort of citizens a top priority in this situation. Everyone is ordered to remain calm and follow the instructions given by the guards, no matter what. This instruction is a fake, which was specially staged to deceive people. Cheryl watches what is happening and says that she didn't think Miro could become so huge. The tech guys are clearly busy right now, as Cheryl has taken them out with some well-placed shots. She reflects on the fact that the central control room was breached because the guards were dispersed. After this, she notes that she is essentially participating in a terrorist attack, which, among other things, is one of the most clumsy. She also hopes that Vince will succeed, because if he can't defeat the commander, then they are all finished. She wonders if he can handle it on his own, hoping that he will succeed. Vince was indeed keeping aces up his sleeve all this time to suddenly attack his opponent. Haining looks at the giant Miro in surprise and wonders what it all means, while Vince rushes forward. Haining isn't exactly an easy opponent though, so she manages to easily dodge this backstab. Immediately after this, she turns around to launch a powerful counterattack on the treacherous enemy. However, Vince manages to duck in time so that the axe passes a few centimeters above his head. After this, he grabs the ground as tightly as possible to get a secure point of support. Haining doesn't expect such incredible agility from his opponent, so he briefly exposes himself to an obvious blow. Vince throws a quick kick, and Haining manages to block some of the damage, which sends her flying. However, Vince's plan worked, as it gave him some time to close the gap. Haining says she already sensed something was wrong when a lamppost flew at her from an unknown angle. After this, she says that apparently Vince does not know how to transfer the form of his power, and that is why he fights so strangely. She calls him a pathetic little thing, but notes that he either has the courage or is holding her hand. After this, she takes a few steps towards him and again summons the weapon behind her, concentrating her power. She sternly tells him that he will regret not giving in right away, and Vince understands that he will not be able to deceive her. He notes that it would be good if he could release power without a form, but his body holds this energy inside. After this, he resolutely rushes forward, realizing that he now has only one tactic for an effective battle. Haining jerks slightly in surprise, as this is the first time Vince has demonstrated such a sudden movement to her. However, she quickly comes to her senses and dodges a powerful punch from Haining. However, such a scenario is part of the protagonist's plans, since he does not seek to hit the clever Haining. Its purpose, on the contrary, is to demonstrate its overwhelming power upon contact with any surface. After it touches the ground, it causes a powerful shockwave that destroys the asphalt and knocks Haining off his feet. Vince says that Blue Axe shouldn't underestimate him, and that she herself would do well to be as vigilant as possible. Haining is very surprised by such incredible pressure from Vince, while he only wants to hit her once. Some time ago, Cheryl told him that he had two main issues that needed to be constantly taken into account. Cheryl noted that he cannot replenish his power without contact with Miro, and he also cannot fight from a distance. Cheryl asks him if this means he specializes in close-quarters combat. She states that guardians who specialize in destruction typically use explosive converted force to deal damage. She states that in his case it is different because it is not a deliberate explosion that can be controlled. She states that when he touches an object, the power in his body is instantly transferred and causes powerful blows from within. Vince continues to fight Haining and remembers Cheryl's words, who said that it is useful in fighting monsters. However, she warned him, saying that if he had to fight an experienced opponent, it would be very difficult. The thing is that a captain-level guardian will never allow anyone to get to him, much less strike him. However, this is the only thing Vince can hope for, because if he can land this blow, it will be critical. Of course, his intentions do not come close to seriously injuring Haining or causing too much damage. He respects this girl because she is going through an incredibly difficult time, but now she is an obstacle. That's why he tries to land just one blow to push her aside and prevent her from getting seriously hurt. Vince still makes confident attempts to hit her, but Haining maintains maximum combat coordination and dodges. She also tries to summon her axe to cut her opponent into pieces. Vince jumps up to prevent this from happening and to get into a better position to strike. He finally decides he'll have to take extreme measures and tries to intercept her axe just as it's about to strike. Haining frowns at him, trying to figure out what he's up to as her axe begins to build up energy. Vince pumps a massive amount of power into his opponent's weapon and causes it to explode, sending her flying. Haining is thrown back several meters, but she lets go of her axe in time to avoid serious injury. She looks at her hand and wonders what just happened, noting that all her fingers are still there and she only scraped off a little bit of skin. Vince realizes he has about 50% of his strength left, and Haining says it's not just a physical boost. Vince understands that she's also perfectly fine, but if this continues, his strength will run out first. Haining says that she has changed her mind and will now take him alive, even though she might have to do without an arm or a leg. Vince muses that he'll have to shape his power to have any chance. He prepares for the moment of truth and tries to put as much concentration and energy into his hands as possible. Vince and Haining rush towards each other at the same time and throw punches in the hopes that this will end the hard fight. Vince suffers minor injuries, while the city's commander is completely unharmed. Vince feels blood start to run down his arm, gushing from the open wound he received from the axe. Haining immediately rushes towards him to finish what he started, but he quickly stomps on the ground. This strike creates a shockwave that knocks the enemy back and gives them even more time to prepare. Haining jumps forward again, and Vince tries to turn around to strike, which greatly surprises her. Vince's movement is a little slow, but it's enough to understand what he needs to do. Haining jumps to the side in time, which prevents him from intercepting her again and forces him to rethink his battle plans. Vince decides to calm down, remembering that he was advised to simply imagine how he was gathering strength in one point. Cheryl recommended that he take a breath and relax his entire body to concentrate all the energy within. Vince repeats her advice, despite the fact that she is now in another city and cannot help him if he makes a mistake. Vince decides to feel the energy flowing throughout his body, like blood running through his veins that needs to be controlled. Vince tries to regulate the flow of this energy, after which his hair begins to glow with a bright blue flame again. Haining takes off, realizing that this blow is sure to hit its target and will be the last one in this duel. Cheryl talked about how he needed to gather power into one point and compress it to create a new flow of energy. Haining doesn't understand what her opponent's secret is, but with her speed, such analysis is unnecessary. Vince's eyes snap open and he realizes he needs to release his energy towards the enemy in an instant. He then rushes forward and strikes in midair to intercept the blue axe's attack. His body begins to interact with a mysterious energy that is formed and released in a completely different way. From the outside, it looks like his hands are turning into blue energy and causing his wrists to light up. Haining delivers a full, powerful punch, causing Vince to take further damage and be knocked back. Vince realizes that he is really in a lot of trouble and tries to cough to get his breathing back on track. Haining comes closer to him and says that all this time she considered him a worthless person who needed to be killed. She sternly says that this power is somehow different from the one wielded by the Guardians, in consistency and method of application. Looking at him in surprise, she wonders who he is and what his motives are. Vince reflects on the fact that he has failed again and urgently needs to find a way to cope with the situation. Miro asks him if he's willing to try again, and Vince agrees almost immediately. After this, he remembers that Miro had already told him that she too could not use her abilities. He notes that she has incredible power, and Miro states that he can use it as a transformation. Vince says that he meant abilities similar to those used by the Guardians, and Miro replies that he does not have such abilities. She states that he cannot release the power because his body seems to be trapping it inside. Miro says that if she does something like Cheryl, her body turns into an unknown substance. After this, she says that she cannot be called human, and biologically she is much more like a disaster. Vince ponders the nature of this phenomenon as Haining gets closer and closer to it. She says that it doesn't matter what it is anymore and it's time to finish, after which she swings an axe. Vince, meanwhile, remembers Miro's words that he is a special person and only he can control it. Vince wonders if it's possible that he too is the same as Miro, and that's the only reason he can withstand her power. He decides not to resist the flow that is flying towards him and simply closes his eyes to concentrate. He reflects on the fact that first he needs to feel the flow of power that is going next to him, a few centimeters away. After this, he concentrates on his body, realizing that the power inside him is like a stream of energy that needs to be organized. After this, he decides to gather her in one point in order to hold her inside himself for a while and allow her to stabilize properly. A powerful tension arises inside his body, which quite quickly reaches its peak values. Vince comes to the conclusion that having such a force inside himself, he simply needs to release it, as if he were firing a gun. Moments later, a powerful explosion occurs and Haining completely loses control of the axe, which evaporates. She looks at her opponent in surprise as several streams of energy pierce her body, causing damage. For a moment, it seems to her that in front of her is not a person, but something sinister and otherworldly, but at the same time familiar. A terrifying picture appears before her, and she wonders with horror what it all means. Immediately after this, the terrifying picture is replaced by a bright flash that blinds her for a short time. Haining quickly comes to and feels that she has fallen to the ground and has several open bleeds that need to be stopped. She also decides to take a little rest since the blast wave raised a huge amount of construction dust and debris. She wonders what that just was, realizing that it was not the giving of form, but a completely different process. Looking at the silhouette approaching her, which loses its anthropomorphic appearance, she wonders who he is. Vince slowly walks over to the torn mask that was left behind by the powerful blow and explosion and carefully picks it up. Vince addresses her in a mysterious voice that sounds completely unrecognizable, saying that he is a disaster. His face is covered in a veil of energy that reliably hides his identity and gives him a new sinister appearance. Vince clutches the remains of his mask, saying that he is the deliverer of disasters and will stop at nothing. Miro suddenly looks up, trying to understand what happened, as she clearly feels a change in the energy pattern. She notes that Vince's energy has changed significantly and suggests that he has succeeded in his task. Meanwhile, the guards continue to evacuate people, saying that no one should run and everyone should maintain order. Miro recalls being told that she would turn into a giant creature once she reached the second city. Vince told her that she had to become as big as possible, but weigh as little as possible, so that she could move around easily. He advised her to act as effectively as possible, but without causing harm, since she only needed to frighten them. Vince gave Cheryl the task of clearing the control room to organize the evacuation of other people. Vince realizes that almost all the employees there are almost asleep, so knocking them out won't be difficult. Miro took his hand and asked him what had happened to her and why she was scared. Miro says that's not the case, and Vince pats her on the head and says that this is not like her and there is no need to worry. He also noted that once he dealt with Commander Haining, he would immediately come to her to help and recharge. Miro realizes that she's a little worried about her comrade, and then begins to scream loudly to scare the others. People are starting to evacuate hastily and wondering whether they really need to evacuate to the second city. Ordinary citizens ask the guards why they are going to the second city, where it is certainly not very safe. There is a commotion among the guards, as no one understands what protocols they should follow next. Cheryl suddenly comes up to them and asks what the hell they are doing and why they are taking so long. She asks them if they heard the emergency evacuation order, then shows them two guards. The other guards look at Cheryl in surprise and ask what happened, and she states that she has no further information. Looking at the frightened guards, she asks them why they are looking at each other and are still standing there. They tell her that the safety of the second city has not yet been confirmed, so they do not know where to go. They are also told that such a decision requires a second-grade guardian, and not everyone here is a third-grade student. Cheryl reflects on how this is simply astounding incompetence, because by the time reinforcements arrive, it will be too late. Cheryl says that they may have received a separate order from the commander, but they were never able to respond. Meanwhile, Miro lets out a very loud scream to provoke people to make decisions faster. Cheryl understands that such psychological methods are excellent for pushing people and forcing the guards to act faster. She states that first we need to save ourselves from this disaster, as the safety of citizens is a priority. However, after a few moments, she discovers that cracks are appearing in the ground and are rapidly growing. After a few more seconds, an incomprehensible blue substance similar to wood begins to appear from these cracks. Cheryl almost instantly recognizes the nature of this phenomenon and wonders if this is really happening. Giant stems begin to sprout rapidly from the holes in the asphalt, heading towards Miro. Before the girl can even understand what is happening, the unknown plant begins to try to entangle her as tightly as possible. This plant belongs to one of the guards, and he rushes forward to help his comrades. Miro turns his gaze to the arriving reinforcements, realizing that now he will have to deal with them somehow. Cheryl looks at the man and wonders how he managed to get back here, and the other guards also understand what is being said. We are talking about Charlie, who is one of the most powerful guardians despite his very young age. Looking at him, they say that this is the same man who bears the nickname of the Bone Tree. Charlie looks at the strange creature in surprise and wonders if it is it, and if it is a disaster. Immediately after this, he tries to entangle her with his stems in order to neutralize any possibility of escape. However, it quickly turns out that this disaster behaves very strangely and is constantly changing. Miro transfers some of his power to the Bone Tree, causing powerful flashes and explosions in the air. Charlie continues to attack Miro and wonders what the hell is going on while she screams in pain. Looking at him, she reflects on the fact that he is not just strong, but is some kind of different being compared to the others. Charlie looks at this disaster in bewilderment and realizes that he needs to be captured alive in order to study it. Miro realizes that she has no choice but to make an emergency retreat and mentally apologizes to Vince. Charlie looks around in fear, wondering what it all means and where it went. After this, he turns around sharply to assess the situation in full, taking advantage of the elevated position. He sees a large number of civilians following the rest of the guards in order to evacuate from here. The other guards watch Charlie and say that they are his fans because he is incredibly cool. Cheryl feels her heart start to beat faster, noting that he is incredibly cool and has his own style. She wonders if this is all really happening, and then decides to come to her senses, realizing that now is not the time for this. Charlie says that he came here in response to a request for support from the second city and is ready to help others. He asks why there is such chaos in the first city, to which they answer that they themselves do not really know. They claim to be evacuating civilians on orders from their commander, and Charlie tries to find out where Haining went. Cheryl says that evacuation should be a priority, and Charlie asks her if the safety of the second city has been confirmed. Cheryl says that they can't just abandon civilians in this situation, so they have no choice. Charlie immediately turns towards her and begins to look at her intently, which leaves her at a loss for words. Charlie asks another colleague what the nearest village is from here, and they try to answer him. They claim that the nearest village is located on the coast. It takes more than 30 minutes to walk to get to it, and it is too small. Charlie, in response to this, immediately decides to use his power to facilitate the evacuation. These tree roots begin to move in a given direction in order to accompany other people. Within moments, a giant path is formed, which also serves as a guide for the others. Cheryl looks around and tries to figure out what it is, and Charlie says that they have 4 hours at most. He recommends hurrying, as the fragments won't be able to get close during this time. Meanwhile, Vince approaches the scene, thinking that what is happening seems unreal to him. Looking at Charlie, he wonders what he's doing here and why he arrived here so quickly. After some time, the information that the fragments will not be able to reach the tunnel spreads among others. The guards say they were told that the coordinates had been checked and the route had been adjusted. They also ask questions about whether they should check the sealing stone or if it needs urgent repairs. Vince, meanwhile, quickly changes into his uniform in order not to arouse suspicion and looks around. He throws a small rock towards Cheryl to get her attention and have a little chat. Cheryl turns around to see Vince standing in front of her, looking battered and battered, but he still managed to get the job done. Meanwhile, Charlie continues his conversation with his colleague, saying that there was no one in his sealing stone storage today. Charlie comments on how strange this is and asks if the vault has really been empty all day. Cheryl asks what happened to Commander Haining, and Vince replies that he did his job. Afterwards, he asks her what happened, and Cheryl says that Charlie was nearby on personal business. She notes that he apparently left immediately upon hearing the request for support and could not wait for permission to be given. Vince asks how he got here so quickly, and Cheryl says that this is the face of the Guardians with outstanding strength. Cheryl notes that it's for the best, as it keeps the citizens safe, and Vince states that it really is. Cheryl quickly realizes that he is going to continue his suicidal plan and destroy another stone. Vince looks at his wounds, which are slowly beginning to heal, and says that it is too late to stop now. Cheryl points out sharply that he has suddenly changed, as if the atmosphere around him has become completely different. She also says that the energy circulating around him has also changed to the opposite. Vince says that she is either completely impenetrable or overly sensitive, and Cheryl doesn't understand what he is talking about. She asks him if he met with Miro, but he replies that he has a much more important goal now. He states that before the next stage of the plan can begin, the obstacles that are blocking his path must be cleared from the road. They are reporting over the radio that they still haven't found out the location of the commanders and are continuing to move through the tunnel. A real commotion ensues as, in the midst of such confusion, many guards continue to follow different instructions. Charlie listens silently to the negotiations and realizes that the situation is quickly becoming critical. He asks where the sealing stone is, when suddenly Vince appears and addresses Cheryl. He talks about finally finding her, and Cheryl asks, surprised, what he's doing here. Charlie tries to figure out who it is and is told that it is a member of the technical department who has arrived to help. Vince says that he woke up after a strong blow. Chaos began in the city and all the people simply disappeared. He asks why he was in the control room, adding that he doesn't remember going there. Vince hopes that he can play along with him and follow his plan. Cheryl suddenly claps her hands and says that she can explain why he woke up near the control room. In a rather clumsy attempt at pretense, she says she left him unconscious in the control room alone. After this, she pats him on the shoulders and says that he has been lying there alone until now, noting that he is quite weak. After this, she says that nothing can be done, because he has no abilities and his body is incredibly weak. Vince asks her if she's trying to give him away on purpose, since her acting is just terrible. However, these people are more impressed by Vince's serious injuries, so they don't pay attention to Cheryl. Cheryl says that she would like to hear from him at least some explanation of the situation regarding what happened. Vince talks about finding out what happened to the second city, noting that a disaster was discovered there as well. Charlie immediately asks him what he means, and Vince pretends to see him for the first time. After this, he introduces himself and says that it is a great honor for him to meet him. Charlie states that the feeling is mutual, but he would like to hear more about the second city, and Vince's face begins to change. Charlie asks him not to worry and to tell everything as it is, since now any information can help. Vince says it happened about 8 hours ago, and he was returning on a call from the technical department managers. He claims to remember leaving his guard badge and returning to the second city, but suddenly felt vibrations. He adds that after these vibrations, something huge and incomprehensible appeared, which is why he quickly lost consciousness. Finally, he says that he was unable to examine this in detail because immediately after this, the neighboring buildings collapsed. Charlie asks him if he saw the creature up close, assuming it was a disaster. Vince says he can't say for sure, but it seemed to him that it was indeed a disaster. He also notes that right before he passed out, he saw Commander Haining, and Charlie asks if that's true. He notes that she fought this monster in the center of the second city, and judging by the time, the battle dragged on. Charlie says there is no need to worry about it, as he will go straight away to check on her condition. Cheryl says that she and Vince will check the condition of the sealing stone that remains in this city. She states that if it were a real disaster, the entire group would be in ruins, and this reassures him. Charlie says in a calm voice that as soon as he clears up the situation in the second city, he will return here. After this, he turns around and says that until then he will rely on their skills and ingenuity. Cheryl asks him if everything is okay, to which Vince replies that his vision is just not back yet. Vince then asks her if she's really that bad at acting, and Cheryl tells him to shut up. They ask him if he's okay, and Vince grins and says that he's just not a weakling and doesn't care. Cheryl asks him again if they are going according to plan, and he states that all agreements remain in force. He also states that there is no need to worry about Miro, since he knows perfectly well where she is now. Having calmed his girlfriend down, he tells her that he has set a meeting place for her just in case, and then leaves. Cheryl continues to roleplay, calling him useless and recommending that he evacuate due to these problems. After a few moments, she stops him and they look at each other for a moment, pausing. Cheryl calmly advises him to be careful, as she would not like to bring him home in a sack. Vince smiles, then nods and says that he hopes that she will also take care of herself on this difficult mission. Meanwhile, Carl grabs his colleague and says that they just need to evacuate and not waste time. He notes that they are from this district and are not part of the squad, so the sealing stone is not their responsibility. Caleb says that these idiots can't be trusted with anything because they don't even know where Vince and Cheryl went. Carl points out that it's not their problem, since Vince definitely ran away and Cheryl is too strong not to stand up for herself. Caleb advises him to evacuate if he wants to so badly, stating that the others are going to check on the stone. Carl understands that abandoning his elder is a terrible betrayal and says that he will follow him further. Charlie, meanwhile, reaches the second city, discovering craters that he believes are quite small. He notes that for a disaster fragment, it was too large and was located in the very center of the city. He wonders what it was, then discovers a bright flashlight shining through the fog. Charlie quickly descends to see what is going on when he suddenly notices a familiar silhouette. Coming closer, he realizes that the body belongs to Haining, who was left unconscious after the battle with Vince. Charlie immediately gets to her to check her vital signs and realizes that she is alive. He also discovers that she has no serious injuries, after which he turns around and sees a strange flashlight nearby. From the outside, it seems as if she put this lantern there on purpose so that someone would find her, or someone did it for her. Charlie tries to figure out what's going on since there isn't a single serious injury on his ally's body. However, after a few moments, he realizes that this whole time it was a trap, as someone was following him. Indulging in the gloomy emptiness, he says that there are about 4 people in front of him. Immediately after this, he turns to his power, which is already preparing to burst out from underground. Addressing these silhouettes, he advises them to come into the light as quickly as possible before it is too late. Someone had indeed been following him all this time, and now they decided to go outside to reveal themselves. Unknown people emerge from the fog and slowly approach Charlie, without naming their goals. Behind these people, there is a strange figure that seems surprisingly familiar to our guard. Looking at Charlie, the girl says that it is a great honor for her to meet such a young guard. Meanwhile, Miro successfully reaches the necessary place to meet with Vince. She reflects on how Charlie really is different and feels this energy that she only felt in Vince. After thinking for a moment, she notes that it is different from Vince's energy, but still somewhat similar. Vince asks her why she was so scared and tells her that he found her, as he promised a few hours earlier. Miro immediately jumps into his arms, and Vince asks her why she is acting so scared. Charlie says that she is asking him for forgiveness because she tried her best before Vince came along. Vince asks her to stop crying because he really doesn't like it, but she calls him heartless. Miro notes that the most important thing is that he has changed somehow and now has a different energy and aura. She asks him what happened, and Vince says that there is no time now and all the details will come later. After this, he asks her to give him the power, since they need to catch up with Cheryl as quickly as possible. From his point of view, such vital actions must be carried out to the end. Otherwise, there will be no point in them. Miro agrees with his point of view, after which he transfers a large amount of power to him so that he can recharge. Vince feels the energy overflowing through him, and his hair begins to behave strangely again, forming a mysterious mask. Miro looks at him with frightened eyes and cannot believe that he has changed so much since their last meeting. Vince says that they must move on, accepting their true form of disaster, which will only evolve. Meanwhile, Cheryl on the other side gets into the storage room for the special stone using her clearances. Cheryl says it was much more difficult to get in than the second city because it has a different security system. The guard says that the sealing stone of the first city is under unmanned surveillance. He notes that the first city was subject to a special security regime, while the sealing stone of the second city was unprotected. He claims that when problems arose with the stone, it had to be touched constantly, and so the system was turned off. After some time, the guard finally enters the necessary data into the software console and opens the doors. Cheryl reflects on how this is a surprising disregard for her job responsibilities for such a serious job. After a while, the entrance opens and they head inside, observing the giant stone standing in place. Cheryl says that this stone looks too intact, and if there was a disaster here, this building would not have survived. Her colleague wonders what it was, suggesting that it doesn't even look like the behavior of a small fragment. Cheryl recalls being told to disable the security system in the sealing stone's security room. Cheryl asks what the point is when the city is in chaos, and Vince states that they need to buy as much time as possible. Cheryl isn't quite sure why she's making such a big deal about it, but Vince is quick to let her know what to do. Vince points out that the problem is Charlie, as he will come back here as soon as he hears the alarm and reveal their plans. The guard says that fortunately, the sealing stone is fine so it can be reported to the others. The radio announces that all city citizens have entered the tunnel, adding that the head of the technical department is also there. Cheryl asks if anyone has gone to the central control room to monitor the situation. They tell her that one person went there and rebooted the security system to ensure its functioning. Comrade Cheryl says he never realized how serious it was, and so he still doesn't understand why he's here. A few moments later, the doors behind them suddenly close, as if someone had slammed them on purpose. Cheryl on the other side turns around, then remembers that she should pretend to fight desperately. Cheryl asks him how she can play a fight convincingly since it's quite difficult to lose convincingly. Vince tells her not to worry, which surprises her as she has never heard him sound so confident. Vince, in turn, says that she will not have to play a role since he will give his best. The doors suddenly start to break down, as if someone is breaking into them with brute physical force and is about to break them down. Cheryl says that they need to prepare for battle, as they must protect the sealing stone at all costs. However, after a couple of seconds, a silhouette begins to flicker in front of her, rapidly approaching her. Vince, with his newfound powers, realizes that it will only take him a few seconds to win. Cheryl tries to figure out what this all means, and Vince's otherworldly voice tells her to stay put and not move. He also states that he will try not to hurt her, as he has no desire to hurt the guards. After a while, we are transported to Daejeon, where the guards gradually begin sending helicopters with reinforcements. One of the analytical departments is also monitoring the situation to understand what measures need to be taken. One of the employees says that an hour has passed since Charlie left, but the signal problems have not been resolved. He notes that this is not surprising, given how run down the area was and how neglected it was. Cheryl's boss recalls that she warned him that being irresponsible about it would be a very bad idea. He mentally asks himself if everything will really turn out exactly as she said, and he will have to answer for it with his head. Suddenly, one of the employees runs up to him, saying that he has an urgent report and asks what happened. The young man says that he is talking about elite guards, and everyone immediately asks what exactly he just said. The guard says that he himself does not know this, when suddenly people in a specific uniform appear behind him. They unceremoniously push him aside, then step into the light, showing everyone their protective masks. It's just a support group while their squad reports to them that they will arrive there in about 10 minutes. They calmly declare that from this moment on, this incident will be completely under the control of the elite guards. Looking around at them all, he says that he would like to ask for their assistance in solving this problem. Other employees of the monitoring department are wondering what is going on and why the connection has not been restored. He notes that there were 5 people in the control room today, but for some reason they disappeared somewhere. Meanwhile, Caleb and Carl enter the control room, while the other guards declare that they are of no use. Carl asks them why there are only 2 employees here and where the rest of the personnel needed for monitoring have gone. Caleb and Carl immediately introduce themselves and say that they came here from Daejeon to check out the situation. They ask what's going on here, while Carl immediately figures out what the problem is with the control room. He pushes them aside and says that the signal is not getting through because the system is completely disabled. They are asked why guards from another region are interfering, but Caleb states that they are tech specialists. He hints to his interlocutors that they are from a field detachment, so they don't exactly know what to do with this equipment, unlike them. They are told that they are not even from here, so they should not be impudent. But Caleb declares that now is not the time to sort things out. He reminds them that they themselves don't care about the safety of this district, because otherwise they would have sent at least a couple of technicians here. He also hints that other guards are leaving the city under the pretext of escorting citizens in order to avoid responsibility. He lectures them, saying that even if they were all brought here by force, they should still have at least some sense of duty. After a short pause, he says that in some ways they are worse than the guards from the lowest classes. His interlocutor says that a sense of duty is the last thing he cares about, since he must be well fed and live well. He also states that the sense of duty does not arise out of nowhere, and there is not a single person here who would like to be here. He accuses them of labeling this place as a special district, but in reality it is a place of exile for anyone. He reminds them that the second-class guards here can be counted on one hand, while in Daejeon there are hundreds. Unable to control his emotions, he says that the supplies in this city are simply terrible and they were abandoned here a long time ago. Caleb reflects on how the Guardians are the greatest and only force that holds together current society. However, he understands that this organization is more fragile than it appears, since less than 5 years have passed since its founding. He understands that there may be problems everywhere, but this attitude towards other regions is a guarantee of failure for the entire organization. Carl turns to his elder and says that he apologizes for interrupting their important argument. After this, he states that there are no more problems with the system and it most likely shut down due to physical overload. He notes that most likely this happened because of that strange creature or for some other reason. Caleb asks him if he can reboot the system, and he states that it is no big deal. Within moments, they establish communication channels through CCTV cameras, and the picture should appear soon. Carl notes that it will take some time to restore all the cameras, but the cameras at the main sites are working properly. Carl says that there are cameras in the ceiling stone area, which is a great success since it can be observed. Caleb tells him to focus all his attention on this particular object, and he obediently follows his command. Taking a closer look at the camera image, they realize that the girl in the picture looks familiar to them. Carl happily says that Vince probably abandoned Cheryl and already evacuated while she remained here. The field guards say they received a call from the stone, noting that there was nothing suspicious there. Carl says that this is great news because now they can laze around like they wanted to before. He also asks Caleb if it's time for them to leave here since they've already done their job. Suddenly they realize that the atmosphere in the room has changed, and for some reason they start looking at the door in front of them. Caleb asks if there is a camera in the hallway and demands that they switch to it immediately before it's too late. Carl says he's not used to local management yet, so it's taking him some time, but he's adapting quickly. However, after they get a complete picture of the entire room, they wonder what it is. A man appears before their eyes who looks incredibly strange, his head burning with blue flames. Cheryl continues to stand rooted to the spot, realizing that she has never seen anything more threatening. Vince asks her to stand still and says that he will try to make everything quick and painless. Using his newfound strength, he unleashes a powerful attack to knock back both guards. The blow is enough to render the weaker guards unconscious, but Cheryl remains conscious. Vince takes a few steps to the side, and Cheryl looks at him carefully, not believing her eyes. She wonders in her mind if this is still the person she always knew. Vince says in a dark voice that she should pretend to be unconscious. Cheryl lowers her head, thinking that something is clearly wrong here, as he has changed so much. Looking at him, she mentally says that this is not at all the person she knows. She also notes that the most important change is that the energy he possesses is not the power of a guardian. Vince, meanwhile, moves even closer to the ceiling stone to finally destroy it. Cheryl can't help but wonder out loud if he possesses the energy of the very disasters he releases. Vince, meanwhile, takes careful aim, saying that this stone must be destroyed in one blow. Carl, Caleb, and the field office staff watch in horror, trying to figure out how they can help. The staff say that if they go there, they will definitely die, so they need to leave here as quickly as possible. Carl tries to stop them, saying that they need to save their comrades, but they don't listen and run away. Carl turns to his colleague and asks him what they need to do in this situation. Caleb stares at the image for a long time, then says that he needs to evacuate and contact the center. Carl asks him what he's going to do, and Caleb states that he has to help Cheryl because she can't be abandoned. Carl asks him if he is confident in his abilities, and he replies that he was originally in the field detachment. Meanwhile, Haining is gradually being enveloped by the roots of Charlie's tree, which should help her recover more quickly. Charlie understands that now they will probably have to fight, so they need to evacuate their comrades as quickly as possible. Looking at these people, he thinks that they are a fighting force and sees only 3 of them in front of him. A girl, at a great distance, gives barely audible orders to her comrades. Charlie reflects on how it doesn't matter to him how many people there are, because he will fight no matter what. The 2 combat team members immediately rush forward to eliminate Charlie and achieve their goals. Charlie understands their intentions perfectly and immediately creates even more tree roots to fight them off. Despite such a massive and terrifying attack, both fighters act as if it does not faze them at all. Using their incredible speed, they dodge the roots flying towards them and create pistols. These pistols use spiritual energy to deliver powerful long-range attacks. Another guard decides to use a bladed weapon to cut some roots. Their goal is to close the distance and quickly cut Charlie into small pieces. Charlie expected something similar from these opponents, so he prepared a special move in case they approached. He again summoned several roots in a very close radius to knock back any enemy that gets too close to him. Looking at them, he says that these opponents are not just a bunch of rabble who decided to take a risk. Looking at them carefully, he understands that he won't have to stand on ceremony with them, so he needs to give it his all. After this, he decides to fight at full power in order to destroy these opponents as quickly as possible. One of them even loses his mask, so it becomes critical not to reveal his identity. Charlie continues to fight them while Vince muses that destroying the ceiling stone will be enough. Thus, he analyzes his plan since it went completely wrong. However, he admits that the success achieved is explained by luck, but in this situation it is not so important. He notes that most of the citizens have left the city, and those who remain are under Charlie's reliable protection. After this, he once again charges his fist with the energy of disaster in order to deal a crushing blow to this artifact. Having gained enough strength, he carries out a quick and decisive attack, hoping to split it in that very second. Charlie immediately feels strange fluctuations in energy, as if he is somehow connected to these stones. A strange feeling prevents him from concentrating on both opponents, and he turns away as if he had been struck in a part of his soul. He wonders what that just was, while one of the unknown squad's members takes aim at him. Vince, meanwhile, continues to strike, creating powerful cracks and bringing his destruction closer. He asks himself what he is doing at all and why he has chosen such a strange, destructive path in his life. He reflects on how he wanted to become a strong guardian and protect people, to be in the most dangerous place ahead of everyone. His dream was once to emulate Kanu, who saved him, but now he does things that are completely unthinkable. As he continues to strike, he realizes that the life he had strived for is now effectively over for him. Cheryl, meanwhile, continues to lie there, pretending to be unconscious, secretly peeping at him. All this time, she carefully watches what he does and understands that now they will live a completely different life. Vince takes a short break, realizing that the stone has little time left before it finally crumbles. Vince suddenly hears otherworldly voices begging him to help them get out of here. The voices tell him that they are inside this ceiling stone, which will keep them forever. Some souls call on their parents for help, saying that they really want to get out and find peace. Vince feels as if someone is reaching out to him from the other world to finally touch him. After a while, it was as if an otherworldly hand reached out to him to convey all its pain to him. Vince feels his head filling with other people's memories that cause him incredible suffering. He sees a huge amount of pain and injustice caused by brutal deaths that were not justified in any way. Vince feels like he's in an abyss, and in front of him appears a real Leviathan looking into his soul. This Leviathan, consisting of thousands or even tens of thousands of voices, appeals to him in the hope that he will help them. A gigantic mass of these souls calls him friend, hoping that he can somehow relieve them of their suffering. Miro comes up behind him and asks if he now understands how she feels all the time. Without further ado, Vince reaches out his hand to grab hold of these otherworldly souls and try to pull them out. After a few moments, the stone shatters into small pieces, and it becomes clear that all it took was to touch it. Cheryl opens her eyes in surprise, realizing that she has never seen such a strange metamorphosis. As the shards fall, strange lights form around them and are drawn to Vince. He talks about how he now really understands what she's talking about as Charlie pushes back the enemies. The girl, who had been watching the whole thing, tells her comrades to stop this senseless battle. Vince states that he now fully feels the full range of suffering that now needs to be released. He adds that this is enough, and now there is no need to linger here to gain time. Charlie continues to feel changes in the energy fluctuations and tries to figure out what might be causing them. A powerful earthquake occurs, which cannot bode well, and Charlie quickly comes to his senses. He turns back in fear and wonders if this is what he thinks it is and the sealing stone has been destroyed. Huge chunks of the tectonic plates on which the first city stood begin to move under the influence of an unknown force. The woman with red hair says that they need to retreat, and Charlie looks at them in surprise, trying to understand what is happening. The buildings begin to collapse, creating even stronger tremors, and Charlie doesn't have time to react. The girl tells him that now is not the time to ask questions and that it is necessary to continue the battle. Charlie still asks them who they are and what their ultimate goal is. In response to this, the girl says in a sad and almost monotonous voice that he himself guesses this. She calls him by name and states that he knows perfectly well who they are and who they help, advising him to make the right choice. Meanwhile, the remaining guards are trying to evacuate, realizing that in a little while their city will be destroyed. One of them tries to stay here to protect the area but is stopped by a colleague. They say that this is complete nonsense and that he does not remember the moment when they suddenly became so responsible. He adds that it is necessary to soberly assess the situation, since a real apocalypse is currently unfolding here. The idea of getting out of here as quickly as possible is actually a good idea as the disaster is rapidly starting to awaken. A few moments later, they feel something threatening approaching and see a strange silhouette. Vince throws Cheryl and another unconscious guard to them, telling them to take them with them. The frightened guards ask him who he is, to which he states that he simply does not have time to explain. He tells them that a gigantic disaster is awakening here, which means that this city and the entire region are finished. Vince reflects that his worst fears have come true, and the first disaster has indeed swallowed up the second. The original plan was to release the disaster immediately upon arrival and destroy the core in cooperation with the Guardians. However, having seen this place in person, he realizes that he made a big mistake and a couple of guards from the main district will not be enough here. However, he understands that it is too late to give up now as the situation has changed for the worse. He discovers that Charlie has managed to return here to use his power and try to destroy the disaster. These roots rush towards the giant creature to prevent its emergence and destroy it beforehand. This tactic is, of course, doomed to failure, but it will be enough to at least weaken this creature. Vince reflects on the fact that there is now a real fighter in this district who can help him cope. Charlie moves quickly through the roots to prevent serious damage and get closer to the enemy. However, he understands that he does not have enough strength to simultaneously maintain the tunnel and fight this monster. He understands that most of the citizens have fortunately left the first city, but they are still in the danger zone and need protection. He realizes that he needs to hold out for at least another hour, when suddenly an unknown figure appears behind him. Vince addresses him by name and says he is pleased to meet him, although now is not the best time. Charlie turns to him and asks if he is the one who liberated the disasters. Charlie asks him if he was involved in unleashing this disaster and destroying the city. He also asks why he is doing this, and Vince replies that even if he explains, he still won't understand. Vince also adds that he is unlikely to be willing to listen to him, after which Charlie attacks him with roots to immobilize him. Vince doesn't resist, and the giant roots wrap around him, making him unable to move. Charlie says in a confident voice that he will send him to the main district for a proper trial. Vince doesn't react to these words in any way, after which he asks him to listen to him first. After this, he decides to use his power to free himself, stating that they don't have time to fight now. It directs the roots to the side, as if it were managing them on its own without any problems. Charlie looks at him in surprise, and Vince says that this is exactly the main problem. He asks him if he understands that the disaster will be difficult to deal with once it is fully unleashed. After a short pause, he confidently says that this core must be destroyed while it is still exposed. Charlie asks him why he wants to destroy the core if his goal is to free him. Vince says that the destruction of the disaster is the very procedure of liberation that he intends to carry out. After this, he looks at him carefully and asks what his decision is and whether he is ready to help him. Charlie looks at him for a moment, trying to understand what this man is trying to achieve. but the fate of the citizens is more important to him. After this, he commands his roots to stop holding Vince and focus even more on the core. He squeezes his hand with all his might, tightening his grip on the core and preventing it from growing any larger. He also calls upon other roots to go there and help their fellows. After this, he continues to attack the giant core to ensure that it does not release the disaster under any circumstances. A powerful trap is formed, which can keep this creature underground for some time. Charlie turns towards his opponent and says that he will cover him if he decides to do this. Vince realizes that he has acquired a very good ally in the fight against this monster. Charlie, in turn, continues to release more and more new roots so that they are directed there. Vince makes several jumps on these roots to reach his goal as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the disaster is becoming even stronger and is already preparing to break out of its trap to destroy everything in its path. Even a powerful guard like Charlie is not enough to keep him in place for long and prevent him from escaping. Vince, however, does not give up and resolutely runs towards his opponent, fully understanding what is at stake. At the end, he touches the spiritual root with his hand to give himself additional impetus for flight. There is a powerful explosion, and Vince seems to be sent flying with just one touch, constantly gaining speed. He looks closely at the huge disaster to understand where it would be best to land and how to get to the desired point. Along the way, he delivers a quick blow to knock off several tentacles that are preventing Charlie from completing his task. The tentacles of disaster constantly appear to attack violators and at least somehow vent their anger. Charlie continues to help his temporary ally and still has the strength to create new roots. These roots block the passage of the tentacles so that Vince can get to the main body of the disaster as quickly as possible. Charlie does this completely calmly, realizing that most likely after the fight is over, he will attack him. Vince doesn't think about such things, because his priority right now is to free the disaster. Cheryl, realizing it was time to stop this silly game, opens her eyes, signaling that she had come to her senses. The guards ask her if they are okay, and she replies that they can let her go since she is fine. She is asked about what actually happened, and Cheryl states that she doesn't really know anything about it herself. Carl immediately rushes to her and says that he is glad that she is still alive and that he was scared to watch through the camera. Cheryl stops him and asks where Caleb is, and Carl replies that he said he would go after her. A few moments later, another powerful earthquake occurs due to the release of the disaster. Carl, with horror, assumes that it is still in the first city, although this seems almost impossible to him. After that, he turns a frightened look to Cheryl, and she realizes that she will have to go back to get him out of there. Vince continues to fight the giant disaster in hopes that he can reach its base. Several tentacles immediately move towards him, but he destroys them with one easy movement. Immediately after this, he delivers a small blow to the root of the bone tree to give himself additional momentum. There is a powerful explosion and he leaps forward again, this time aiming straight for the disaster's head to get to it. Charlie feels his strength slowly waning, but he does everything he can to continue the fight. He picks up Vince with the roots he created and directs him straight towards the main body of the disaster that is just emerging from the ground. Vince lights his fingers on fire to create a plasma cutter-like weapon that destroys everything in its path. Several dozen tentacles that were sent to stop him are destroyed almost instantly. Vince cuts down everything that comes his way, but he is not fast enough to anticipate everything. As he turns around, he finds himself trapped as several attacking tentacles are aimed at him at once. It creates a powerful blow, and any ordinary person would simply be flattened into a bloody pancake. Vince jumps to the side and tries to slow down, thinking that this is going to be much more difficult than he thought. Looking at his opponent, he realizes that this creature clearly senses his presence and does not let him get closer. After this, he turns to Miro and asks that, on a signal, she transfer to him all the power she has. Miro immediately says that she can't do that because his body can't handle it, but Vince reassures her. He states that now is not the time for doubt, and reflects on the need to follow the flow and organize the energy. Making two fists, he realizes that he must gather the energy into one point and compress it properly. After a few moments, he opens his eyes to release the flow and asks Miro to recharge it. After a few moments, giant streams of energy begin to burst from his fists like a cannon shot. These currents rapidly increase exponentially and destroy all tentacles in their path. Charlie watches this incredible flash of energy in amazement and realizes that he has never seen anything like it before. This energy is like a flame that ignites all the tentacles, leaving behind only charred remains. Vince, meanwhile, grits his teeth, realizing that this attack is not easy for him and he will have to continue the fight further. After this, he begins to wave his arms, forming energy wings to clear the perimeter. He speaks loudly to his comrade, telling him that he should push him with his roots. Charlie complies with his demands, creating a suitable platform for him to push off from and launch forward. Immediately after this, he covers several hundred meters in a few seconds, sending himself forward like a projectile. Vince feels like he's reached his target and puts his foot forward to avoid running into his enemy. From the outside, this spectacle looks incredibly impressive, as if a blue angel is descending from heaven to fight a demon. Vince concentrates all his remaining strength to strike with an energy whip and destroy the disaster once and for all. With all his remaining energy, he launches a powerful attack at the disaster's main body, hoping that it will be enough. A roar comes from the sidelines, and Vince knows he needs to keep punching until he wins. Charlie watches what is happening and realizes that even his strength cannot compare to something so impressive. Vince not only manages to inflict serious damage on the great disaster, but also tries to defend himself, as if anticipating its attacks. Charlie also decides to help him by using his roots to relieve him of the extra burden. Vince is completely focused on breaking the strange, mirror-like body of disaster. With each blow, the shell begins to crunch, and small but very significant cracks spread across it. Charlie, meanwhile, loses the strength to fully resist the tentacles, and one of his roots breaks. This comes at the worst possible time, as Vince is now at his weakest, being completely focused. However, he manages to partially restore his defenses, although one of the tentacles causes him serious damage. Charlie reflects on the fact that the disaster liberator alone will definitely not be able to cope with an enemy of such magnitude. He figures that if he pulls his arm out, it will become even heavier, so he'll have to widen the tunnel to help him. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a loud cry from Vince, who addresses the disaster and asks him to calm down. He says loudly that he is not trying to cause harm and has come here to free them. Placing his hands on the main body of the disaster, he says that he understands their pain, anger, and resentment. The tentacles slow down briefly, and he says he is only here to free them. Charlie can't believe what's happening and wonders how this is possible, while Vince continues to negotiate. Coming closer, he says that he can give them the freedom they have long craved and free them from their suffering. Charlie looks at what is happening and clearly understands that the real villain is in front of him. He notes that if the emergency protocols had not worked so quickly and citizens had not fled to the second city, victory would have been possible. He understands perfectly well that the delay in the evacuation has caused many problems, but he does not understand the purpose of the disaster reliever. He also can't understand why this man suddenly decided to talk to a monster who seems to understand him. Vince addresses one of the spirits, saying that he is also on their side so he can be trusted. He looks at them carefully and understands that they need help, and if everything goes smoothly, the disaster will disappear on its own. Suddenly, he hears strange footsteps and turns around, trying to figure out how Caleb got here. He asks why he is here, after which the disaster goes on a rampage, losing contact with Vince. Vince tries to calm him down, saying that it is not necessary, but it is too late. Charlie also doesn't understand what's happening and doesn't have time to notice Caleb, who has become the cause of the disaster's wrath. The technical department employee struggles to his feet, but it is too late to run. The disaster decides to destroy him with one powerful blow, and only a miracle can save him. Charlie notices too late that a civilian needs help and doesn't have time to use his roots. The same goes for Vince, as he's too busy trying to calm the source of the problem. Caleb just comes to his senses and sees a giant fist flying towards him. However, after a few moments, something strange appears in front of him, and his face expresses surprise. Caleb is confused by the giant animated furball that rushes forward to protect him. A few moments later, the hand comes down, creating a powerful explosion and raising clouds of dust. Vince calls out loudly to Miro, hoping that she managed to hide and did not die from these blows. Caleb looks around, trying to understand what happened and why he is still alive after such a blow. Miro asks him in a frightened voice if everything is okay with him and if he has received any serious injuries. Caleb wonders in horror if this is the disaster speaking, and Miro declares that it is not and begins to howl. However, after just a few seconds, they begin to be attacked by the tentacles of a giant disaster that has not yet calmed down. Miro grabs Caleb and rushes forward, telling him to duck and stay out of the way of the attack. Vince tries to understand why Caleb is still here, realizing that the disaster has changed its target to Miro. He tries to leave here to save her, but he feels that the hand of the spirits of disaster is trying to hold him back. Turning around, he realizes that he really does have a chance to dispel this disaster once and for all. Miro continues to run away, holding Caleb tightly in his teeth, who can only hope for luck on such a trip. Miro falls to the ground, using his incredible softness and ability to absorb blows. However, in order to finally save herself, she needs to come up with a way to avoid further attacks. Cheryl comes to the rescue in time, snatches Caleb from Miro's arms and carries him towards a safe passage out of the city. Caleb asks Cheryl if she's worried about him, stating that it didn't make any sense in the first place. Caleb also asks her if she saw a strange creature that spoke to him with a human voice. Cheryl says without much enthusiasm that he must have misheard because that simply couldn't happen. Caleb states that he is sure of it, but she no longer listens to him, as she is concerned about Vince's fate. Looking back, she expresses hope that he will be okay and will cope with the task at hand. Charlie is thinking about how the little ball of fur he saw earlier is acting very strangely. He reflects that this lump appeared from the bosom of the liberator of calamities and is one of his abilities. He also notes that the most important thing is that he just saved a guard, although he should have been an enemy. Charlie recalls that he requested a report on the disaster reliever's actions and learned that no one had died so far. His colleague noted that this was truly surprising, as such incidents usually result in multiple casualties. Charlie also received information that the man was deliberately delaying to give people time to evacuate. The girl also said that he himself destroyed the disaster immediately after it awakened, and his motives were completely unclear. Charlie is trying to figure out what is going on when he suddenly hears strange voices speaking to him. These voices tell him to do it and give them freedom, finally getting them out of there. Charlie orders the voices to shut up immediately and wonders why they have returned now. His powers gradually begin to weaken, and he realizes that he can no longer concentrate to suppress it. He says they won't succeed, but he understands that he has almost no strength left due to maintaining the tunnel. It is gradually becoming clear that this disaster must be dealt with as quickly as possible, otherwise it will be too late. Charlie turns to Vince and says that he was too hasty because he can't hold him back any longer. Meanwhile, the monster continues to rage, causing Charlie to lose even more strength and be thrown back. The monster continues to beat its tentacles and arms on the ground, creating powerful tremors. Vince looks around and thinks about how he urgently needs to pull himself together and act independently. He understands that he can't bring Miro back, so he needs to end this with the power he has. He turns again to the disaster, whose hands are reaching out to him, trying to get out and free himself. Vince agrees with them, saying that he came here to finally free them. After this, he begins to pull them towards him to help them break free. This process takes a monstrous amount of his strength, but gradually weakens the giant monster. Miro moves carefully between the cars, then looks up to see what is happening above. Miro asks him to wait a little longer and says that she will return to him to recharge him with power. Vince, meanwhile, reaches down and tells the suffering souls that he will get them out of here now. When in contact with these souls, he lights the insides of the giant disaster with blue fire, and this gives hope for success. Caleb and Cheryl, while evacuating their comrades, hear strange sounds and decide to turn around for a moment. Charlie continues to watch what is happening closely, gathering his last strength to help him if necessary. He hears voices calling him by name and asking him to save them and get them out of this terrible trap. Vince, meanwhile, stretches out his hand even further and sees countless creatures heading towards him. He touches the face of one of them and sees tears of incredible sorrow flowing down it. The sorrow that this soul has experienced. Vince tries to put all his spiritual powers into helping these creatures, and it starts to burn him from the inside. There is a powerful flash that turns into streams of energy, similar to tongues of flame rushing into the sky. A few moments later, a powerful explosion occurs, blinding anyone who looks at it for too long. Vince finds himself in a completely different place, as the shockwave threw him far away. He crashes into a bus located a few hundred meters away from the giant disaster and loses most of his strength. Gradually, his mask begins to disappear, and he says that his mission, unfortunately, was not successful. After this, he decides to take a look at the giant disaster, which has been significantly weakened due to the ritual. He sadly says that a little more and he would have coped, so he will have to start all over again. He tries to get to his feet and says that he needs to find Miro to recover and help Charlie. Looking at his body, he realizes that his strength is insufficient and his durability has been significantly reduced. He also wonders what he should do now, when suddenly strange silhouettes flicker in the air. Vince doesn't understand what this means, when suddenly one of the giant disaster's tentacles is instantly severed. A few moments later, the fighters land next to Charlie, and he immediately understands who was sent here. He addresses the elite fighters and says that they have arrived just in time, because there is almost no hope left. Vince looks at the elite guards in surprise and wonders if someone decided to send them here. Elite fighters are immediately distinguished by their unique uniforms, embroidered with special symbols. The guard says their arrival has been confirmed and asks for clearance rights. Charlie doesn't object to this assistance, after which the two fighters immediately rush towards the giant disaster. One of them leaps into the air and swings a weapon made of pure energy of incredible power. He also coordinates with his comrade and takes to the air, preparing to destroy the creature. Another elite guard uses a strange device that resembles a long-range rifle scope. After analyzing the creature, the elite guard comes to the conclusion that the disaster is on the verge of destruction and has a weak spot. The girl immediately transmits the coordinates to her partner with a sniper rifle, and he aims according to her data. After a short pause, he pulls the trigger, releasing an energy bullet. This bullet turns out to be so deadly that it pierces through the disaster, leaving behind gigantic damage. Charlie looks around and says that this county really did seem to be destroyed. The guard agrees with him and says that nothing can be done about it. Having accepted the loss of the district, the guard says that in this world absolutely nothing lasts forever. After some time, the disaster completely dissipates into the air, and the guards go in search of Vince. They find it quite quickly by its energy trail and turn to it to attract attention. As they get closer, they calmly announce that the target has been confirmed and the capture procedure begins. The guard says he doesn't understand why a man operating near the main district ended up in such a remote area. Vince tries to get up and says that this is truly an elite squad, although they usually do not leave their positions. He understands that he needs to escape, but the main thing now is to keep the mask on so that he is not recognized. Vince turns to the guard and asks if he really knows him and why he addresses him informally. He also asks if he understands how old he is, and the guard states that the voice in front of him is that of some schoolboy. He then adds that raising such impudent people is his specialty, but Vince notes that he won't give up easily. The guard asks if he has a choice, as he is already at the limit of his capabilities. He adds that he is obliged to deliver him alive and relatively unharmed, although he would prefer to simply finish him off. Charlie stops them briefly and says that before they grab him, he would like to ask something. Taking a few steps forward, he reminds Vince that he addressed the disaster at the last moment and told him to calm down. Charlie also notes that the disaster actually responded as if it understood his words. They note that he has so many questions that there is not enough time for them all, so he asks to ask him only one thing. Charlie is most interested in why he destroys the ceiling stones and kills disasters. Charlie assumes he must have some good reason, since no one would do such a thing for no reason. Vince continues to stare at them silently, and Charlie is still trying to figure out what he is trying to achieve with his behavior. The guard interrupts him, saying that this is enough because he will tell everything during the interrogation. After a while, they surround him to give him no opportunity to escape. They also say he has been arrested for committing dozens of terrorist attacks and threatening public order. He also states that he is not granted the right to remain silent, and Vince is trying to figure out what to do. Suddenly, a giant Miro appears out of nowhere and lets out a loud scream, causing everyone else to lose their guard. After this, she makes several quick jumps towards the main character and opens her giant mouth. Before he can do anything, the jaws close and Vince is saved in the strangest way. The guards wonder if the disaster liberator was simply eaten and decide to try to catch the furball. Miro runs away quickly and the guards try to run after her, but Charlie immediately stops them. He states that with such injuries he won't get far anyway, but first this district needs to be stabilized. The guard reminds that the duties of the elite guard are limited solely to security matters. He also adds that as deputy managers, they can only give orders within the scope of these powers. They leave, calling him the face of the guard and adding that he should not interfere with their work, no matter what. Vince, meanwhile, climbs outside, temporarily losing his mask as he needs to catch his breath. He says that now it's time to take a little break and praises his ally for her excellent timing. Miro asks him if he was seriously injured, and Vince states that he is fine now. After he regains his strength, his regeneration actually accelerates, and even his body's strength increases. He understands that now he will definitely have to be several times more careful, but he has completed the main mission. Moving further away, he notes that now this district is not in any danger. They have dealt with the disaster. Vince admits that he can't believe that he destroyed an entire special district with his own hands. But Miro asks him not to relax. Miro asks him if he feels anything strange, and Vince immediately turns around, sensing a change in the energy aura. Miro says that there is still a tail behind them, which is rapidly trying to catch up with them and drive them into a trap. Vince tries to stop her, saying that they need to be dealt with, and Miro states that he has not yet recovered. Vince notes that they have no other choice anyway when he suddenly freezes, seeing strange silhouettes behind him. The elite guards also stop as previously unknown fighters appear before them. The commander stops his subordinate, telling him not to make any unnecessary movements. Feeling incredibly threatened by these people, he asks them who they are and why they are here. The girl asks him if he didn't recognize her, after which she continues to look at him with the same indifference. Squinting slightly, she says that many years have passed since they last saw each other. She calls her interlocutor the elite guard Shimmer, after which he freezes in horror, realizing who is in front of him. She tells them that she is very sorry, but this time he will have to stop chasing this man. Vince, meanwhile, is reflecting on the fact that the energy trail seems to have disappeared. Meanwhile, another guard who had been unconscious all this time comes and asks where he is. Looking around, Haining sees that she is near a bone tree and Charlie is standing next to her. She asks him why he is here, and Charlie states that he has come in response to her request for support sent to Dijon. Charlie asks what this all means, and then tries to figure out what happened to the first city. The realization hits her almost instantly, and it makes her feel worse and worse. Charlie says that the first and second towns in this district were destroyed as a result of the disaster's appearance. He says that he tried his best to prevent the destruction of these cities, but he failed. Haining feels a part of her die inside, while Charlie states that he is so sorry he couldn't. Meanwhile, we are transported to a completely different part of the Korean peninsula, which, however, is also destroyed. One of the guards fights against numerous fragments that are trying to attack and destroy him. Kan continues to practice his fighting skills, destroying the dog-like fragments with one move. Despite this, they continue to attack him, as if not realizing that he is several hundred times stronger than them. Kan is no longer surprised by anything and calmly continues to practice, cutting off the heads of his opponents one after another. A few moments later, flashes appear from the darkness, signaling approaching enemies. Kan remains icy calm, as if such things are completely ordinary for him. He makes several movements to secure himself on the ground and prepare for defense. Tearing out chunks of the landscape, he lifts them into the air, creating improvised projectiles for himself. As the enemies approach, he decides to take proper aim and prepare for a volley. In the next few seconds, all enemies who attacked him are knocked to the ground. Kan quickly destroys them with his telekinetic abilities and briefly rises into the air. After this, he wonders if this is all that these monsters are capable of, and a female voice replies that this is so. After this, the girl begins to get angry, saying that she is unable to make any serious progress. Kan notes that the movements of these monsters themselves have become smoother, but require numerous improvements. This girl's name is Danny, and she is the head of the technical department and Kenton's sister. A girl comes to her and says that she has brought a report, adding that it is very urgent news. She points out that this concerns Kana, and Danny asks why she should care about the affairs of some village. She angrily says that if it is something insignificant, she will rage and throw, cursing loudly. Kan goes inside and asks what happened, after which the employee says that he better take a look at it. She adds that a disaster has appeared there, and Kan asks if it really happened in 2 cities at once. The lab technician says that this is not the most important event, and Danny suddenly remembers the New Man project. She demands to bring all the materials on this project, and Kan reminds that she herself said that the project failed. Danny immediately says that this is not true and unfolds the report, showing the photographs of Vince that he was able to take. Kan looks at this in surprise, and Danny states that this villain is using the power that object number 315 gives him. Danny states that the experiment was not a failure, but rather it was their shared mistake, as they considered it a failure. She notes that she cannot believe that all this time there was a guy capable of such an achievement. Danny asks the lab technician why she hasn't brought the materials yet, and the girl replies that it's impossible. She notes that all the materials for this project have been lost, and Danny asks what that means. The girl boldly suggests that Danny might have forgotten what happened a year ago during that incident. She adds that she then said that they needed to be disposed of anyway, so there was no need to worry about it. Danny slaps himself in the face, saying that she is just a complete idiot for allowing such things to happen. She notes that all of this needed to be restored, and the lab technician says that the seizure will start again now. Danny accuses her of being a clumsy idiot who can't do anything, and Kan tries to stop her. He calmly says that it is impossible to return what is lost, and we need to focus on what is happening now. He looks into her eyes carefully and says that there are things much more important than what she is thinking about now. Danny gradually comes to his senses and agrees with him, saying that he is right and they need to focus on something else. They turn towards another specimen, which is some kind of red man. Danny calls her a red woman and adds that if she succeeds in even this, it will be a great success. She notes that she still can't give up and demands that Kan handle this as he is responsible for what is happening. She asks him if he can bring here these 2 specimens that are in the photograph. Kan quickly changes his clothes and says that he is asking for the first elite team to be called for a meeting. He also says that this concerns the disaster liberators and the operation will be carried out separately from the current representative. Kenton suddenly wonders if his sister is throwing another tantrum, and Kan freezes in place. Kenton asks him how he even tolerates her, noting that he clearly has nerves of steel to be still here. Kan asks him why he is here, and Kenton tries to understand whether he has come to a place where he is not allowed to enter. Kan says that this is indeed the case, as he is no longer part of the elite guard group. Kenton smiles and says that this is indeed true, because according to the documents, this place simply does not exist. Smiling, he says that by this place he means the Seoul headquarters, which was destroyed. Kan looks at him with a steely gaze, and Kenton states that he just came to warn him. He notes that the Prime Minister is furious and has been ordered to catch this liberator before they get to him. Kan says it's none of his business, and Kenton asks him to do his job properly, after which Kenton advises him to keep quiet. This scoundrel says that Khan has filled his head with completely different things and is constantly thinking about the wrong things. Kenton advises him to be careful, as he knows very well how dangerous it is to anger his sister. He adds that they have known each other for so many years that he understands perfectly the feelings he is experiencing. After this, he goes on to say that he cannot believe that he and this sister grew out of the same womb. Kan asks his assistant if it is possible to find any materials related to the new person's project. The assistant says that the same person cleaned everything very thoroughly, and even the backup data cannot be retrieved. Kan says that it is necessary to find all related projects related to this, since some of them are likely to have survived. Kan says that they need to find at least some kind of clue because that's the only way they can catch this man. Haining, meanwhile, becomes furious, saying that once she gets to the disaster liberator, she will kill him. Meanwhile, it is becoming clear that residents of the district and nearby villages will receive temporary housing in the central district. The guard states that the inspection of the area is complete and begins the evacuation, recommending that everyone follow the instructions of their superiors. Cheryl wonders what's going on here and why nearly 50 people have been sent to help. Caleb, meanwhile, finds Vince and immediately rushes to meet him, asking where he was. Caleb asks him if he's hurt, and Carl immediately states that Caleb is being too pushy with him. Caleb ignores these comments, saying that Vince knows how to stand up for himself and never lets anyone bully him. Vince, meanwhile, looks around and finds Haining among the survivors, looking depressed. Vince focuses his attention on her, realizing that for her, this tragedy is perceived much more acutely than for others. Caleb asks him if he's okay, noting that he looks like he's not himself. Vince answers the question by saying that he evacuated before the panic started and is surprised that Cheryl didn't tell him. Vince notes that he would have only interfered anyway, but he helped by not getting involved in any trouble. Caleb says that he has become different lately, because before he would have stayed to protect people. Caleb notes that once he changed apartments, it was as if he had been replaced, and Cheryl tries to figure out how to get out of this. Vince suddenly says that he has now become a realist, and this is the only thing that can explain his actions. Caleb immediately puts his hand on his shoulder and calls him by name to get maximum attention. He says he's sorry he was fired from the field unit and his self-esteem has taken a hit, but he shouldn't beat himself up so much. He claims that the technical department is no worse than the others, because without them, security would not work at all. Carl says that you can work as much as you want because no one cares what you do anyway. After this, he points to the refugees, saying that there is simply chaos there that needs to be somehow controlled. They also point to Charlie, saying that these people are the real heroes, look at the others too. Charlie, meanwhile, turns towards them, and Cheryl pulls Vince back, indicating that the legend is approaching them. Charlie stops in front of them and wonders in his mind why these people are acting so strange. Charlie points out to Cheryl that they have met before, and Cheryl states that this is true. Charlie mentions that he wants to know if everything is okay in the first city, and Caleb notes that he was saved by a strange creature. Charlie specifically emphasizes that the creature was strange, and Caleb saw it up close, so he was able to get a good look at it. He asks him carefully what this creature seemed like to him and whether it behaved strangely. Vince understands that the situation is getting tense, and Caleb himself says that he is not exactly sure, but it behaved really strangely. Caleb tells him that the creature actually spoke and asked him if he was safe and if he was injured. Caleb notes that it is impossible to contact the disasters or their fragments, and Vince says that it is a mutation. Vince says that he had a similar experience and encountered a similar shard, and Cheryl asks him what happened. Vince feels his hands shaking with pain and says that he simply twisted his ankle while running. Charlie looks away carefully to take in the information he has received. After a while, he hears an elderly woman say that she is not going anywhere. She states that this is her home, so she can't just up and leave, and even if she dies here, she will die at home. Cheryl says it's hard to watch, and Charlie points out that it's not just a place for them. He emphasizes that for these people, this is a homeland that has survived so many years of hardship and fear, and everything changed overnight. Cheryl and Vince fall silent as Charlie notes that for some, everything they ever had disappeared in a second. Vince says there's a silver lining to this, as it's not all gone forever. Vince explains his point by saying that as long as the Earth exists, it can be cultivated and strengthened again and again. He speaks with confidence that in this case, this land can become a real home, and this time, for real. Carl asks him what he's even talking about, while Charlie looks at him with surprise and interest. Carl states that no one will survive here anyway, since without the sealing stones there will be disasters everywhere. Carl also tells him not to even think about saying he's from the Central District, as it would bring shame on them all. Charlie suddenly receives a phone call from the technical department executives in Jeju. His eyes immediately become sadder, and he understands that he is about to have an extremely difficult conversation. After this, he turns to his interlocutors, wishing everyone a safe return from the mission. Carl suddenly says that he sees this Charlie for the first time, and Caleb declares that this young man is very handsome. After a short pause, Charlie suddenly approaches our heroes and asks if he can ask a question. He asks them how old they are, and Vince and Cheryl look at each other in surprise, trying to figure out what he's up to. Realizing that there is nothing strange in this question, they calmly answer that they are both 19 years old. Charlie nods calmly before turning and walking away, leaving them wondering why he asked about their age. One of the guards turns to Caleb and tells him that it is time to head back to the main district. Caleb calls his comrades to follow him, saying that other squads will take care of the rest of the work. Vince steps into the helicopter, after which he pauses for a long time, contemplating the consequences of his decision. Looking back at these people, he realizes that they are going through an incredibly hard time because their home was destroyed. He also understands that these people are grieving and it will be impossible to make them forget about it for the rest of their lives. However, he understands that he will do everything possible to protect them in one way or another. Miro addresses him cautiously, noticing that he hesitated and was deep in thought at the wrong moment. She asks him if everything is okay, and Vince quickly replies that he is fine. Miro says that there is no point in regretting anything since they did what they had to do. Meanwhile, we are transported to the same observation deck where Haining and Vince were recently. Haining looks at the destroyed house and remembers the words of his father, who so dreamed of coming to this district. Haining does not hide his tears and talks about how their homes have disappeared, despite the fact that they tried for so long to get there. Hatred begins to take over her entire being, and she says that the very same scoundrel whom she did not finish off is to blame for everything. Without hiding her tears, she says that she will definitely find him and finish him off at any cost to take revenge. After a while, Vince hears his new doormate greeting him, and the voice seems familiar to him. This is not surprising, since this voice belongs to Charlie, who says that life will be calmer at headquarters. He also says that it is a strange coincidence, since his new home turned out to be right next to his room. Looking at him with a calm and attentive gaze, he says that now they will be neighbors with Vince. Needless to say, how surprising and unfavorable this new neighborhood turned out to be from Vince's point of view. Cheryl asks Vince in surprise during their lunch break if he really has become neighbors with the great Charlie. She asks him how this happened, because a leader of such a level should not live among ordinary guards. Vince says that it's the next room and it's not scary, but he keeps watching him in a strange way. Vince says that yesterday he even came to work and hung around him, constantly watching. Vince points out that it's unlikely the boy suspects anything, when suddenly Charlie appears behind him and greets him. Vince and Cheryl immediately fall silent, and Charlie says that he is glad to see Ms. Cheryl here too. Cheryl asks him if he knows her name, and Charlie says that he has heard of her before and asks permission to sit down. Cheryl immediately gets up from the table and says that he can sit next to her, and Charlie thanks her for this. Vince begins to eat intensely, and Charlie suddenly stops and says that he remembered a very interesting incident. Charlie looks at Cheryl and asks if she's okay after those events, and Cheryl states that she doesn't have any serious injuries. Charlie says that this is good, after which he remembers that he hardly crosses paths with Cheryl in the dorm. Cheryl looks at him in shock and asks if she's interested in him, noting that it is a great honor for her. Vince is thinking that she must be out of her mind to fall for these compliments, when he suddenly notices something odd. He turns to Charlie and notes that he is not eating some of his food, to which Charlie states that it is too spicy for him. After this, they decide to swap parts of the food, realizing that they have the same preferences. Cheryl watches them and wonders why it looks like they are close friends. Cheryl reflects on how she is bothered by the fact that Charlie is showing interest in ordinary guardians like her and Vince. The other guards start talking about them, saying that they were there when the disaster happened in Gangneung County. Charlie calmly says that for several days now, everyone has been talking about nothing but the disaster. Charlie says that in reality, everyone is much more interested in the identity of the disaster liberator than in the disaster itself. The news says that the existence of the disaster liberator has actually been confirmed, and this has been announced by the Guardian's side. The announcer says that his exact motives are unknown, but he destroyed the sealing stone and caused the disaster. They claim that the liquidation and aftermath were handled by a common leader, Charlie, and 3 elite guards. The news said that Charlie clearly said that the disaster liberator was talking about the destruction of the world. Charlie continues to listen attentively to the news and says that he doesn't remember saying anything like that. The other guards say that this man is crazy and is clearly going to kill everyone who gets in his way. Vince calmly continues to eat breakfast while people begin to hate his second personality. Cheryl notes that the atmosphere is getting tense, and Vince says that he didn't think there were such crazy people in the world. They also claim that it was because of this one guy that everyone got into such trouble, and that he himself remained alive only by a lucky chance. After this, he gets up and says that he is full, noting that today he will be the first to return to work and wishes him bon appétit. Charlie looks at him in surprise, then tells him to be careful given the current situation. Cheryl says that it won't take long for her to choke, because everyone else's faces show pure rage. Charlie says that this is indeed the case. But what doesn't add up is that the Calamity Liberator he met was different. Meanwhile, the news says that if it weren't for Commander Charlie, it's scary to imagine what could have happened. The news also expresses regret that there were no worthy guardians nearby, and Cheryl clenches her fists. Charlie asks her not to take it personally, when suddenly his phone starts ringing frantically. Charlie quickly looks at who decided to contact him and realizes that this is a call that needs to be taken immediately. All this time, the head of the technical department of the city of Jeju called him to discuss the results of the work. Charlie apologizes for picking up the phone late and says he was at lunch, but is told it's no big deal. Charlie learns that it was a national simulcast that reported on the latest disaster. He also learns that the entire district is now on lockdown, and most of the cities under his jurisdiction are also under quarantine. Charlie says that for some reason the Calamity Releaser is described as something completely different from what he actually is. However, he is immediately interrupted, saying that he did everything right and that he was incredibly lucky that he came to the rescue. The department head notes that thanks to this psycho, the situation turned out just fine, and Charlie's position improved. She also says that he is one step closer to his goal, but Charlie states that this is not quite what he meant. Charlie tries to convey that the disaster releaser didn't seem crazy or weird at all because they were talking. The girl abruptly interrupts him, calling him by name and saying that she is absolutely not interested in the details. She states that all that matters is that the current situation turns to their advantage in the coming battle. She reminds him that he is becoming the youngest overall leader and face of all the guards, and that is a good thing. She asks him if this is what he has been wanting for so long, and Charlie says that it is. He is advised to continue acting in the same spirit and not to fill his head with unnecessary worries. After some time, the day shift finishes work and thanks everyone present for their efforts, after which the people disperse. Vince carefully enters his room so as not to attract Charlie's attention. Miro appears out of nowhere and asks him if everything is okay, watching his movements carefully. Gradually following him, she says that lately he looks somehow yellow, like a lemon. Vince says he's fine, but he's probably taken it all too lightly, which is a mistake. He notes that he thought he was already prepared for such activities, but it turned out that the preparation was incomplete. Vince says he has a hard time taking people's anger head-on, while Miro says it won't help. Vince is talking about how he just needs to get used to how life is going to be, when suddenly a silhouette catches his eye. Taking a closer look, he immediately realizes that the body belongs to Cheryl, who is heading somewhere in the middle of the night. This fact surprises him greatly, and he decides to find out why she decided to leave her room. In fact, the reason Cheryl decided to retire tonight is ridiculously simple: training. Cheryl feels like she's getting weaker every day because she lacks the skills to keep up. Therefore, she decides to conduct intensive training in order to improve her skills and come up with a new form of her powers. She can easily cut down trees, but she remains dissatisfied with the result, no matter how good it is. She decides to turn her attention to an abandoned building, which is clearly stronger than some kind of splinters. She delivers one powerful blow to destroy the structure and prove her increased strength. However, after she looks at the result of her attack, she realizes that she still lacks practice. She speaks irritably about her catastrophic lack of combat abilities and the necessary strength skills. After that, she calmly tells Vince to stop staring at her and finally come out from behind the tree. Vince asks her how she knew that, and Miro states that he is actually glowing, and Vince asks why she didn't tell her before. Cheryl points to a tree next to him and says that it's a pretty clear indication of a fight. Vince smiles and says that for the record, he did not offer to fight her, but still accepts her challenge. The battle goes by quite quickly, and after the first blow, Cheryl falls to the ground, unable to continue the fight. Miro happily celebrates the victory, and Cheryl calls them sick idiots who don't hold back their powers at all. Vince says that if he gave in, it would piss her off even more, and Cheryl says that's true. Afterwards, he asks her why such rigorous training is necessary, and Cheryl states that she is on the verge of second rank. She sullenly says that he himself knows the rules, because usually it only takes a couple of weeks, and she should have already become third. Squeezing her hands, she says that she's been in this state for 6 months now, as if she had reached a plateau. Vince doesn't say they weren't taken seriously because of their age, but Cheryl says that's not the case. She decides to show him what her power is and releases energy threads over a large area. She says that her formation is only good in certain cases, but in terms of pure strength, it does not stand out in any way. Cheryl says that disaster fragments or small monsters are her limit, but now that's not enough. Vince understands that all this time she was tormented by thoughts of her own incompetence and lack of strength. Cheryl says that at that moment, all she could do was grab Caleb and run away as quickly as possible. She says that she is incredibly ashamed of how things turned out, because she was unable to offer anything more. She notes that on that battlefield, she did not even dare to join the fight due to her own helplessness. Cheryl says it's the first time she's ever felt this way, and Miro says it's like the old Vince. Vince says it's a really bad feeling, and Cheryl admits it's tearing her apart inside. Cheryl asks him what he plans to do, adding that the disaster was reconstructed, but nothing has changed. She says that they managed to evacuate people, but he was declared the psycho of the century, and now everyone will try to kill him. She also says that it is unlikely that anyone will believe his words, since he destroyed an entire special district. Vince says he will have to put his hopes in the Liberation Squad, as was originally planned. Cheryl says they were really lucky with Gangnam County, while Vince says they'll have to plan better for the next one. Vince emphasizes that he needs strong allies now, and without them, planning further steps is pointless. He expresses hope that if his existence is known, they will give him some signs one way or another. Cheryl suggests that they might not even exist, but Vince says there's no other way out at the moment. Cheryl says that this is not the most important issue to think about right now, and there are much more serious challenges. She states that if he continues to act as a liberator, he will not be able to avoid clashes with the elite guards. She reminds them that they are also guards, but their role is fundamentally different from that of ordinary guards. Cheryl emphasizes that much of the information about them is hidden, but they are not called elite for nothing. Vince says that the fact that they're moving at all means his existence is being hampered by someone up there. Cheryl says that these are opponents that cannot be underestimated, so it is not just about her or his abilities. She reminds him that he has become faster and stronger, but his old problem has not gone away, because he still has difficulty controlling his strength. She says that he saw it all himself, and therefore understands how dangerous and outstanding fighters the elite guards are. Vince realizes that they can't go against their established teamwork with the same reckless behavior they've had before. Cheryl pauses briefly and then mentions that there is another issue that is bothering her. She states that she is bothered by the strange sensation she gets when he uses his power. She states that when he uses his power, it seems as if he is fighting not against people, but on the side of disasters. Vince looks at her in surprise, and she asks him if he noticed anything like that during the fight. Meanwhile, Miro turns around and says that dawn will break very soon. She advises Vince to leave, as it is better to be careful now that they are keeping an eye on him. Vince looks at his hands, thinking that he really should head home to avoid raising suspicion. Meanwhile, Carl continues to keep an eye on his subordinate, realizing that he is clearly behaving strangely. He wonders if this Vince is even going to work, noting that they already had one of the younger ones. Carl adds that he constantly clings to Cheryl in every free minute, and Caleb advises him to focus on his work. Carl accuses him of not having time for idle chatter, since he himself is clearly not present at work. Carl mentions that he's been digging into the Calamity Releaser thing for a while now, and he's heard rumors that he's talking nonsense. Carl notes that he still doesn't believe in this period, talking furball, and Caleb declares that there is no use talking to him. Carl looks around in irritation, commenting on how everyone is going crazy before turning to Vince. He wonders what it all means and why Charlie joined this strange party. Carl tries to understand why everyone is so fixated on pathetic Vince, who is unable to hold even the simplest formations. A deep envy rises in his heart, and he tries to find out who this boy really is. Caleb says they don't have time to stand around, and Carl says he'll get some rest and then get to the work site. Carl notes that he is always ignored, and there is absolutely nothing surprising about this. He tries to understand why all the attention is going to Vince, despite the fact that he is even weaker than Carl himself. Suddenly, Kenton's voice comes from behind him, asking him if he is the man from Gangnam County. Carl asks how he knows his name, after which he states that it is him, and Kenton advises him not to be afraid. Carl says he wasn't scared because third-rank guards usually don't remember people like that, and Kenton laughs it off. After this, he carefully turns his gaze to Vince, Cheryl, and Charlie and watches them for a while. Charlie asks him if it bothers him that the management is staying here, and Carl says it's not surprising. Carl admits it's an honor to see him in person, and Kenton says that's usually how it goes. After this, he states that, apparently, Vince has a different attitude towards the situation and does not have any respect for him. Kenton says he deliberately placed Vince and Charlie next to each other in the dorm to get them to bond, but to no avail. Kenton says he didn't expect this outcome and was trying to see if anything important could be gained. Carl says that he is his immediate superior and he is already going crazy with how lazy this Vince is. Carl also says that he is just good at sucking up to people with this talk of dedication. Carl states that the others are also being deceived and does not understand why so many people believe this scoundrel. Kenton says with a smile that if his immediate superior says so, he will take it into account. After this, he leaves Carl alone with his thoughts so that he understands what he needs to do. Kenton says that this boy really doesn't get along with his surroundings very well, but there must be a little humanity in him. After some time, the senior management will be presented with a video report on what the disaster relief vehicle looks like in combat conditions. In the meeting room of the interim government, people are wondering how this even happened if the new project was closed. The Prime Minister says that the order for disposal was indeed given, but a serious incident occurred. Government officials say they don't have all the information because the project was classified. After some time, one of them says that it is time to take stock of the last few years. From their point of view, the new person's project was a success, and this should be recognized for planning future actions. They tell her that this will only become clear when they catch this person and can analyze him. They note that the reason the new human was deemed a failure was because Subject 315 was unable to use the Force. The Prime Minister replies that Vince's connection to the Liberation Force is unknown and that the elite guards are investigating. Some are wondering what the chances are that this is a Guardian, and some are starting to suspect an elite squad. One of the women slams her hand on the table and says that she is tired of listening to talk about the guards and everything else. She states that this is also a problem, because if something happens, everyone runs only to them, ignoring everything else. She states that they even communicate with each other in this way, after which she is asked what she is proposing. The girl says that she suggests that we should be wary of the weakening role of the government, since it is they who should govern the country. She also says that the elite guard actually has 2 leaders, and notes that Kenton is quite harmless. Some claim that the problems are precisely in the field department. For example, the minister says that he has Khan under control. He is asked if he is sure of this, and the Prime Minister states that Khan thinks in a very primitive way. All this time, Khan sits in his office and uses wiretaps to understand what the government is saying. He listens attentively to how they treat him, when suddenly an assistant comes in, demanding his attention. She brings him the materials he requested, saying that it is related to the new man's project. She notes that according to the surviving data, there are 213 people, of whom the current location is known for 50. After this, she says that most of the rest are listed as missing or dead. She notes that she believes this is a waste of time, adding that none of the subjects showed significant results. Kan says he understands all of this, but just wants to keep all options open just in case. After some time, he comes across the personal file of Vince, who was once one of the test subjects, and Kan repeats this. He thinks for a moment, repeating the idea that he needs every opportunity, and remembers the day he found Vince. Voices appear in his head, loudly telling him that he needs to come here immediately, because there is a child here. Khan struggles to move the rock under which Vince is holding his comrade in his arms. Khan watches the reports closely, trying to figure out what he needs to do next. After a pause and some thought, he says that he needs to get the contact information of the guard who met the Liberator. Rising from the table, he says that he needs to be met as soon as possible to be questioned. Meanwhile, Vince ends up in a rift, but the person riding with him leaves him with mixed feelings. Charlie tells him that it is already evening, and Vince states that this is indeed true and the time is already quite late. Charlie states that time really flies, and Vince sharply asks him if he doesn't have anything better to do. Charlie asks him what he means, and Vince accuses him of being too relaxed because he has a lot to do. Charlie states that work has indeed been slowing down in recent days, but he doesn't know why, but Vince interrupts him. He states that if he has something to say, he should speak up, and Charlie asks him if he would be comfortable doing so. Vince says he's been stalking him a lot lately, and it feels like he has some business with him. Charlie says it's no big deal, but Vince says it makes him a little uncomfortable. Vince says that if he has a question about an assignment, he can speak up and he will definitely help him. Charlie says that's not the case, and Vince asks him why he suddenly decided to start following them. The doors slowly begin to open, and Charlie realizes that he has clearly done something wrong. After this, he begins to quickly walk away in an unknown direction, but then stops, pausing for a short time. He apologizes to them, then notes that their words about them both being 19 years old gave him an idea. He adds that he was rarely surrounded by peers due to the nature of his work, so he decided he could make friends with them. Vince realizes that he just accused a man of spying on him without even asking his purpose. Cheryl finds out about this and wonders if Charlie has been following them all this time to become friends. Vince says that it couldn't be understood any other way, and Cheryl doesn't understand why such a person would decide to get close to them. Vince and Cheryl suddenly remember his behavior patterns and realize that he really is a little weird. Vince says that maybe Charlie isn't that great, despite being the face of the Guardians. Cheryl points out that they are 19 years old, not the same age, and emphasizes that the situation on Jeju is completely different from this city. Vince guesses that even if there was someone, everyone shied away from him, because for them, he was a high-flying bird. Cheryl notes that she has seen the strength he has demonstrated, and he doesn't feel like a normal person. Cheryl reminds them that they actually have something to hide, and Vince says he's had an idea. He says that Charlie wants to be friends with them, which means they should take advantage of it, and Cheryl asks what that means. Vince says that training with him is unlikely to help her, and Cheryl points out that they use their powers differently. Cheryl reminds him that she will have absolutely no one to train with except him, after which she freezes. She asks him if he means he's going to talk to Charlie about this. After a while, Charlie turns to his comrades and says that he is ready, so it's time to start. Cheryl realizes that this man really did organize the training match. Looking back, she realizes that he himself is not going to do anything, since to everyone else he looks weak. Vince gives her encouraging gestures, while Cheryl admits that he irritates her. Cheryl realizes that, when you think about it, sparring with an opponent like that is a rare opportunity that no one else gets. This amazing opportunity excites her, and she understands that she needs to give it her all and not let herself down. After this, she rushes forward, preparing to engage in battle, and loudly asks to be taught how to fight. Vince supports his fighting friend, saying that she will definitely cope with such difficult challenges. It quickly becomes clear that Cheryl is too weak and suffers new setbacks due to constant defeats. Cheryl summons her thread to form into a drill and prepares to deliver a quick strike. Charlie responds with light movements, calling upon his spiritual roots. One light attack is enough to instantly destroy the formed thread. Vince watches him closely, realizing that it was no coincidence that this man received the nickname Bone Tree. Vince notes that the sheer power of this man is impressive, but even more impressive is the subtlety of his control. Another incredible advantage is the scale, because as soon as it touches the ground, everything changes immediately. Vince tries to figure out if it is legal to have such a powerful ability and how to get closer to that level of mastery. Looking at himself, he realizes that in comparison to him, he's a much more modest fighter who doesn't know how to do anything. Vince understands that even if they can compare in pure strength, he is completely inferior in subtlety and methods of application. Cheryl, meanwhile, suffers another defeat and flies off to the side, hitting her face on the ground. Charlie asks her if she's okay and says he held back and that he's sorry it happened. Vince looks at the results with sadness and says that the difference in strength is truly colossal. Cheryl asks him why he's acting so badly, and Charlie says she's not weak. Charlie admits he had to play along a little since this was his first time training with someone else. Vince asks him why he always talks so awkwardly, as if he never had any friends. Charlie asks if it's that obvious, and Cheryl says Vince just grew up without good manners. Vince asks if that's really true and points out that he was joking and didn't mean to offend him. Charlie, in turn, says that he is simply not used to communicating with his peers, and therefore he feels awkward. He adds that he is constantly causing inconvenience and does not even know how to properly communicate with his peers. Vince realizes that a little therapy is needed here and recommends that he sit down to catch his breath. He also states that, judging by Cheryl's appearance, he still doesn't have enough strength to do another workout. Vince states that he has long wanted to ask why he is allowed to stay here for so long, since this is not his district. Charlie says his absence isn't a problem because his city's technical department handles all the processes. Cheryl asks him why he decided to stay here, since everything is absolutely calm here now. Charlie says that it was initially classified, but now there is no point in hiding it, and the information has been made public. He says that he is temporarily in charge of the group on the case of the Disaster Liberator, adding that his task is to capture him. Vince asks him if they were able to find any clues that could help them follow the trail. Charlie says he's found very little, but there's one thing that really bothers him. He recalls the questions he tried to ask during his first meeting with the Liberator, but received no answers. Charlie is still trying to figure out what the reason is behind why this man acts the way he does. Charlie states that he cannot talk about it because it could be sensitive information. Vince thanks him for taking the time despite being busy, and Charlie notes that it was his pleasure to help. After this, he carefully gets up and turning around says that then they will see each other tomorrow. Vince watches him go, realizing that he hasn't behaved very correctly towards this trusting man. Vince tells him that he shouldn't have paid attention to what he said last time about his discomfort. After that, he scratches his head and says that tomorrow we can eat together to discuss business. Vince emphasizes that they will only do this if Charlie himself is okay with it, and he immediately agrees. After a while, he leaves, leaving our heroes alone with their own thoughts. Cheryl and Vince are almost unanimous in saying that he is completely different from what they imagined. Vince emphasizes that it is too early to relax since he is the leader, and it is unknown what this person might be hiding. Vince addresses Miro, noting that she is unusually quiet today, but she abruptly runs away after his appearance. Vince asks her what happened, and Miro wonders if he really hasn't felt anything all this time. Vince looks at her in surprise and asks what she means because he doesn't feel any changes. Miro says that someone has been watching them for quite some time, although she has not stated this before. She points him to an unremarkable tree, adding that it happened right there. Vince approaches the note and realizes that he needs to show up at the designated location tomorrow and meet with the Liberation Squad. A day later, midnight arrives, and they are transported to an abandoned city in which there is no longer a single living soul. Vince calmly looks around the ruins and says that he needs to get to the grocery store and stop there. Looking back, he says that this is the very place that was indicated in the note, realizing that it is dangerous here. Cheryl warned him that it was a trap and that the guards were probably just on his trail and trying to check on him. Vince said that if it had been the guards, they wouldn't have had to make things so complicated and they would have arrested him right away. Vince was genuinely convinced that this was their chance to finally find the allies they had been waiting for. He said that everything they had done so far was initially aimed at attracting the attention of these people. Vince realizes he's going to have to take a risk and suddenly hears movement behind him. One of the fighters rushes into the attack to deliver a powerful blow with an energy blade. Vince reads his movements almost perfectly and understands that this is a test that must be passed. Vince dodges sharply, his physical skills having improved significantly since his last training session. Vince looks at the attacker in surprise and asks who he is and what he is doing in this place. The attacker doesn't respond and only summons a few more blades to rush into the attack. Vince knows he's going to have to fight pretty hard to take on this guy. Vince quickly closes the distance and says that he doesn't understand where this opponent came from. After that, he tries to touch him, saying that with this level he won't leave him even a scratch. The fighter understands that he has made a serious mistake, and now he cannot escape punishment for his miscalculation. Vince abruptly stops his attack, realizing that he has passed the test and makes no sudden movements. Another observer who closely followed the progress of this battle says that this is enough. Taking a few steps towards him, he asks if Vince is the same disaster releaser. Vince suggests that it was a test, and the girl replies that in such things it is better to play it safe. She replies that he wrapped himself well and emphasizes that there was no particular need for this, since they already know who he is. After this, she states that in front of her stands a third-rank guardian from the main district, whose name is Vince. The girl says that, judging by the way he uses his power, a minor disaster is also near him. The girl states that he probably has a lot of questions, but first she would like to introduce herself. She calls herself Ingrid and states that she is the second in command and that they are on his side. Vince asks them if this is really the case, trying to understand why he should trust strangers. Ingrid says that it was they who took out the elite guards who were chasing him in Gangneung. Ingrid also says that if he hadn't believed them, he wouldn't have come here, and Vince says that it doesn't matter now. He asks them how they knew he was the liberator of calamities, and they tell him it wasn't difficult. Ingrid says they started suspecting this even before the incident because they had exclusive information. Ingrid states that the Elder, when he heard rumors about the Liberator, immediately decided that it was Vince. Vince asks them what this all means, and Ingrid says that the memory loss apparently isn't a joke. After this, she states that formally they are already acquainted, but explaining everything here would be too long and dangerous. Vince asks why they even thought he would agree to this, but Miro advises him to calm down. Carefully peeking out from under her hood, she says that it would be better to listen to these people first. Vince realizes that there are at least several dozen more people around him who are watching him. Ingrid says that this is a reasonable decision, and Vince nods silently and takes a few steps towards her. Ingrid says that before they go to the base, she would like to ask him one very important question. Ingrid guesses that he knows the nature of the disaster and asks why he is freeing them. Vince says the answer to this question is obvious. He does this because it is right for the dead and the living. Ingrid listens to his arguments and says that now everything has become perfectly clear to her. Vince states that it is now her turn to answer what kind of organization it is and where it is based. Ingrid says that he asked questions directly to her, and this is not the right place to answer them. Ingrid finally says that she is ready to tell him the purpose of creating the Liberation Squad. She states that their goal is to destroy the sealed stones not only in Korea but all over the world, and therefore they are in solidarity with him. Ingrid adds that they came here to persuade him to cooperate, since his strength is important. Ingrid also says that, among other things, they need someone to become the face of the Liberation Squad. Vince asks them what they mean, and Ingrid states that there are almost no records left of them. She notes that their unit was originally created to accumulate forces to confront the Guardian Corps. She also says that all this time their opponents controlled the information and erased any traces. She adds that even if they perform now, to ordinary people they will look like an unknown group of sectarians. Vince asks them if they are asking him to join their squad, and Ingrid immediately states that this is not the case. Looking him calmly straight in the eyes, she says that she offers him equal cooperation to solve problems. She emphasizes that they need him too, which is why he called himself the Liberator. Ingrid assumes he did it in the hopes that they would find him and provide help. Vince says he has one condition, and Ingrid asks what exactly he wants to set. Vince states that he wants to speak with the leader of the Liberation Squad personally and will discuss cooperation later. One of the fighters says that this is too much, but Ingrid is in no hurry to refuse him. After waiting a bit, she says that she will fulfill his request, causing surprise among the other soldiers. Ingrid notes that they won't take him to headquarters because there's a temporary base nearby. Ingrid says that the elder is there now and that she will arrange a meeting for him, and that will be enough. She said she thought it would be a nice gesture to let Vince know they really needed him. After some time, he finds himself in a restricted area in the vicinity of the main district. Ingrid opens the front door, steps inside, and encourages him to follow her without turning anywhere. Vince goes inside, looks around, and realizes that this place looks completely different from what he expected. Ingrid informs him that this is their temporary base in the region and that he can make himself at home. Vince tries to figure out if this place looks familiar to him, as the architecture here is similar to his headquarters. Ingrid states that there used to be a guardian facility here, which is no longer being monitored very effectively. Vince looks around and realizes that there are quite a lot of people here, and each of them has a distinctive aura. This aura indicates that almost all members of this Liberation Squad were former guardians. After some time, a strange man comes out of the building and immediately addresses Ingrid. He tells her that she is very early today and that he thought she would be late, after which Ingrid, surprised, calls him by his name, Peter. Ingrid asks him why he is not at headquarters, and he replies that he was told that the old man is here. Coming closer to them, he says that he wanted to talk and at the same time unwind a little. He turns his attention to Vince with a sly smile and says that he didn't expect unexpected guests. After this, he asks if this boy is the very liberator of disasters. Miro reports that something is wrong with the man, adding that he looks a lot like Vince. Meanwhile, Peter quickly grabs Vince by the clothes and says that there is someone inside him that is chattering non-stop. Taking Miro, he asks if this is really the same test subject number 315. Miro begins to struggle almost immediately, demanding to be released immediately. Peter appears to be unharmed by his interaction with Miro and remains standing. He calls her extremely rude and accuses her of not saying hello despite the fact that he is older. Vince turns his head back at him in surprise, trying to understand how nothing happened to this man after being exposed to Miro's power. Peter, in turn, looks at him and asks what this strange expression is since nothing happened. He grinned and guessed that the boy was probably seeing someone like him for the first time in his life. Vince immediately snatches Miro from his hands, and Peter says in a guilty voice that he was only joking. Ingrid looks at him disapprovingly, and Peter declares that it was just a joke and that he shouldn't look so menacingly. Ingrid states that they have come here to see the elder, and that the guests had better not be rude since they are going to cooperate with him. Peter says with a smile that he needs to be careful because this little sister is very scary when she is angry. He states that if you make a mistake, you will be beaten like a dog, and Vince looks at him sternly. Peter advises him not to strain himself as he just wanted to chat out of loneliness and boredom. He also adds that it doesn't matter to him at all what they are going to talk about with the elder, since he wants peace. He also states that he hopes that he will consider them his allies until the very end. Vince suggests that the man is insane, and Ingrid tells him not to pay attention to it and just move on. Vince recalls the man's words that he knows Miro very well and even calls her Subject 315. He asks her what happened, and Miro says that the man absorbed her power just like Vince. However, she emphasizes that it was a little different, since immediately after absorption the power disappeared. Miro suggests that he cannot use her power, and Ingrid asks them what they are whispering about behind her back. Vince states that it is not worth paying attention to, and Ingrid advises him to be very careful about such things in the future. She states that you never know where or who might hear his words, so it's best not to let down either yourself or their squad. Ingrid also says that he probably has a lot of questions, but he needs to be patient, because the elder will explain everything soon. Approaching the door, the girl says that the elder has been waiting for him for a long time, and Vince is very surprised. Ingrid knocks on the door while the protagonist wonders what it all means. After a while, she introduces herself, says that she has brought guests with her, and asks them to come in. Vince waits for the door to open and hears the elder say that they arrived faster than she expected. Vince takes a closer look at the man and realizes that he is a rather unimpressive figure. However, when he looks at the elder, someone in his head is loudly screaming that absolutely everything needs to be erased. The elder says that they have done a very good job and turns around to reveal that she is wearing a mask. Vince, meanwhile, again hears words about the need to erase absolutely everything. A strange silhouette belonging to an unknown person tells him that he must remember this and forget everything. A few moments later, the image of a syringe giving him a strange injection flashes through his memories. Vince experiences severe dizziness from this effect for a while and slips. Ingrid and the elder turn around in surprise, trying to understand why the boy fell so suddenly. The elder extends his hand to him and asks if he's okay, trying to understand what happened. She says that the base is old and there are a lot of cracks in the floor, so you need to be careful not to fall or make a mistake. Vince asks her if she is the leader of the Liberation Party, and the elder states that he is pleased to meet her. She also states that regarding this mask, she asks to understand that her children insisted that she wear it. The elder claims that she chose the design herself, but does not know how it looks in the eyes of young people. Vince realizes that she doesn't have a strong aura, and at best, this woman looks about 60 years old. The elder says that she sees his doubts and that this is absolutely not surprising, but she would like to talk to Miro. Miro asks if she can really go out, and Vince immediately says that it's better not to do that now. The elder says that in this world she knows Miro and other similar test subjects better than anyone else. Vince says that his doubts have only increased, because now it doesn't matter whether the leader in front of him is real or a fake. He notes that it is risky to agree without thinking to such ill-considered demands as those he put forward. The elder says that for a secret organization this is an extremely reckless act, and this is true, but there is no choice. The elder states that instead of explaining everything, they will simply get straight to the point. She proudly declares that the Liberation Force is going to attack the guards, which greatly surprises Vince. He asks them in surprise what this all means, and she states that they will need his help. She says that it all started in Tokyo, Japan, and almost simultaneously disasters arose all over the world. She claims that the skeleton disaster has wiped out Mexico almost to its foundations. After this, a disaster nicknamed the Burning Witch wiped Paris off the face of the earth, leaving almost no one alive. Amidst countless screams, panic, and chaos, South Korea lost power and many other cities. The elder says that after 7 years, the world is still mired in unrest without a single exception. But that is not the worst thing. The elder says that all countries without exception know the secret of the sealing stones, but still try to keep them. She notes that other countries have no shortage of disaster response personnel and have places to evacuate to. She adds that these are countries that, if they wanted, could steal the sealing stones completely. The elder says that at first she thought that they simply could not give up the peace that they had so painstakingly restored. However, she understands that the existence of a time bomb cannot be justified because governments are not idiots. She understands that cities can be rebuilt and the chaos will subside over time, and this is not a problem for them. She notes that it is not that they do not want to eliminate disasters, but rather that they are unable to do so. The elder says that there are enough smart people in the world who have understood one very important and frightening idea. In her view, the power of these disasters could become a new military resource, superior even to nuclear weapons. Vince tries to understand what this means and is told that if a country can control this force, the world order will change. And one of these most powerful weapons is being developed right now in one of the laboratories located in Seoul. This weapon is the same red woman who has been cultivated all this time to become a controllable disaster. Danny makes a regular round of her lab, then stops and realizes she's made progress. The elder asks if he understands why no one can release this bomb, since it contains power. Vince asks the elder to stop for at least a second so that he can properly understand what is happening. They offer him a seat and some tea, but he says he's a bit confused. Vince says that, to sum it up, every country in the world is conducting research into turning disasters into weapons. He notes that in order to keep this a secret, they are spreading distorted information about the sealing stones. Vince says he can't believe it. even if he imagines that all of this is true. He asks how the elder knows all this, and the elder replies that she used to be a guardian too. Vince says that this is not enough, since all the guards he met acted as if they knew nothing. He emphasizes that even the squad leaders were unaware of this and behaved as if the stones were actually protecting them. Vince states that if these disasters are being studied, then there must surely be huge laboratories. Vince says with horror that if such objects were located inside cities, it would be impossible not to find out about them. The elder says that it is already noticeable from his face that he has begun to guess what is really going on. She states that the experiments are being conducted by them, and at the moment they are the most powerful classified forces in the Republic. She also says that these organizations are also her previous place of service. Vince guesses that they are talking about elite guards, who in fact represent a large-scale organization. The elder also emphasizes that, of course, the elite guards also have their own base where they are stationed. Vince asks the elder if they are talking about the base located in the city of Seoul. Ingrid asks him how he knows this, and Vince states that there were rumors about it among the third-rank guards. He adds that, according to legend, there was a secret base there that was restored, but these rumors quickly dissipated. The elder says that this is indeed true and that this base is still functional. She says that the main base of the elite guards is also a giant laboratory. She also adds that countless supernatural studies have been conducted there and are still continuing to this day. She states that the chief technical officer, Danny, was particularly distinguished. According to the elder, the number of test subjects who died at her hands has already exceeded several hundred and continues to grow. Ingrid notes that this information is difficult for them to accept, and Vince says that it is too far-fetched. Vince asks them if they think he'll believe it, and Miro says he has no other choice. Vince asks her what it all means, and Miro says that it is all true. Looking at him, she says that he can trust her since she has no intention of deceiving him. The elder says that many projects to create weapons have not been accepted so far, but they have all failed. The elder states that most of these experiments lasted for years, but not all was bad. From her point of view, some of these experiments did produce significant results. The elder says that if any country really succeeds, everyone will know about it. She also states that the world will plunge into unimaginable chaos, as well as an incredible arms race. Suddenly, the elder makes characteristic gestures, saying that one day all this will end very tragically. From the elder's point of view, the sealing stones are eternal and simply cannot withstand such a serious load. She notes that information has recently emerged that the research situation is becoming dangerous. She says that this world doesn't have much time left, so we need to act quickly. Vince realizes that before a truly big disaster happens, someone has to stop this honestly. Vince suggests that this is precisely why the Liberation Squad was created, and now he sees the big picture of the world. He wonders about a past that can still be explained, but it is unclear where the intelligence is coming from now. He suggests that this means that there are already informants for the Liberation Squad within the guards themselves. The elder says that their organization is much larger than it appears, and they have eyes and ears everywhere. From the elder's point of view, even in the deepest and most secret places, they have their own people. Khan sits in the interrogation room, replaying in his head the last conversation with the elite guard he encountered. The guard told him that he was a young man, usually of a thin build, who was not very accustomed to the use of force. The guard also said there was reason to believe that the Liberation Squad was helping to harbor this bandit. Danny comes to his room, saying that she searched him to share the news. Kan says that she looks like she's in a good mood as she continues to smile and twirl. Kan asks her what happened, and Danny starts laughing maniacally and says that it's not that big of a deal. After a short pause, she says that it seems she is still doing something to ensure that her baby becomes fully formed. Meanwhile, Kan looks at the file of Ingrid, who was also once listed as a test subject for the elite guards. An elite guard reports that it appears the guards who went missing during missions did not die as a result of accidents. Khan carefully studies this information to digest it in his head and return to the conversation with Danny. Meanwhile, the elder says that something called the Crimson Maiden is currently being created at the Seoul base. According to them, their goal is to create an artificial disaster that can be controlled by an ordinary person. The elder also says that this control will be much more subtle and powerful than anything that has happened before. Thus, if the experiments are successful, humanity will have the most powerful weapon and the most dangerous technology. Khan asks her what's going on, and Danny states that an elite team is currently protecting the district and they managed to get a couple of recordings. Danny also says that among them there was footage of the disaster of the second city, and they hope to obtain the structure of the individuals. She also says that, from her point of view, this is a good reason to conduct a separate investigation. Khan asks her to get to the point, and Danny says that they knew before that disasters interact with each other. But that's not all. Looking at the report, she says that they do not simply influence each other, but assimilate in the direction of the one with the stronger ego. Danny notes that no matter how weak the second city's scourge was, it only took one guardian to defeat it. Danny states that if the first city's disaster was still dormant, then that explains a lot. Can asks her what this gives them, and Danny recommends that he think about it at least a little. She says that the speech is, of course, about the Veil and the Maiden, who is considered the most powerful disaster that came out of her hands. Danny claims that her body is perfect and that it surpasses even the first disaster, but she does not understand how to control it. Danny proudly says that the path to her complete control is now open, and Can is very surprised to hear this. She says that, just in case, she just brought her into contact with a minor disaster in order to test this hypothesis. Danny notes that the Crimson Maiden reacted, albeit only slightly, but this is already a result. Danny suggests that if he merges a controlled small creature with her and makes it act as a controller, it could be a success. Can says that the disaster will only resonate with something else, and that in any case will not provide any sensible control. Can emphasizes that even if it is possible to physically suppress the will of the Crimson Maiden, the problems with control will not go away. Danny says that the only option is a creature with human intelligence and the power of disaster. Can understands what she's getting at, and Danny says that the new man shouldn't be seen as a man, but as a disaster. Danny wonders if this guy could control the Crimson Maiden if he was forced to do so. She comes to a rather harsh conclusion, saying that she really needs number 315. Danny asks how far they've come, knowing it will take them a long time even if they drag him in now. Afterwards, she discovers the new man's related projects, and Khan asks her not to make a mess. Danny reviews the Liberator candidates and asks if they think they are successful. She notes that there were no results, so it is better to pay attention to projects with implantation. Khan states that they are being tested as well, and Danny notes that too many test subjects escaped disposal after completion. Danny recalls that she insisted on liquidation at the time, but he said that he would take responsibility. Danny calls him a weakling, reminding him that many of them were later recruited into the guards, but are listed as missing. After some time, she discovers a file with Vince and asks if this guy is really his cover. Danny notes that he was also a test subject, adding that she was very surprised when she saw it. She also states that she didn't expect him to mess around with some brat, even though Vince looks a lot like Khan's younger brother. Hearing this, Khan almost instantly clenches his fist and slams it on the table to stop talking about it. He advises her to stop before it's too late, and Danny asks in surprise if he's really angry. Can says that this conversation is over, after which he recommends that she leave here. Danny says that this is still his area of responsibility, so it will not interfere with him doing his job. She reminds him that his behavior has changed a lot lately and she has noticed it very well. She notes that they have known each other for 30 years, and for her, her brother is already lost, but she also has a daughter who needs to be protected. She also advises him to be careful, as the Prime Minister is not in the best mood at the moment. Slamming the door hard, she says that he might take it out on his dog if he's not careful. Can sits there for a while, plunging into the depths of his hatred and anger, and then hears a bell. He receives an incoming call from an unknown number, and after thinking for a bit, he decides to accept the call. It turns out that all this time it was Khan who was the agent sent by the Liberation Squad, and he was passing on information to them. The Elder announces that a Liberation Force will strike the guards in a week, and Vince wonders why so soon. The Elder says that the target of this operation will be the place that must be destroyed first in order to reach the base. Can conveys over the phone that their world will soon come, and it should be more acceptable. The Elder declares that all guards and government institutions in Daejeon will be hit. Vince understands that these people are absolutely serious in their intentions and has no doubt about it. Meanwhile, one of the guards calls to request a report on the search situation in the Gangneung district. Charlie replies that the search continues, and if anything happens, the elite squad will contact him. But for now, they have nothing to report. Charlie reflects on the fact that he was only appointed here for show, and tries to understand why he was put in this position in the first place. However, after a few moments, he hears a familiar voice which cautiously addresses him. Cheryl asks him what he is doing here at such a late hour and slowly approaches him. Charlie quickly looks up and looks at his interlocutor with interest, realizing that it is Cheryl standing in front of him. Some time ago, Cheryl received a note saying that he would be back soon, so she decided there was nothing to worry about. One of the guards told her that there was nothing to do there and she should return to her room to rest. Cheryl acted like she was out of sorts, and her friend asked her if she was okay. The girl said that the oddities were becoming more and more noticeable because she could not concentrate on tasks. Cheryl says she's fine and will be more careful, to which her interlocutor replies that she won't scold her. The girl also advises her to raise her head so that no one would think that she is lecturing without reason. After this, the team leader gives the command to the rest of the guards to go inside and rest, stating that she will do the rest herself. So she found herself here at such a late hour and very fortunately ran into her new friend. Cheryl asks him what he's doing there, and Charlie is surprised to note that she's already finished with her work. Cheryl suddenly says that she is very glad that she met him because her head is very overloaded with thoughts. She immediately asks him if she can practice today too, if he has time. Charlie says that he does have time, but he wonders what happened and why she is so worried. After some time, they decide to practice again, but Cheryl quickly loses. She says irritably that apparently she is not his opponent at all, and Charlie replies that this is only the second sparring match. He also says that her attacks have become faster than yesterday, and Cheryl states that she doesn't like being lied to right in the face. Cheryl wonders what she should do now, and Charlie says he's had his own thoughts on the same. He suggests that perhaps her ability is not designed for attack and can be used in other ways. Charlie explains that the power has an infinite number of uses, and it can materialize in the form of an axe or a gun. He says that it is believed that at the moment of receiving power, it takes the form of the object that the person wanted most. Charlie notes that the embodiment of power in the form of weapons is explained by the fact that powers are gained in dangerous situations. Cheryl says she's familiar with the theoretical side of things, but Charlie says that's not always the case. Charlie says that sometimes power is given to defend oneself, not to attack. To demonstrate his ability, he immediately summons spiritual roots from underground. Charlie emphasizes that his ability is also of this type and is unlikely to be used effectively in an attack. This means that he is best at holding multiple objects and applying force to different tasks. Cheryl asks him if her ability is also of this type, and Charlie replies that it is indeed. He also adds that he feels her abilities have virtually endless potential to be developed. He recommends not focusing only on attack and broadening your horizons to think creatively. From his point of view, this is the answer that is so needed, since it is precisely here that the key to the mystery lies. Charlie immediately apologizes and says that he never meant to offend her, and Cheryl notes that she is honored. She also says that someone has been calling for a while now, and Charlie picks up the phone. Cheryl asks if everything is okay and says that if he needs to, he can go. Charlie looks closely at his phone and finds himself being asked why he's been ignoring calls. Cheryl glances at her phone and wonders if it's the head of the tech department calling him. Charlie immediately gets scared, and Cheryl apologizes in a frightened voice and says that she did it automatically. Charlie tries to figure out what to do and turns the phone away in fear, thinking that he might be misunderstood. Cheryl understands that the situation needs to be resolved through dialogue and says that they need to go back first. After a while, she approaches Charlie and hands him a can of soda, telling him to drink some. She also apologizes for looking at his data without permission, and Charlie says that he was inattentive. Cheryl says she saw the head of tech calling him, trying to figure out why he was ignoring his calls. Charlie says it's his mom, so he's unlikely to be reprimanded for disobedience, but he's in for something worse. Cheryl looks at him in surprise and asks if that's really true, and Charlie points out that they survived the disaster together. Charlie says that his mother doesn't have very strong abilities herself, but she's very smart and determined. Charlie says he is where he is today only because of his mother, who pushed him forward. Charlie says that he lacks neither determination nor action, and that his media image is entirely created by his mother. Cheryl asks him if he stayed in this town solely because of his mother, to feel freedom. Cheryl also realizes that if Vince were here, he would probably call him his little son. Charlie says that other people who talk to him become disillusioned and leave pretty quickly. Cheryl doesn't know what to say and notes that she, too, can't say she's not disappointed after what she learned. Charlie suddenly says that this is why he liked Vince and wanted to be his friend. Charlie states that everyone clearly saw how he communicates with him, and this rarely happens among his peers. Charlie says with a smile that Vince treats him not like a bone tree, but like Charlie. He emphasizes that this is why he enjoys spending time with the two of them so much, because he feels calm. Cheryl reflects that this man is not what she thought, and his expression shows that he is very uncomfortable because he is also 19. Charlie also suddenly says that Vince himself is very unusual and attracts with his aura. Charlie notes that he doesn't have any abilities, but there is something about him that always catches his eye. Charlie emphasizes that he is referring to his aura, which seems incredibly weak to him, but still very unusual. Cheryl realizes this conversation could go wrong and says it's just speculation. She smirks and says that Vince is just trash who hasn't even bothered to develop a normal character yet. After this, she begins to mock him, saying that Vince's manner of speech is simply disgusting. Charlie snaps that he thinks Cheryl loves Vince, and Cheryl asks him why he thinks that. Charlie says that she is very harsh in her words, but you can feel that for her, he is not the least important person. He emphasizes that he has always noticed her trust and affection for Vince, despite the fact that she snaps at him. Cheryl looks away shyly, feeling a blush spread across her face. Charlie also suddenly says that Vince himself is somehow very unusual and attracts with his aura. This employee turns out to be Carl, who continues to monitor everything that seems suspicious or strange to him. Meanwhile, one of the guards sends a regular report saying that no border violation has been detected. After that, he heads home and says that he really wants to sleep and breathe out after a hard day at work. Miro asks Vince to speed up and states that she is very sleepy, and Vince asks her not to be picky. Vince says these guys from the Liberation Squad said they would give him time to think about it, and that's unusual. He also understands that these people have made it clear that they need him, so it is worth getting to know him. During his last visit there, he met two guards named Daniel and Peter. Peter greeted the protagonist again with a smile, saying that they had met this boy again. Ingrid asked him about the transmitter he had been given, adding that he would primarily be in contact with those two. Vince is thinking that he hoped to never have to deal with this drunk again when Daniel suddenly extends his hand to him. Daniel states his name again and says it is a pleasure to meet him. He also suggests communicating informally, emphasizing that he is older, but that is not important now. Peter sits down on the sofa and says that this boy is ill-mannered, complaining to the deputy commander. He also says that he needs to be careful, otherwise he can easily get stabbed in the back, and Vince immediately tenses up. Daniel says he understands his caution, especially after what he heard, but he didn't come here for nothing. Daniel states that they have decided to become allies, at least for a while, and Vince notes that this is the first time someone has greeted him properly. Shifting his gaze, he says that it seemed to him that there were only strange types in this detachment. Ingrid admonishes him, saying that there are different types of people among the guards, and Peter is not one of those whom he can belittle. Daniel states that in any case, it's better here than with the guards, since they don't have psychos experimenting on people. However, he emphasizes that Peter should still stop drinking, and Peter declares that he doesn't know how to do anything else in this life. Daniel says they could sit quietly, then asks where he's going. Peter says he went about his business to get as much alcohol down his throat as possible again. After this, he turns to Ingrid and asks if she would keep him company for at least a little while. Ingrid looks at him carefully and says that she can keep him company, but only for a little while. Daniel says he understands everything perfectly and recommends that they disappear as quickly as possible. Immediately after this, he turns to the protagonist and advises him not to scold Peter in front of the deputy commander anymore. He states that she is like a robot on her own, showing almost no emotion, but when it comes to him, she becomes colder. Daniel also states that there are rumors that there is something between them, and Vince notes that they do not look good together. Daniel states that this is indeed true, but there is still no need to hate him so much because he is a good person. From his point of view, Peter is just a little different, and this makes him very different from other people. In response to Vince's question, Daniel responds with a counter-question, asking if he has heard of human experiments. Daniel states that among the many failures of this experiment was Peter. Daniel states that the goal was to enable people to harness and control the power of disasters. He also says that some members of the squad are just such failed test subjects. He states that most of them either lost their guardian powers or suffered both physical and mental damage. However, even in this situation, Peter was a little special because he began to sense disasters and hear their voices. Vince realizes that this man also experienced this when he received Miro's power. Daniel states that he seems to have no control over it and that he finds it difficult to even live a normal life. Vince says he's interested in knowing what the experiment the elite guards are conducting is. Daniel says it's hard to explain, while Miro says she knows at least the general outline of the experiment. Vince asks her what it all means, and Miro immediately materializes. She states that she did not recognize this elder and protector at the time, but now she understands who he really is. She claims that he gained Miro's power while maintaining his sanity, but he was almost the only such case. Vince asks her if it's related to the experiment, and Miro says that she's not the only one involved. After that, she asks him if he really doesn't remember anything after so many years. Vince is trying to figure out what this all means when Daniel suddenly claps his hands and says that this needs to stop. He says with a smile that it is not yet time to reveal all his cards and discredit himself. Daniel turns sharply to little Miro and says that he already told her that he shouldn't reveal what he knows. Smiling strangely, he expresses hope that she will manage not to reveal secrets. Miro looks up at him and calls him teacher, after which true fear is visible on her face. Daniel calmly says that this message was passed down from an elder, so it must be followed. Laughing again, he says that that's all for today and he needs to go back, since he's been here too long already. He also advises him to be careful about the views of others, as the risk is too great. Daniel states that when he least expects a threat, danger can come from someone he never even thinks about. Meanwhile, Carl continues to watch Vince to find out what this strange boy is hiding. After some time, a message arrives on his transmitter asking him to check if the signal is working. Vince says that when he goes down inside, he wants to continue talking about this experiment. Miro suddenly hides and claims that he knows nothing, and Vince wonders what is even going on here. Vince returns home wondering if he can even trust this liberation force or if they are lying to him. Meanwhile, Ingrid spends time with Peter, who is asked if everything will be okay with this guy. She replies that there was no other way out and she didn't expect all this to happen so quickly. She states that in order to distract attention, you need to use everything you have, even if it's some stupid boy. After this, she asks him if everything is okay and if he hears voices, to which he replies that this too has passed. After that, he says with a sad voice that she was like this from the very beginning, from their first meeting. He sincerely asks her why she stays with him all this time, because he is clearly a burden to her. After a short pause, she says in a calm but sincere voice that she is with him because she loves him. After that, she asks if any other reason is needed, and Peter, grinning, calls her a stupid woman. Ingrid reassures him, saying that it won't be long before this pain ends forever. Vince tells Cheryl everything he learned, and she asks him what it all means. Cheryl says that after the first disaster, the population dropped to 10%, and within a few years, the world fell apart. Cheryl also says that the survivors have lost friends and families and are now living like cattle, locked in the zones. Afterwards, she asks if he means to say that they were forced to suffer so much for the sake of developing weapons. She immediately emphasizes that she refuses to believe it, and Vince says that he himself does not want to believe it. After that, he says that human greed knows no bounds, and Cheryl tries to comprehend this. Miro says it's not impossible, because in politics, common sense and morality are constantly under threat. Miro adds that it would be strange if there was nothing hidden behind this, because that is the human nature. She emphasizes that she hates the insidious, vile, dirty, negative nature, although she herself was also human before. Cheryl says it's safe to assume it's true, but that only makes it worse. She looks at him carefully and asks if he is okay, after which he looks up at her in surprise. Cheryl says that if the government and elite guards are doing this madness, there must be an obvious figure at the very center. Vince sadly says that he understands perfectly well that we are talking about Khan, who is a role model for them. Cheryl claims that the manager saved her too, and she believes they have found the person connected to her who is hiding. Cheryl also emphasizes that for Vince, this man is a special idol. Vince says that when he thinks of his elders, he's tempted to think of the Liberation Force as a crazy cult. Khan says it's all true, and Cheryl tries to understand where he gets such seriousness from. Cheryl talks about the concept of the Soul Lab and the Liberation Squad spy who is located there. After this, she honestly admits that she doesn't understand anything and doesn't know who she can trust now. Vince shakes his head and Cheryl is silent for a moment, trying to figure out who they can trust in this situation. Afterwards, she suddenly asks him what he thinks of Charlie, and Vince asks why the conversation turned to him. Cheryl says that before becoming a bone tree, he was the head of the general staff of a special city. She points out that this man could be a very valuable ally, but Vince says that this cannot be done. Cheryl objects, saying it's dangerous, but the risk is already high, and Vince reiterates that it can't be done. He states that they have already done enough in the other district, so there is no need to add another risk factor. Vince also says that they have only known each other for a few days, so he cannot be trusted, because even Khan turned out to be not who he seemed. Cheryl pauses briefly and says she understands what he's getting at. Cheryl says that the young man is quite a good person, and they agreed to spar. Vince asks him when they became so close, and Cheryl says it just happened naturally. After this, she gets to her feet and says that they need to go since he will be glad to see them. Charlie says she doesn't want to go, and Cheryl says she can't stay because she'll be opening the door to strangers again. Vince says that before he could agree, he suddenly sees a strange object on the ground that shouldn't be there. Vince is trying to figure out why the pen is there since he hasn't used it for a long time. Cheryl loudly tells him that she gives him 1 hour to get ready, after which he must immediately head to his destination. She demands that he be in the lobby by 9 o'clock, adding that if he is late, she will simply finish him off. Vince tries to stop her, but quickly realizes that it is useless because she does everything her own way. Miro says that she doesn't want to go anywhere because she still suspects that white-haired guy, Vince suddenly hears a call coming in on his transmitter and realizes he needs to take it. Daniel is surprised by the quick response and asks him what his decision was, and Vince immediately agrees. Daniel also says that he contacted because he thought he had already told his white-haired friend about it. Vince asks if they bugged him, and Daniel states that he really can't deny things like that. He also asks her not to worry, as he knows that Vince only trusts her with such things. Vince says that he didn't tell her about the attack on the main district because it would be too much for her. Vince says the surgery is scheduled for a week, and he hasn't been told all the details yet. Daniel abruptly tells him that all-out war will begin in a week, and Vince is very surprised by the change of plan. Daniel says that their squad would not have carried out such a reckless action without preparation. After this, they say that the operation has essentially already begun, so only the next stages will follow. Vince tries to figure out what it all means, but they say that he will find out everything on his own very soon. Meanwhile, Charlie receives a message that they will be meeting in the lobby at 9 p.m. Charlie writes that he will come there as soon as he finishes inspecting the territory and the patrol process. After this, he continues his rounds with the guards and escorts people to their homes as the curfew is approaching. One of the guards addresses him, saying that further patrolling on his part is not so necessary. He states that they can handle these tasks themselves and that he doesn't need to work so hard. Charlie says that he just had some free time, so he decided to help them. They say that in this case, it is possible to patrol the area for another 30 minutes. After a while, their attention is drawn to a crowd of people who are wondering what it all means. The guards slowly approach these people, telling them that curfew will begin soon and they need to return. Charlie is distracted for a moment, after which his attention is drawn to the surprised looks of the guards themselves. Charlie heads towards them and asks what's going on while people continue to whisper. They are trying to figure out whether they should tell other people about the situation, as it seems incredibly scary. Charlie takes a few more steps and freezes in surprise, realizing that something terrible has appeared in front of him. Charlie looks at the giant sign that someone has painted in red on the side of the house: Liberation Squad.